A lot of you wrote in about our first place, Abby's Azteca Grill. It's been serving Columbia Pike since it opened in 1986, and based on your emails, it doesn't get any better than this. We're here with Sandra, co-owner of Abby's Azteca Bar and Grill. Sandra, how did Abby's begin?
Abby's began in 1986 when Mama Abby used to sell pupusas at home. She had a lot of customers buying her meal at her house, and then she decided to open a place because her house was too small.
And when did you start working here? What's your history with Abby's?
20 years ago. My dad used to work here as a dishwasher, and he brought me here, and he's like, while you go to school, you can work at night to help our family. I started working as a hostess, sitting people, cleaning tables, bus girl, and then 3 months later, I become a waitress.
And now you're co-owner.
Yes.
What's the difference between Salvadorian and Mexican flavors?
The difference is like Mexican use a lot of spices and herbs like dried peppers. In El Salvador, we use more bases like chicken base, beef base, crab base.
And what kind of comments do you get from your customers? Because a lot of customers wrote into us and said, you know, you got to try Abby's. It's great.
Everything is homemade. Like the food is very fresh.
For a first timer like myself here, what would you recommend that I order?
You have to try a pupusas. You cannot come to Abby's and not have a pupusa.
I've never heard of that. What is it?
Pupusa is a real typical Salvadorian dish. It's a tortilla, but it's stuffed with meat, pork and cheese, beans and cheese, or plain cheese. And we're making with the crab meat now.
Well, I'm sick of being an outsider, and I want some pupusas. Can we head back and try some?
Yes.
All right, I'm ready.
Yes.
We're in the kitchen at Abby's with Sandra, and we're going to learn how to make these famous pupusas.
Okay, we're gonna make the pork and cheese one. First, you grab the dough.
And what's the dough made out of?
This is corn flour.
You just kind of make it in the palm of your hand then?
Yes. Mm-hmm. And then put the stuff in. It's the pork and cheese.
That's a nice amount of pork and cheese. And do people tend to go for the chicken, the pork, the crab meat?
If you don't eat meat, you eat cheese or beans and cheese. But if you eat meat, this is really tasty.
It looks like a pancake almost.
Yes, that's what I told my customers.
Is this Salvadorian or Mexican?
Salvadorian.
Do you do more Salvadorian here than Mexican?
Yes, like Mexican, basically we have tacos, enchiladas, burritos, and fajitas.
So that's Mexican.
That's Mexican, and the rest is Salvadorian. Even some people coming from El Salvador to visit their parents here, they come here and they're like, oh, the pupusas here are better than El Salvador. Like they say, our restaurant is like family restaurant.
And your chips, are they homemade too?
Homemade, yes.
Oh, it feels like a pancake too. So this is the famous pupusa, pork and cheese pupusa, which I'm about to try for the first time in my life. It's excellent. It's got a unique style to it and taste. And the filling is very flavorful. It's not too heavy, it's nice and light.
Yes.
I'm gonna stop now because I know there's more to try, but I could eat 3 pupusas and be fine. Excellent, good job. Okay, up next, the burrito. So take it away. What kind of burrito are you making?
This is gonna be the burrito Abby, which is beans, rice, and beef. A full spoon of rice.
And are those refried beans homemade?
Homemade.
Generous portions too, I might add, as you can see.
And then it's ready to wrap it up.
Every time I wrap anything up, like a burrito, it always breaks. What's the secret?
To warm up the tortilla, because you warm it up, it's softer.
Okay.
To fold it, yes.
And then it's easier to fold.
Yes. Put the salsa on it, homemade tomato sauce. Then we put the cheese on it.
Oh yeah, that looks very, very scrumptious.
So we serve this with guacamole and sour cream. So it's ready.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm gonna start in the middle since that's where it's all at. Oh yeah, look at that. I didn't get a good enough taste. I have to try that again. Oh, here's the rice. See, it's in layers, so you have to make sure you get every layer. Move over Chipotle. That's nice and rich, good flavor to it. Sandra, you're the woman. This is great. This is excellent. This is my new favorite Salvadorian Mexican restaurant.
This was the first Salvadorian and Mexican restaurant on the Pike. So like everybody who have restaurants now, they were our customers before.
Next up, fajitas. Now, are you doing beef and chicken?
Beef and chicken.
Show me how to do it.
Okay, I have a chicken breast here. Throw it in the grill.
Love that sizzle.
The beef here for the fajitas.
Oh, look at that. That looks perfect.
Yeah. This is really hot. So we set the veggies.
Oh, and it kind of cooks the veggies. Oh, the smell is of the onion.
Yes, little bit of cooking wine.
Smells so good. Yeah, let's make this. Let's try a little bit of chicken, a little bit of beef. I love guac. All right, and some onions. That seasoning's great. Oh, bueno. And the meat's not chewy. This goes down real easy. Sandra, thank you very much for introducing us to pupusas today. And the fajitas, the burrito, muy bueno. Come here just to try the pupusas. That's all you need, really. This is one of Arlington's true gems and one you don't want to pass up. You need to come here. For a menu, directions, and specials, visit abirestaurant.com. You can also find information on our blog at arlingtonva.us/AVN and click on Food for Thought. We're just starting to celebrate Columbia Pike, so stay with us.
Hi, I'm Jay Fassett, Chairman of the Arlington County Board. So do you think commuting to work by bike is a hassle? No way. I do it frequently. Arlington is one of the great bike-friendly communities in the country with over 100 miles of trails, bike lanes, and routes. And there are bike racks everywhere for your convenience. Bike Arlington can help you plan your route, outfit your bike, pick the right clothing, learn bike safety, and even take advantage of some nice tax benefits. Not to mention the bike safety classes that Bike Arlington offers throughout the year. So catch up with us at www.bikearlington.com. I'll see you in the bike lanes.
TV stations have started running public service announcements that tell people where to find food banks, even as the food banks don't have enough to meet the demand. Similar scenes are playing out in cities and towns across America.
While you might not think that hunger is an issue in Arlington, many families are struggling to make ends meet. The Arlington Food Assistance Center, or AFAC, is Arlington's food pantry. Our mission is to distribute groceries to families in need in Arlington. Now we're serving about 1,000 families a week. A year ago, only about 750, and 2 years ago, only about 600 families a week. We want to make sure that all Arlington children get a good start to their day and that all Arlington families have enough food in the cupboards at home. The items that we most need are cereal, canned goods, especially canned tuna and soups, pasta, peanut butter, pretty much anything that your family would like, another family in Arlington would like too. We do need volunteers. Last year we had 17,000 volunteer hours, and if someone's interested in volunteering, they can check out our website, which is www.afac.org. And there'll be a list of volunteer opportunities, or they can call and ask for the volunteer department, calling 703-845-8486.
One in 8 Americans is struggling with hunger. Who's the 1 in 8 in your life? You can help today. Visit feedingamerica.org/1in8 to find your local food bank.
Located at the east end of Columbia Pike, just blocks from the Air Force Memorial, is Dama Restaurant and Bakery. It's a family-run business that's been on the Pike for 12 years. and it features traditional Ethiopian food. And many of you say it's the best in the area. It also has a very popular bakery, so we're in for a real treat today. How did Dama begin?
Dama started 6 decades ago by our father. He decided to be a baker to support his family as well as feed the community with his bread. He was known to be a heavily humanitarian. We decided to carry on his legend to the next generation as far as it takes. This restaurant not only is a food place, it has a meaning to us.
So you have a cafe, coffee bar, bakery, butcher's shop, and a dining room. How do you find time and energy to balance everything?
The business is owned by the whole family, but we divide the work, what we do. Like I do the pastry, my brother is the manager, he takes care of the whole area. My other sister does the cooking, my cousin does all the shopping.
This is run by a family, and everybody has his own skill, and it's very easy to get it going as long as you stay united, and we are heavily united.
And you're a pastry chef, so tell me a little bit about your background.
I think baking was in my blood, I could say, because when we grew up, our father used to, there was a bakery, we used to bake breads inside the house. I want to learn more about food, how to make cakes, stuff like that. So when I came here, I went to Howard University. I graduated from there with nutrition science. Then after that, I went to culinary school where I met the White House pastry chef. He taught me everything I know about baking. And while I was there, besides baking, I learned about cooking, French cooking, Italian cooking.
Out of everything you've done, what can you say you're most proud of?
Lately, I have been doing a lot of vegetarian cakes, vegetarian entrees. It's totally my creation. First, when I started, it was very hard. You want to make a cake with no milk, no butter, there's no way, but I was able to come up with very fancy cakes and cookies and pastries.
What do you suggest people who come here for the first time order?
We would say the kutzpo and the vegetarian.
And before they leave, do you think they should order a dessert?
They have to have a dessert. You come to Dama, you have to taste the kutzpo and you have to try the desserts. That's what a lot of people are drawn here.
Okay, can we head back and start tasting?
Sure you can. Yeah, sure. So we can go to the kitchen now.
Okay. We're in the kitchen with head chef Hellam and co-owner Yeshi. Yeshi, what is the first dish today?
Sirf is basically fried lamb. It's served with injera, which is our traditional bread.
Do you serve the traditional bread with every dish here?
Pretty much.
Wow, look at that. Okay, so you're adding some onions,
garlic,
some salt. There's some, what, jalapeno right there?
Yeah, jalapeno pepper.
Is this something your dad used to make?
Yes, it is. Passed down from generations.
Well, this looks good. And so you serve it with the traditional bread. And this bread is very spongy and stretchy. It's traditional to eat with your hands, right?
Yes.
Good flavor. It's a good flavor on that lamb. You know what? I can taste that jalapeno spice. It kind of kicked in like 5 seconds after I started chewing. Oh, this is for more spice? All right, let's do it. I need some water. I like that dish.
I drove all the way from Western Loudoun to come to Dama today. If you want good Ethiopian, this is the place in Virginia.
So this is a beef dish. Is this one of your more popular beef dishes?
Very popular. Actually, this is what we are mainly known for.
Is that chili powder?
Very hot chili powder.
So you saturate in flavor
Yeah.
by using your hands. So is that done then, or do you bake it?
It is done. It's just the same as a steak tartare.
We serve it just like this then, right?
So we put curry cheese on the side.
So this is considered the raw. It is good. It's very good. I taste some lemon. Is that in the bread?
Yeah, sour.
Again, the chili, the spice just kicked in. So after it goes down, that's when it kicks in. Oh, that's good. I like that combination of the cottage cheese and the collard greens. I like it because I can really taste it. It was good because although it was raw, it was warm and very tasty. And this meat comes straight from your butcher, who's 20 feet up there.
Yeah.
All right, we're in the pastry kitchen. This is the place to be because you can see all of these pastries down here. On this side, we have vegan pastries, and over here, regular. Okay, so what's the difference between the vegan and the regular pastries?
The vegan pastry, no dairy, no butter, no animal product at all.
So what do you use instead of an egg?
I use the flour. I mean, there's a way to
Get around that.
Get around that,
Okay.
yes. This is the vegan cakes. As you see, this is the lemon raspberry cake. This is the velvet. It's basically chocolate and mocha and a white cake. This is a fruit cake. And this is the mocha. It's a coffee flavor cake.
You use the coffee that you sell here?
Yes. This is my favorite cake. Actually, all of them are my favorite, but if I have to eat normal cake, I would do this one. It's a black and white chocolate mousse cake.
Oh, that sounds great.
Yeah.
No wonder it's your favorite. And you also do wedding cakes, right?
Oh, yes, we do. Very high in demand. You want to have your wedding cakes baked here, done here, you might as well book us a year before.
Really?
Or
You're
6
an
months.
advanced lady.
Yes. This is like a croissant version of our pastry.
And this is traditional to Ethiopia,
It
right?
is, yes.
Okay.
This bombolino is like a donut, but it's not sweet. Yeah. It's like orange and vanilla. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's delicious. It's not sweet, but it doesn't need to be sweet.
No.
Thank you for letting us in your kitchen today.
you
You're
for having
amazing with all of these cakes. I don't know how you do it. And I'm going to get out of here before I try every single piece because I know I have the potential. Come here for yourself and try it. It's great. Good fun, great food, and surrounded by family. Dama offers a worldly experience too. Thank you to our viewers who suggested it. Now it's time to pay it forward. Visit our website at arlingtonva.us/AVN and click on Food for Thought. There you can find a link to Dama as well as every other restaurant we've visited. We're not quite done with the Pike yet, so stay with us.
Where's my bill? 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 Where's my bill?
Don't go running around looking for your paper bills. Sign up for Arlington County's Bill Payer notification. Receive helpful email reminders when you owe county bills and pay online. Log on and get started today.
Did you know that Arlington residents can now pay taxes, parking tickets, water bills, and decal fees at over 50 neighborhood locations? Pay in cash at Global Express Financial Service locations or in cash or by check at participating bank branches found throughout Arlington. Now with Arlington's neighborhood payment program, you can take the hassle out of paying your county bills. It's convenient, quick, and in your neighborhood. For a complete list of locations, visit the county website at arlingtonva.us, keywords Neighborhood Payment Program, or call 703-228-3090.
Along with weight loss, it's one of the many ways to fight osteoarthritis pain. For more information on managing pain, go to fightarthritispain.org.
Okay, to spell my name right, make me look good. Hi, I'm Alicia Shepard. I'm an investigative reporter. Imagine how many libraries I used to write the book. People say that about woodwork. If you want to know more about history, journalism, a deep throat, politics, fair and balanced, come to the Arlington County Public Library. That's where you'll find it.
As we celebrate Columbia Pike's 200 years, we welcome the birth of a new shop on the Pike, which is already very popular. Twisted Vine's Bottle Shop and Bistro, where you can sit back and enjoy a glass of wine in a relaxed atmosphere. Its quaint and elegant setting is perfect for any type of tasting, from bold reds to subtle whites, and you can enjoy a bite to eat. My palate is ready to start tasting. So how did the idea of Twisted Vines come about?
It was kind of a passion of my husband and I. We went to Argentina and Chile for 6 months. We lived down there, just took a sabbatical. While we were there, we realized we were going from vineyard to vineyard and learning more and more about the culture and the wines down there. And we kind of noticed that we did the same things every time we went to Italy or went to France. We were always focused on, which vineyards did we go to. We were like, you know what? This is the kind of feeling we want to bring back to our community. And we just saw what was happening on Columbia Pike and felt like this was something the community would really want, so we decided to take a chance and went for it.
Now you live on the Pike. Is that why you opened here on the Pike?
Absolutely. We love Columbia Pike. We love seeing it's changing, and we love the communities that are around here. We found this space, and it was just the perfect size and the perfect location with being right on Columbia Pike.
And what have you heard from your customers so far?
I think the biggest thing we've heard from customers is how excited they are to have a place they can come to and drink good wine and explore different wines that they haven't heard of before, and the opportunity just to walk down the street and meet their friends and grab a drink.
And Virginia has a lot of its own vineyards. Do you ever feature those?
We do. We have, I want to say 6 or so bottles right now. We're always going to have different ones and just kind of cycle through different vineyards in the area.
Now, what type of food do you serve here?
We have what we've been calling small plates. We have cheese and charcuterie boards, as well as some small appetizers, salads. At a table, you might get a cheese, a salad, and a couple of small plates and share it amongst everyone.
What do you want your customers to take away from here?
A feeling that, they have a place they can come to. They can come meet with their friends, have a drink, bring their kids if they want. It's kind of like the hometown neighborhood bar.
All right, can you teach me a little bit about wines and the different types that you have there?
Absolutely. That'd be great.
We're at the wine bar with Sybil. Sybil, what are we tasting first?
2 white wines and 2 red wines. And the first one is an Italian. It's a Grillo, and the name of this is Grillo Parlante. It has a lot of brightness to it, a lot of fruit.
My mouth is puckering.
Yeah, so it's very kind of citrusy. All right, and the next white that I brought out was a Sauvignon Blanc from New Zealand. You're gonna get a lot more of the grassy, fruit-forward, kind of very aromatics.
And so by grassy, what does that mean exactly?
It's almost like a fresh day in the field, like kind of feeling, you would almost sense it on the nose. Much more fruity. The other one was very crisp and alive. This is a little bit more of the fruit and a little bit of sweetness.
Definitely fruitier, and my mouth didn't pucker as much with this one. And cork versus screw top. Is there a difference in taste?
There's not a difference in taste, but screw top is actually the way to go these days. You've probably heard of having a corked wine, where there can be some sort of damage in the cork or let air in, and it just kind of has a musty scent to it. With the screw top, you won't get that anymore.
So now we're moving on to a red?
We are, and I brought 2 again out. One is from Spain. It's a Monastrell Syrah blend. Monastrell is a powerful grape.
Oh, it smells powerful.
You get a lot of the fruit and the smell.
This is nice and soft. It's not too overwhelming. Yeah, this is nice and subtle. I like this.
Yeah. Next up is the customers of Columbia Pike's favorite. It is a Zinfandel out of Paso Robles, California. It's got a lot of fruit, got some great spice.
It's a different color than the last red.
Definitely, it's going to be a little bit deeper color.
That's a good one. It's very smooth tasting, goes down easily.
Exactly.
So when are your tastings?
We do wine tastings every Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4. We also do, on Tuesday nights, we're starting to promote our family night with so many people in this area with kids. They always feel a little uncomfortable walking in here with a stroller, like, can we come in here? Right. So we fill the front up with toys and have all the kids just playing. It's kids eat free. Parents get to sit, talk, and have a glass of wine. So I'm trying to really make it a community place.
Well, thank you for the tastings.
You're
Can we
welcome.
head downstairs now to see what Caroline's cooking up?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Okay, we're in the kitchen with Caroline, the
Hi.
chef here.
going to start with a cheese platter. So I select 4 cheeses for you, all Italians. And also we're going to have a strawberry and beet salad. So I'm sure you'll like it. Do you know anything about cheese a little bit? Or?
I know I like it.
That's enough.
And I like to eat it.
All right. So we get a little bowl. The first cheese we're going to have ubriaco, which is Italian. Ubriaco means drunken, which basically is they leave the cheese in red wine for a long time, aged in red wine. That's why you have that little dark skin.
This looks like a creamier cheese.
Yes, this is the Fontina cheese. Okay. What do you like? How do you like your cheese?
I like everything. I like creamy cheeses a lot.
What about blue cheese?
I love blue cheese. I mean, there isn't a cheese that I've tried that I don't like. However, I've never tried the cheese that smells like a dirty foot. I've never tried that, but based on the smell. But I would probably like it too.
So here we have taleggio, same thing, Italian. So the last one we have the gorgonzola, which is the blue one.
And you put a little piece of honeycomb there. So this is the cheese plate.
So that will be one of the cheese plates.
That gorgonzola, creamy, has a nice saltiness to it. It just melted. And this is the goat cheese, right? I could just eat this. And a glass of wine, that's all you need here. This is crunchier, nuttier cheese. I mean, I have to try every cheese. Oh, a little honey got on that cheese. Go on. I'm listening.
And make a little salad, strawberry and beet salad. It's really refreshing. We also have a little mesclun green mix. And we have the cherry dressing and a raspberry sauce and some pine nuts. So you see we have the beets and the strawberries. It has been staying overnight in the fridge with a little sugar. So this way it gets a little softer.
Well, it's healthy, it's fresh.
So pine nuts, a little raspberry sauce. So here we have a little cherry dressing.
Nice and colorful.
Yeah. So that will be our salad.
Let's dig in, Caroline.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Lunchtime, everyone.
You know, I never thought about pairing beets and strawberries together. They go perfectly well together.
Absolutely.
Delicious.
So we roll.
Girl, that is good.
We say in French, c'est magnifique.
C'est magnifique. Caroline, thank you for letting us in your kitchen today. And I will definitely be back, that's for sure. And I'll let you surprise me next time.
Oh, let's do this.
Bye.
Bye.
If you'd like to sample wines from around the globe, learn how to pair wine and food, or just kick back with your friends, visit Twisted Vines. For more information, visit our website at arlingtonva.us/AVN and click on Food for Thought. There you can find links to all the places we visited, and you can even watch episodes. Cheers to 200 more years of Columbia Pike. See you next time. Celebrate Columbia Pike, so I'm gonna go back in for a margarita. I just looked at the camera for that. I like it all. I like it all. Caliente. Caliente. I'm just kidding.
morning.
The Arlington County Board is now in session. Welcome to our meeting of June 13th, 2015. As is our practice this morning, we will begin with public comment. I would remind folks of the rules: one speaker per topic, a 2-minute limit. If the podium height is uncomfortable for you, there is a button at the right-hand side which will allow the podium to go up and down. The microphone also will bend if you need it to. We have closed captioning here on our screen. If you are hearing impaired, if you wish other support, you can see the clerk. And we do also have our Spanish translator with us this morning. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. This is your Spanish interpreter. If anybody
Mic on.
This is your Spanish interpreter. If anybody needs interpretation to or from Spanish, please let me know. Por favor, díganme si necesitan servicios de interpretación al español. Gracias.
Thank you very much. So the clerk will call the speakers in the order in which they signed up. If you are the second person, she'll call people two at a time. If you're the second person, we'd ask that you please move up to the front seat so that we can move through this expeditiously. We will, after hearing all the speakers, the board will take up the topics that folks have raised. For items not on the agenda. That's right. Mr. Tejada reminds me of a very important rule. You may only speak to items which are not on our agenda today. If you want to complain about something on the consent agenda, you need to ask that it be pulled. Otherwise, you need to wait for the public hearing, which has already been scheduled. That being said, Ms. Halleck, will you call the first two speakers?
The first speaker is Ms. Sandra Kalshur, followed by Mr. Ronald Batucci.
Good morning.
Hello? Okay. I am Sandra Kalshur, and I'm a longtime resident of Arlington and chair of the Reevesland Learning Center. On behalf of the Arlington community, I want to publicly thank board members Walter Tejada and Jay Fassett for their honorable, honest, and responsive votes on May 19 when you opposed the possible sale of the historic Reeves farmhouse and surrounding green space. It was an honorable vote because it honored the commitment that was given to the Reeves family by Arlington officials when the family sold the Reeves property to the county, not to private developers. Back then, in 2001, board chair Jay Fassett publicly said to Cheryl Reeves-Scannell that he welcomed her, quote, commitment to participate in the process of determining the most appropriate public use of the property, end quote. The Reeves farmhouse and surrounding green space were always going to be in the public domain. Everybody understood that back in 2001 and in every year since. Mr. Tejada and Mr. Fassett, your votes on May 19th opposing the possible sale of the Reeves farmhouse were also honest and responsive. The board majority vote was essentially dishonest. The Arlington community was not informed about the vote until only hours before it happened, and thus there was zero public discussion of the issue prior to May 19. The sneaky, unresponsive vote by the board majority was a complete slap in the face to thousands of Arlington residents. They support the county renovation of the Reeves farmhouse so it can be used as a learning center to educate our kids and adults about growing and preparing healthy food and building community. The Reeves farmhouse is an important piece of the community school programming that the Reevesland Learning Center, in its partnering with Arlington teachers and community volunteers, is already providing to the county citizens and students at this time of urban agriculture, growing local food, and cooking healthily. We don't want an unresponsive board to sell off our history and sell out our kids. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Ronald Batucci, followed by Ms. Audrey Clement.
Good morning. I am not here to speak on the issue you just heard about, per se, but I do want to address a procedural matter. As a former government employee, I am surprised and disappointed in the three members whose recent action with no consultation or meaningful opportunity to comment and virtually no notice is a new low in transparency, community involvement, and informed decision-making. Even the few Arlingtonians who might agree with your outcome have universally condemned your methods. My question for Chairman Hines, Member Garvey, and Member Weistad: is this the new Arlington way, or was it a special tactic reserved exclusively to mistreat Reevesland? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Audrey Clement, followed by Mr. Jim Jerez.
Welcome, members of County Board. I'm Audrey Clement, the independent candidate for County Board. Today I want to speak about Bike Arlington. As you know, I am an avid biker. I've biked to work every day for the past 25 years, and I've biked to virtually every county board meeting for the past 3 years. Yet today, I risked my life to bike to this meeting because a bike race sponsored by probably Bike Arlington had blocked off all the streets in Clarendon, particularly Wilson Boulevard and Clarendon between Washington Boulevard and Garfield. Thus, I was unable to proceed to this meeting except by crossing the barriers. The bikes in this pack were going at approximately 20 miles an hour. If for any reason I had not made it across the street, I would have been either killed or seriously injured, and so would have at least a dozen other bikers in the pack. This represents not just an inconvenience to pedestrians, motorists, and other bikers in the county. It constitutes reckless endangerment. This fixation with particularized and special interest politics has got to stop in this county. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Jim Jerez, followed by Ms. Brenda Cox.
Good morning. I'm here representing the interests of myself and other residents who live nearby Abingdon Elementary School, inside and outside Fairlington. Since planning for Abingdon School's renovation and expansion began 9 months ago, I and other nearby Abingdon residents have become increasingly concerned about quality of life issues resulting from the Abingdon School expansion that will directly affect us in our quality of life. Because of issues and problems that occurred at Williamsburg, McKinley, and Ashland schools nearby neighborhood, we hired a land use planning and zoning attorney, held meetings, attended BLPC and PFRC meetings, wrote letters to you, APS, county staff, the Fairlington Civic Association, and attempted to communicate with county staff and APS staff about our concerns. Arlington Public Schools staff and Arlington County staff together with planning consultants planned Abingdon School. Almost none of those people live in Arlington. Their focus has been on transportation, parking, and non-education activities on the school campus. As for the concerns of nearby residents, we don't exist. As we know from more than 500 pages of their emails we obtained recently via FOIA request to the county manager's office. We want to know how many millions of dollars were supposed to be spent for on-site renewable energy and building upgrades that were spent instead planning gold-plated parking lots and vehicle turnarounds. We want to know how many millions more will be spent on multimodal improvements to our streets that will cause multimodal gridlock when implemented. We also want a committee with a majority of members to be residents who live close to Abingdon School, appointed by you, like the Williamsburg Field Lighting Committee you will appoint on Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Brenda Cox, followed by Ms. Christine Davenport.
Good morning. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Arlington View community. The traffic situation with the construction there at the Washington Boulevard overpass sometimes gets untenable. We had a recent situation where they changed Quinn Street to one way without notification to the community, to the residents. The residents there woke up one morning to the street being one way. They had told us it was only going to be one way from Columbia Pike to 10th Street. The entire street was one way, and it just stayed like that. And even the residents had to change the direction of their cars without notification. And then they changed it back without notification. I don't think that they even prepared the public for it, because I observed a school bus and an art bus backing up from Quinn Street during the course of that. That is untenable. I would ask that you please address that. Secondly, I want you to know that Mr. George M. Richardson, the former principal of Hoffman Boston High School, who brought us through integration past Thursday, we owe him a supreme debt of gratitude on behalf of the residents, especially the black community here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cox, and I hope that you'll send us some information about Mr. Richardson. That would be terrific. We'd love to share the story with the community as well as honor his memory.
Our final speaker this morning is Ms. Christine Davenport. I apologize. Did Mr. Jerez speak this morning?
Yes, he did.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here on behalf of the Old Dominion Citizens Association. I believe we've met with most of you at this point on the issue of the relocation of Fire Station 8. And we began this process about a year ago with you, and we've worked cooperatively, and we appreciate your time in listening to our concerns. But I'm here today to urge the board to consider establishing a task force for Fire Station 8 in much the same way a task force had been established for the redevelopment of Fire Station 3. We believe that whenever you consider moving a fire station or redeveloping a fire station, it implicates serious environmental, traffic, historic, and other concerns, and that the community must be involved in the decision-making process in a streamlined, transparent, and accessible way. As we appreciate the board's responsiveness on this issue, we are still in the dark about what form the process is to take going forward on this decision. And for that reason, we believe that a task force presents the best opportunity for the community to be heard, the concerns of the county to be heard, and for a consensus to develop more broadly. So as we go forward on this issue, we urge you, with such a large sum of money at stake and so many competing interests at work, that you invest the time and to do this right. And so, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Davenport. Madam Clerk, is that the final speaker?
That was our final speaker.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and start with the Reevesland Learning Center. We do understand that many in the community are unhappy about the board majority, the three of us, our decision last month. I do want to note that there were a number of important goals that the board sought to achieve in this decision. Predominant among them is preservation of the farmhouse in its form today in a way that will allow it to move forward as an intact entity. We were very concerned about preserving the view shed, about wanting the sledding hill and the gardens to remain. At the same time, when the board purchased the property a number of years ago, we definitely were told at the time that the farmhouse itself was not in good shape and needed a considerable investment of money. So we do have some frequently asked questions which are up on the website, which I think are worth kind of walking through to make sure that people in the community understand them. Ms. Halleck, could you bring that up, please? So the first one actually does go to the condition of the property. One of the issues here is whether this property can or should be put into use by the public. It is a farmhouse. It is more than 100 years old. It has a number of issues related to it. Can you make that larger, Ms. Halleck? Is that possible? Thank you very much. Even more, maybe, huh? Maybe a little bit more. There you go. So as you can see here, the house itself had not received any major maintenance for more than 50 years when the board purchased the property. And again, it was 2.4 acres. The predominant reason that the county bought the property was to extend Bluemont Park and provide additional recreational opportunities to county residents. Madam Clerk, if you can scroll down a bit, that would be helpful. So our intention is to preserve nearly 2 acres as recreational facility and find a way to keep the view shed and the house and that experience of what it was still available from a visual point of view. Some have said we allowed it to deteriorate, and I think it's important to point out that no, it hadn't. It was in bad shape when we bought it. We have, however, spent about $50,000 to do things to hold it in place, including removing paint, replacing the roof. And in addition, we spent about $10,000 on the milk shed, which is the other historic property, which is also a historic building, which is also on the property. As I mentioned earlier, moving this into public use would require an investment of $2 to $2.5 million using current dollars to do this. Some of this, Hope, can you please? Yeah. Thank you. Continue down, please, Hope. Thank you. So in order to have a house move from accommodating a family or the people that you might invite to come join you for dinner, and imagine having a meeting with 40 or so people, you have to strengthen the floors and the structure in order to make sure that works. Fire separation is necessary for a public building. A public building has to have 2 ways of getting in and out. The doors in the restrooms do have to be ADA compliant. All the lead-based paint has to come out. We have to upgrade the utilities, replace the HVAC system. In fact, there is no AC at the moment as a system. You have to deal with the interior finishes and then, of course, meet the stormwater requirements. Those things are all required of public buildings. A private entity, a private house, or a small office building, if that were some nonprofit wanted to use it for that kind of purpose, does not require that level of investment at all. We have decided, and now go to the next one. The board majority, Mrs. Garvey, Mr. Weisstadt, and I, after looking at this, and let me just say that we have heard from the Reevesland Learning Center pretty consistently since 2012 that they had an idea for reuse of this home in a commercial preparing kitchen, a place to hold meetings, places to educate young people. We applaud the work that the Reevesland Learning Center has done in starting the raised beds and working with Ashland School, which is just really across the street, and with other school children. The question here really is, do we invest to bring a building which would be very, very difficult to bring up to public code into that level of investment, and then would need to be staffed and the operational costs provided. So after a lot of soul searching, after hearing from people during the budget process, the board made the decision that we would in fact move down the chain of a long list of recommendations we got in 2010 from an advisory group in which Reevesland participated that basically said, try a number of things. Look for a private partner. We tried twice. We did not succeed. The second time, we even put money on to try to bring the building up to some code, although not the level that is anticipated here. So we tried everything else in that plan, and the last option that they put on the table was to consider selling to a private individual in order to preserve the view shed and the experience of the dairy farm without allowing public use of the building. And so 3 of us, after a lot of soul searching, decided that that was in fact the right course of action to take in this particular situation. Now, we have been meeting with Reevesland Learning Center over the ensuing years, as has the Department of Parks and Recreation on multiple occasions. And in fact, just recently, we expanded the bedding area because we recognize that this is a tremendously wonderful community activity. And this activity, in our view, can continue whether or not the farmhouse comes into public use. And we have, over the years, partnered with many organizations to bring a building into public use where they have also been our partner in raising money. That was never part of our conversation with Reevesland, although they were asked repeatedly. We were told absolutely not. We are not going to help raise money. Continuing on down, I talked about Reevesland. We really believe that this is a wonderful program and will help and can continue in the current circumstance. And there are, I want to talk a little bit about next. Can you move down, Hope? The public will indeed have the opportunity to continue using the land around the house. We plan to create a small parcel that meets our zoning regulations. The board will have to vote at least twice more, once to create the parcel and once to sell the house. And I want to be absolutely clear that in our motions, we anticipated that the house could in fact be sold to a private entity, a nonprofit who might want to use the house for its purposes. We also would be very willing to sell it to a single family and have it returned to the use of a family. And that is a high priority for us, that the house be loved and cared for. We already have historic easements on this property. We will put additional easements onto the house, and we are creating one single-family lot. There will be no sale of any other property. We will rezone the rest of the property to match and general land use plan it to match the general land use plan and zoning categories that are present in Bluemont Park to ensure that the other 2 acres does not leave the county's control. Finally, I want to say on the issue of process that the board members we have agreed to undertake a review of our practices regarding the timing of document availability preceding our board meetings. Over the summer, we'll be working with staff and the county attorney's office to refine our processes and procedures to the greatest extent possible with that end in mind. And having said that, I will now turn to my colleagues. Mr. Weisstadt.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. I appreciated your helpful recap to express the motivation of the majority of the board and the protocols and protections that we put in place for Reevesland. The Reevesland Learning Center is a great driver and a great energy focus for urban agriculture, for working with the schools, for gardening, and for involvement with the community, especially our kids. None of that is going to change with this vote. The only thing that is going to change is the possibility that ownership of the Reevesland facility will change. There is a lot of energy in this community for Reevesland, and I would encourage the Reevesland folks to join forces with foundations, private donors, and other sources of dollars to step up and channel funds into the preservation of Reevesland. You know, we have very stiff competition for our limited tax dollars these days. Property taxes continue to go up even if when we hold the property tax rate the same. We've got schools bursting at the seams. We've got infrastructure challenges, affordable housing challenges, parks and recreation as well, public safety staffing, human services, our 2 nature centers, Gulf Branch and Long Branch. These are all important community priorities as well. And to take on another focus with the potential of $2 million, $2.5 million or more of public funds to preserve Reevesland at this time was just not a step that the board majority was willing to take in the face of so many other community needs. The last thing I would point out is, and I believe that the presentation here talked about this a little bit, is it's important to note the other community assets that we have in this county that are controlled by nonprofits, including the Arlington Historical Society, which owns the Hume School Museum on South Arlington Ridge Road, and the Ball Sellers House in the Glen Carlin community. Those two homes are owned by a nonprofit. They're both museums. They both receive foundation, individual donor funds, tender loving care, sweat equity, and so forth from the Historical Society and the broader community who relishes those community assets. There's no reason why the same type of partnership and assistance cannot be provided within the Reevesland context. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I think both Ms. Hines and Mr. Weisstadt have really laid things out very well, so I won't speak at length at all. I think just another way to look at the position the board is in, and I've said this often, you know, in every decision that comes to us, there's sort of three questions to answer. What good? For whom? At what cost? And I think as Mrs. Hines has outlined and Mr. Weisstadt also emphasized, things aren't changing. Reevesland Learning Center is doing a wonderful job. They don't use the house now. They're not going to be using the house later. That's not changing. The house is small. It could not hold a lot of people. It simply couldn't. So how many people would it serve? What would change? Not all that much, and the cost is quite high. Mr. Weisstadt mentioned the $2 to $2.5 million cost to fix it up, but then there's the ongoing cost. And again, I would like to emphasize, if you want to look at models, there's the planetarium. There were a group of folks that wanted to save that when I was on the school board, and I could not justify on the school board either doing it. But that group came and said, we worked with them, and they said, if we raise X amount of dollars, I can't remember how much it was, somewhere around 100,000, 200,000, and we said, could we then do it? And we said, yeah, if you do it. And they did. And the planetarium is there today. The Art Center, a group of people wanted to preserve that building, and they worked really hard, and they raised money, and that building is there today. So these partnerships have been done. They can be done. This board is open to that. Finally, on the issue of process, so I believe the vote was fine. I do not have problems with the vote as far as the substance goes. As far as the process goes, Mrs. Hines indicated we're going to be doing some looking at our processes. At that meeting, there were 2 other votes that were taken with what I think is probably not reasonable notice. And I appreciate all of the folks that have talked to us about that, because it's made me step back and look at what we're doing. And I very much intend that this board will have a policy that will change and make it clear that there has to be adequate notification, both notification of a vote coming up and of having materials provided for folks to look at with enough time for them to consider it. And we will be working on that. And I appreciate all of the words we've heard about that, note taken on that. I feel I made a mistake on the notification issue, and I'm looking to rectify it. Thank you.
That's a good point, Ms. Garvey.
Okay, are we ready to move on to the next? Your mic's still not on, Walter. Mr. Tejada. No, you are. Yeah.
See, I prefer a blue light, but we got a red light.
We have new mics. We're still getting used to when we're on and when we're not.
Yes, thank you very much. First, I want to appreciate the residents who've taken time to join us this morning. I can't tell you how much I enjoy the music prior to us getting officially started this morning. Thank you for the serenade and for reminding folks, because it's not just us here in Deus, but there are a number of people who may be watching on television. And it's important that they understand or that they see that there's quite a good number of people who care about preserving Arlington's history, and that the Reevesland Learning Center is an important component that merits, I think, more consideration and incorporation down the line into the Bridgeland farm or whatever would be there. I would say I have a number of points. Try to make them as quickly as possible. Madam Manager, first question is for you. You know, people in the community see the $2.5 million figure, and they kind of scratch the back of their head and wonder, oh my goodness, I think the highest figure we've heard was somewhere like around 1.3 or something like that in 2011. And suddenly, or maybe even less than that, and so the amount that it would take is $2.5 million. They were part of the Q&A that attempts to cover that. But people really scratch their head. Why is it that it goes? Some people would say maybe mysteriously to $2.5 million from just over $1 million. What would it entail to go such a high cost, Madam Manager?
Well, first of all, you have to apply inflation to that number.
Inflation, 4 years?
Inflation, 4 years of inflation, as well as we have new stormwater requirements. We have an MS4 permit, you might recall. And so we have different requirements that it would require us to put some seriously different investments in the area to make sure that that happens.
Okay, so you attribute the
majority of things.
Over $1 million, looks like 0.2 in inflation costs.
Yes, I think that you have to remember we have to make this building a public building. It's not going to be a home in the sense that you have to make it accessible. You have to make the foundation accessible. I mean, I hate to say this, but I was the finance director when we bought this building. And we seriously considered taking the building down from the very beginning. We didn't have enough money after we spent the money on the property. So the building was not in good shape when we got it. And we've done a minimal amount to maintain it. It would take some considerable amount of money. Who knows for sure? Estimates can be off, and I'm not going to say that we haven't been off on some estimates. So I think that would wait until you go out to bid. It could be more because it is got a lot of open space there, and you would really have to contain to make sure that there is little runoff and things like that.
And part of it could be less.
It could be less.
Yeah,
correct.
I think, Madam Manager, that there's some skepticism, healthy skepticism. And one recent example, you know, I just enjoyed myself very much last night as the grand opening of the Love and Run amphitheater season got underway with Bubba McCulley, Modern Dance, and it was fantastic. It was just right after the rains. So we were able to enjoy it. And not long ago when we were talking about that one, people were saying there was going to be millions and millions and millions of dollars that needed to be invested there, mainly because to make it accessible. We have to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act and to make sure that able people as well as people who may have disabilities are able to enjoy this thing. Well, after some stroll in the park with the managers and the senior staff and others and taking a really hard look at it, suddenly it wasn't millions of dollars. We were able to put that facility into top shape that can be accessible by the public. Because I understand your point about when the public comes in, it has to be safe, it has to be accessible, and got it, all of that. But I do feel that the community has some reason for being skeptic when something can actually be done, when there is the will to get it done. And I think the example of Love Room is one of those examples. Let me ask you another question. You know, or I guess maybe it's not a question, but Madam Chair, I just don't recall seeing in writing or ever hearing anyone connected with the Riesland Learning Center say that they will not be interested in raising money and funds for the project down the line. I just never have heard that. I don't think I've seen it in writing. I don't think anyone has said it publicly or privately to me, maybe to others. So I don't know where that comes from.
Well, Mr. Teata, let me say that I did indeed have conversations several times with folks from the Riesland Learning Center where I raised the issue of a partnership where they would raise funds, and I was told under no circumstances were they interested in that. So you can doubt my word, but I will tell you in several meetings over the last several years I have raised this issue with them and been told no.
Well, Madam Chair, thank you for that comment. One of those that trust but like to verify, and I personally have not heard it. So you know, I take your word for what you may have heard of yourself and try and transmitting what you heard. Maybe it's a miscommunication. I don't know. But personally, I think I've heard, Madam Chair, what I have heard is people that are willing to work hard to make it happen. That's what I've heard constantly. So let me ask you another question. On the local historic district designation, Mr. McIsaac, last time we were together, I asked you, is there any guarantee under any local historic designation that someone could decide, you know, I paid $2.5 million, maybe more for this. I would like to build something else. Can you say you're guaranteeing that there would not be, by the action that the three people in the majority of this vote took, that would not open the door for someone to do something that we don't really want? There, Mr. McIsaac.
Madam Chairman, Mr. Tata, what we spoke about was the fact that the historic designation, that is the overlay through the zoning ordinance, is something that could actually be circumvented, if you will, through a sale of the property where no one was interested in buying it. You could ultimately end up tearing it down. That's a potential scenario.
Okay, let me just interrupt you for a moment. It's a potential scenario that someone can decide to tear it down.
Correct. But that is why in the...
correct.
You did. And in the conversation with the board, there was clear direction given that any sale would be subject to a restrictive covenant of sorts on the property that would prevent someone from avoiding the historic preservation of the property. So that would be above and beyond the ordinance itself. And that would be as good a guarantee as you could get. The only thing that could change that would be a future vote of this board that would remove that restriction.
Well, I thank you for the answer, and I think there will be future votes on this topic. And I can tell you that if those votes happen within 2015, I think you know where I will be on that. May I say a couple other things real quick, Madam Chair? I know we need to get going. I appreciate Ms. Garvey and Mr. Weisted mentioning process, and as you outlined, Madam Chair, it probably not unusual that some people would have bias remorse when you've had a one-day notice, or actually a little bit more, because it's around 8 p.m. or so when we got it. So maybe, in all fairness, the notification came around 4 p.m. on the Monday, and we were voting 8 p.m. the next day. So it's more than one day. I think that combined with the point that Mr. Tucci made, and I don't mean to be sarcastic here, I'm really trying to be factual. It's just not right. When, notwithstanding that indeed this subject has been discussed for years, but there's a difference between discussing a subject forevermore to the point where you're actually going to take a vote and make a final decision on what the faith of something that is very valuable to the community. I think it should be more than one day. And in fact, some of us tried to make it at least for the next month so we can have a quality conversation in the community, and we fell short. So there's some buyer remorse. I look forward to seeing what that process will be and see what I can assist in ensuring that these things don't happen in the future. These are complicated processes. It will affect significant ways of how we do things if we were to increase because of the way the commission's timeline and how they review reports. Nonetheless, having 24-hour notice is not enough, so the community has every right and reason to be upset about that, and I would urge you to continue to remind those that need to be reminded that just simply should not be happening. The final point, a couple of things. This is one of those where if you really like something, if you really want something, sort of like an attorney when, they argue for some set of facts and they come up with one conclusion, right? The positive conclusion. Then another attorney comes up and argues the same facts and he arrives at a negative conclusion. So when there is a community will to do something, people are going to arrive at those conclusions. So I don't accept comments like the House cannot hold a lot of people right now and therefore that should be dismissed as something. That's just not a constructive comment. I mean, that builds opposition. The other comments that also build opposition, Mr. Vice has indicated all the priorities we have. Of course we have affordable housing challenges. Of course we have to deal with increased enrollment in our schools. We have a whole bunch of other stuff that is, although that's part of our obligations as elected officials to deal with them, because government will continue to spin its wheels and we have to then confront decisions and come out with these decisions all the time. These are not new things. So these are things that we have to deal with all the time. The question is how much value do we put to our sense of being where we have been. This is the last working farm in Arlington's history. And that should mean something in addition to the diverse children who use it and who will gain from having something that we call priority, urban agriculture, and learn more about it. So I hope that residents continue to be heard. I think that some of us will do the best we can to work collaboratively in making sure that Arlington's history is not sell off to the highest bidder, and that to make sure that we have to make sure that we get the sense of place of history that has made this great community that we are. We enjoy a very high quality of life here in Arlington. It hasn't been by accident, it's because we work collaboratively. We have strategic investments we made in the future and in the past. And in this case, I don't accept that somehow we could not have invested in something that's very valuable to our community. We could have found a way to do that, and I think there might still be some time, I don't know, but I don't accept those arguments, and it's disappointing that to have fallen in a 3-2 vote, but hopefully let's see what we can do in the future. So I want to thank the residents for taking time to be here this morning, and look forward to continuing to see what we can do to ensure that we have as best result from here on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Fassett.
I had actually not planned to say anything. I thought the rest of you guys would cover the bases, but let me just share my own point of view, because we all voted on this, and I would say that when Walter and I started the Urban Agriculture Initiative a couple of years ago, and Mr. Vicestead chaired that task force. There's a strong sense of interest and commitment to the concept of urban agriculture on the board. I don't doubt that for a minute. And I personally have always been attracted by the idea, sort of the vision, as the Reeves Land Learning Center came into being, with that possibility of taking advantage of this historic property, with its history, its place in our history. I will say that was not the intent when the county bought the property. That wasn't in our thinking. It was really, as you heard earlier, capturing a lot of this land adjacent to the park. So I've long been kind of hopeful something would work out, and it's been 4 years or so with the task force, or the Historic Affairs and Landmark Review Board did a lot of work through their hearings and came up with a range of options for the disposition of that property. I will also acknowledge frustration with the resistance of the Reeves Land Learning Center to agreeing to any sort of a contribution to the fundraising side of this. And I say that because I was the president of the Arlington Arts Center, for example, when the addition was considered, and there was a partnership with private raising of dollars to contribute or match some of the county dollars. Phoenix Bikes is now working on a new building, and they've taken on a responsibility to raise the funds to do that with county support. I will also say that when I voted, it was to extend the time and opportunity to find that partnership and bring, it could be anyone, but hopefully the Reeves Land Learning Center and their broad network and connections and the passion and the energy they've created to bear on that partnership, to help define that partnership. But I will acknowledge that sense of that resistance to anything related to the dollars. There is in-kind contribution in the people, which all of you represent, and that's great. That is a contribution. But in the broader context, it is not unfair to look for something beyond that, so that there is greater ownership and greater investment, and some of the not only contribution to the capital, but the maintenance and the operation. Beyond, it wasn't long ago we had cutting our nature centers we grappled with on this board in trying to meet our budget. We were cutting existing nature centers or thinking about it. And in fact, one of them stepped up to actually raise some money, marginal, modest amount, but to help contribute to their sustaining that existing program. So I actually would consider this, though the board has voted and the wheels are turning, the opportunity that Walter and I voted for, which was to extend this, which would have allowed plenty of opportunity for further community input, but also more opportunity to design a partnership with people or foundations or groups who could assist in that. I would argue to all of you that that opportunity still exists as this RFP is designed and goes forward. All of the Lion Park Community Center and the Lion Village Community Center and the Barcroft Community Center, where they are, in those instances, owned by the neighborhood, managed. The rent comes to to sustain the building and promote the programs. And in one case, they're doing an addition to that right now in my neighborhood or adjacent neighborhood, Lion Park. So I don't think the opportunity is closed. The way it is going now, the majority has voted to put this up, as was proposed several years ago, as one of the options to protect the building in perpetuity. And as you heard from the county attorney, with any condition on that sale, it cannot be torn down. That's what would be built according to the decision of this board. In any sale, protected. It could not be torn down. It would be protected with the sort of Historic Affairs and Landmark Review Board's oversight. So I would say that opportunity still exists. For those of you out there interested to find that kind of a partnership and work towards it yet, whether that can happen or would compete well with any number of other potential prospects, I don't know, but I don't think the door is closed yet. And while I'm disappointed that this decision has been made without some more opportunity, I don't think the opportunity before you is gone. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Facette. Madam Manager, I just want to make sure we have clarity on the next steps while we have walk us through, from your perspective, what you're working on and what needs to happen next.
The very first thing we have to do is to divide the lot to come back to the board with what would be appropriate to zoning for a single-family home. That would come back to the board for discussion and a vote. It wouldn't be till after that, when the board agrees on that we would do any kind of RFP that would go out to solicit a buyer or a partnership.
So, and that probably will take a couple of months in your estimation. So sometime this fall,
yes,
the issue of the subdivision of the property to create the parcel which will remain as park and the parcel which could go on the market for another use will come to the board.
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Garvey.
Yeah, could you talk a little bit about what we expect to sell it for? Because I think that may be misunderstood. I think there will be requirements for what the community, what has to happen by the buyer, which will entail a lot of money. And I think we don't anticipate actually selling it for very much at all. Could you talk a little bit more about that?
No, Mr. Tejada, it's at $2.5 million, and I was ready to take that buyer in a heartbeat. But I think that we're doing an appraisal of the property. We've gotten one back. The value is in the land. I mean, let's be very clear that that's what we bought that property for, is for the open space and the land, and that we will have to work with a professional to figure out this historic property, and it's very unique. But you're right, because it has so much investment that's needed, the value of the house may not be that great.
And we, in fact, intend to require that investment, I believe, by the person whoever.
Anyone who buys this house will have to at least adhere to the outside of the building's preservation to make sure that that is within keeping of what the look is of the building. There may be an opportunity for a slight expansion, but it will depend on the size of the lot and how the board would receive that. Anything that gets changed must go through ARLB and get an approval in that way.
Okay. Mr. Reistad.
Yeah, I think it's important to emphasize the protocols that are in place with the Historic Affairs and Landmark Review Board. The HALRB is county board appointed. The HALRB will determine whether or not, for example, if there's a proposal for new windows, what kind of windows they might be, what kind of siding we're talking about, what kind of shingling, we're talking about also that it's in keeping with the historic vernacular and nature of the home, just as we see it playing out on a regular basis when folks in Cherrydale or other historic districts come before HALRB. Maywood. I'm sorry. Yes, Maywood.
Not
right next to Cherrydale.
It's Maywood. But we do have a number of individual homes scattered around the community which have this same level of protection where people have agreed to it. We actually sold a house recently in Oak Grove Park, which is on Quincy Street near the parking deck in Cherrydale, where a young family purchased this home and are repairing it and bringing it into keeping, following HLRB's guidance around the exterior of the home. Mrs. Garvey.
It was pointed out to me that maybe what I wanted to make clear in my questioning of the manager a little bit is that this could be purchased for $1, right? Because there are all of these requirements and all of this money that has to go in, and I think the buyer would have to show that they could keep the house up. But it's possible that it could sell actually for $1.
I'm sure that's possible. I won't be here to say anything, but I'll tell you I wouldn't sell it for $1. But the next manager can make that make that recommendation.
But the key is for us is keeping it up.
Yeah, we have more to come on what the actual conditioning, the price and everything will be. And I think once they bring the parcel back, there'll be more clear information about that. And then let me just say, Madam Manager, once the parcel is created, we go into the process which would allow folks to indicate an interest. The last time it would have to come to the board is when an actual arrangement, I don't know if I want to say sale, but when an actual transfer of ownership would occur, and the board has to have a public hearing and vote on that in public. Yes?
Yes, and if we got multiple offers of a contract, we would evaluate that. We might even bring that to the board to explain the different contracts that were before us before we would accept one. Sometimes it's very clear and you accept one, and that's what the recommendation would be. Sometimes it's a little bit more complex.
And would that evaluation of contracts happen in the public eye?
No, typically it would not.
It would be a closed session because it's the disposition of property.
That's correct.
So we just to kind of give everybody a sense of where we are. And let me echo what Mr. Fassett said. Moving forward here, if folks come back in with a partnership which is responsible, that addresses many of the issues the board has indicated, including, operational support moving forward, et cetera, I think the board would be very interested in that. But at this point in time, I think we are moving in a direction which will allow us to make a decision that will ensure the preservation of this house, the upkeep of this house, finish the zoning which was anticipated when it was purchased in 2001 to move the vast majority of the land into our park system, and allow us to move forward in a way that I think is very respectful of the historic nature of this place. So let me just say that. Okay. And allowing, as we've said repeatedly, all five of us have said, the Reevesland Learning Center, we have found this to be a successful partnership in terms of the use of the land, in terms of the raised beds. We think the work is wonderful, and we certainly hope that that continues in the future. Okay, I'd like to move now to our next item. It is true we have a cycle race going on in the Clarendon area today. On my walk down, I saw many folks looking for parking and confused both in their walking and in their driving. Madam Manager, my view was that the street closures was quite well marked. Ms. Clement raises the issue about notice to the community about what's going on and whether we did, in fact, provide some alternative pathways for walkers and bikers. I know my walk was not impeded this morning. Do you have any information you could share, or perhaps you'd like to get back to us?
Yeah, I think I'd like to get back to you, but I do know that there was signage up last night that was said that this area would be closed. The streets were clearly marked for cars, that you had to go down 10th Street, that you could not continue down Clarendon. So I know that, but I don't know if Ms. Clements went through that and went into the race area. I don't know that. So I can find out what our normal notification is and how that works, but the police cars were blocking Clarendon and Wilson pretty clearly.
It may be moving forward that we'll want to identify bike alternatives, given the prominence of bicyclers on Wilson and Clarendon. Especially Saturday mornings where the traffic is less, we often see a lot of bicyclists early in the morning on those two streets. Yeah. Mr. Fassett?
I was just miffed by the comment. I didn't get it because, honestly, if I'm a cyclist too. I don't know, if you sign up for Arlington Alert or whatever that's called now, I got multiple alerts, and there were press releases talking about all the changes to the roads, because every time we have a special event, they do that. We have special events around the county all the time. This is one promoting cycling. It's been going on for 12 years or something, 10 years. It's an incredibly exciting, that's a part of what makes Arlington so cool and so interesting is special events, that whether it's the Taste of Arlington or whether it's in Crystal City or whether it's in Shirlington or Clarendon, this helps make our community interesting and fun, and tons of people go. And it's not the first year, and it's alerted and press releases, and I mean, you can only do so much. And then people just, you walk around it, or you walk next to it, or you take the next street over. I really don't see it as very complicated, nor do I see it as reckless endangerment, nor do I want to stop these events, nor do I see it as special interest politics. I just didn't understand the comment at all. If there's more we can do, fine, but I mean, this is just an ongoing special event in the county that I think helps make us an exciting place to live.
Mr. Tejada.
Yeah, I'm a little upset with Mr. Fassett because he took a lot of the comments that I was going to make. I got to say that as Ms. Audrey Clements runs for elected office down the line, and if you were inconvenienced this morning, it wasn't the intention to be inconvenienced when you were coming, around the Clarendon area, but indeed, this is one of those fantastic events that gives Arlington a destination place. This stuff is happening, and she specifically singled out Bike Arlington. And I'd just like to say, I too am a supporter, Audrey, of Bike Arlington, and we've increased, enhanced our bicycle infrastructure throughout the county. And we've gone so well that, because we get some data that says that our bike trails, for example, are not just places where you can go for a nice summer stroll or take your dog for a walk or a nice casual jog. They're actually commuter routes that bring people to their jobs. And so we got an award over the winter, actually, by the Washington Area Bicyclists Association. I don't know how many people know that, but they gave us an award because we cleared the snow from our bike trails. And that's part of Old Bike Arlington. And so we were recognized as a bicycle advocate. So we are enhancing our bicycle culture here in Arlington. We certainly will take a look where we can improve, where folks who, for some reason, inadvertently may have gotten into an area where they were not supposed to be, or however the case may be. But thanks for highlighting that. We have another outstanding event happening. And there's one, isn't there one tomorrow also in Crystal City? So it gives us an opportunity to put in that plug for that event. And that starts at 7 a.m. Through 10 a.m., so it's an early one tomorrow. I am still thinking whether I'm going to come there at 7 a.m., but I certainly is another plug for those bicycling events. And in large part, this is connected to Bike Arlington. So thank you for raising that.
I'll interrupt just to say that tomorrow, I think it's the Air Force Cycling Classic, which again has been going on a long time. But the reason you could participate is that the professionals don't start till around noon. I think those of us who like to cycle but don't qualify to that level, the whole morning is really designed for us to take that loop and get some good exercise.
But there's always room for improvement. Some still have aspirations. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mr. Jerez mentioned that we're in the midst of a planning process around the Abingdon Elementary School. Folks may be aware that the county has a group that looks at these facility expansions and renovations called the Public Facilities Review Committee, and the school system also has a group called the Building Level Planning Committee, both of which are made up predominantly of citizens. All of them include residents who live near to the school, as well as a civic association representation. All use permits do indeed have to come to the county board for approval, and we will have a chance to look at these issues in the fall. Meanwhile, the groups are hard at work balancing the need to move significant numbers of young people and the cars who arrive at school in cars and in buses safely through a variety of neighborhoods. It's a complicated conversation and a complicated question, and sometimes because we have multiple goals, we have to give a little on certain things. The board's job is to weigh that at the end, and we will do so when that use permit comes to us in the fall. Ms. Cox raised the issue of the traffic around the Washington Boulevard Bridge and its effect on the Arlington View neighborhood, who many will know there are 3 streets down at the eastern end of Columbia Pike that are the entries to Arlington View, and this has been a very difficult project run by the Virginia Department of Transportation, and Ms. Cox raised a number of concerns about notice to the neighbors as well as notice to buses and other users of those streets who need to get through. Madam Manager, we've got another 6-8 months, I think, to go on this project. I would really ask that your staff reach out, get the particulars from the neighborhood, and then please, if there's anything we can do, as well as your staff, to reinforce with VDOT that this is not an acceptable situation. I think...
Right. Our staff works very closely with VDOT, so I think that we can certainly reach out and work with them to do this. This is a tough project for everybody above it and below it. It's just hard right now, and I see progress, so I'm hopeful that it will reach an end, but in the interim, to do the safest that we can possibly do.
I really think people in the neighborhood need to know how to get in and out, and because it's an old neighborhood, it doesn't have a perfect street grid, and that obviously adds to the complexity if you can't exit in the manner in which you had planned to exit, whether you're in a car or whether it's a WMATA or an ART bus. So please don't hesitate to let board members know if we can speak to people at the Department of Transportation to help with this. And we'll look forward to hearing a little bit more about Dr. Richardson hopefully on Tuesday. Our final speaker raised the issue of the siting process for Fire Station 8. We are planning a meeting on June 25th with a repeat meeting on July 9th to share information with the broader community. There are about 16 civic associations in the Fire Station 8, which is located at Culpeper Street and Lee Highway, across the street from the Langston Brown Community Center, across Lee Highway from Langston Brown. So there are about 16 civic associations that are served by that fire station, along with support from Fire Station 3 and Cherrydale. And for many, many years, our response time to the far northern parts of the community has been far longer than we would desire. And we've been looking at what to do for a number of years. And last year when we took the CIP up, the county manager had recommended a particular location at the corner of 26th Street and Old Dominion up across 26th Street from Marymount as a site. The neighborhood said rightfully, we're not convinced that this is the right location at all. We think you should do a siting process, and the board agreed when we adopted our CIP. So this is the beginning of the siting process for the fire station. We had a meeting of community leaders June 1st to discuss what the process might be. And let me just tell you where we are at the moment. I heard Ms. Davenport's request for a task force. The board has not taken a position on that yet. At the meeting on June 1st, our goal is to talk to folks about the need and outline the criteria. And let me be absolutely clear that the most important criteria here is that we need to be improving response time for a significant number of folks. Currently, we strive for a response time between 4 and 6 minutes. We are at 8 to 10 minutes in parts of northern Arlington. It's a long time if you've had a heart attack or a stroke. Or your house is on fire. All of those are really long times. So our goal is to improve the response time for a significant number of folks. There are some minimum site requirements. There are adjacency to arterial road requirements. And at this first meeting, we intend to give the participants, who we hope will be many in the community, the opportunity to sit with a map, look at the parcels that the county owns, and I should say that's another requirement, is we don't have money to go out and purchase land. There's not a lot of land available up in this part of the county. But we're going to ask the participants to show us the places they think we ought to study. And we've made a commitment that we will run them through the algorithm, the response algorithm, and come back to them and share what we learn. So there will be a second meeting, the end of July, to share that, to do pros and cons of various things. If a number of sites come through as potentials, there'll be some work done on that. And then there'd be a third meeting at this point in September where staff would propose a recommendation that would then come to the board, most likely in our October meeting. That's the game plan at the moment. We anticipate a considerable amount of community engagement in this from people in these neighborhoods. This is an important topic, how responsive the fire department and the EMS folks are to emergencies across our community. And at this point, that is the plan. You know, should we come up with a number of sites that could work, it's very possible we may decide we need to take more time. But I think the first level work here is really to examine any location that the community thinks could work and see whether or not we think it achieves our goal, which is to significantly improve the number of households who have a reasonable response time from our EMS folks and our fire folks. So that's the plan for this summer. Are there any questions? Board members have any concerns about that?
The only thing, Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Fassett. A little harder.
Not yet.
There you go.
The only thing I'll add is that, you know, we have spoken to some of the neighbors. We've had different meetings. And it's all good. It's moving in the right direction because we did last year when the CIP came forward. It was the manager's recommendation. The staff had done work. And the community, as Mary said rightly, said, we're not convinced. We don't know what alternatives you've looked at or you haven't looked at or we can put on the table. And so that's why we embedded that sort of direction into the capital plan that we adopted last summer. And this is the beginning of that. I'll also say I think this could have started months ago. It's starting when it's starting. The staff could have started this 4 or 5 months ago. We'd be a little ahead, but we are now engaging in it and doing kind of what we said. The one thing I have gotten an occasional letter to the board that says you're contradicting what you said last summer. Last summer you said there won't be a fire station here. And that isn't what the board said. Very clearly, the board just said, stop, back up, let's explore and understand what the best alternative site is. We chose not to accept the manager's recommendation based on whatever work they had done, and we're all going to find out what analysis they'd done of alternatives. But we did not say that a fire station cannot go on this site. We just said we weren't convinced it was the optimal site, and we'll back up and explore what those alternatives are. So just to clarify, and I think many in the community know that, but others sort of hear a different story, and please beware that what the board said last summer is what we're doing right now in conjunction with the community.
Mr. Feistad.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. I think it's also important to emphasize, while we've talked today mostly about improving response times to certain neighborhoods, especially in deep North Arlington, where response time may be improved. At the same time, we don't want to lose sight of the fact that we want to maintain acceptable response times in the neighborhood that could lose its fire station. Halls Hill, Highview Park, Langston Brown, Yorktown, and other communities that are currently in very close proximity to fire station number 8. So it really is a balancing act. If we remove a fire station from one neighborhood and put it in another, we have to look at both the new host or recipient communities in those neighborhoods, as well as the neighborhoods that may be losing that a similar facility.
Right, and I think the key thing that you said, Mr. Weistat, is acceptable response times.
Right.
So there's always some place where the response time is a minute or less, just by virtue of where the fire station itself is located. But our goal is to remain, to have no one slip below that 4 to 6 who currently has great response time. And given the proximity both of the Cherrydale station to Fire 8, I think it's highly unlikely. And but the civic leaders did raise that issue with us, so we'll be looking at that as this moves forward as well.
Exactly.
Mr. Tejada.
Well, very briefly, I mean, I think just generally you described it well where we are, and the process is getting underway, and there is opportunity for input. For sure. And indeed, we have not said that a fire station cannot go there. We have not said affordable housing cannot go there. We haven't said schools cannot go there. So this is part of the conversation, because as it goes in Arlington today with a limited 26 square mile space, co-locating, multi-using is part of the conversation that we are having. So look forward to following the process. There was a meeting recently, actually, where many residents who have been in leadership roles provided some input about what that process should be like. So we want to tailor it with that adjustment or that input, and so that it's reflective of as much as possible to the consensus that we can get for what the process should be. And now it's just this really open invitation to everyone to weigh in and during the process as we go forward and make sure that we make the best decision possible here.
Right. I would just reiterate, though, that the first conversation here is about whether or not we should move the fire station in order to improve response times for folks in the northern tier. It's not a conversation about other community uses or other community needs. This is very much focused on the issue of where should Fire 8 be relocated to. Thank you, Mr. Tejada. Okay, I believe that brings us to the end of our public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have items that have been requested to be pulled?
Yes, and there's quite a few. I will put it up on the screen for you.
Thank you. Okay, items 2, 3, 6, 1, 25, 26, good grief, 28, 38, and 39. All right, colleagues, let me make a motion that we approve our consent agenda with the exceptions of items 2, 3, 6, 21, 25, 26, 28, 38, and 39, all of which will be heard Tuesday evening, no sooner than 6:30. Let me just say to the folks who will be coming for the RAPS scheduled public hearing, my guess is this will take at a minimum an hour. So you probably should think more about 7:30 than 6:45 as the starting time for the regular meeting, although if we finish more quickly than I anticipate, we will start. Do I have a second? Seconded by Mr. Tejada. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, that motion carries 5-0. Let me just spend a brief moment here noting a couple of things which we have approved. We have, in collaboration with the school board, approved the placement of some relocatables to support Long Branch School on a small parcel of the park behind the school. Long Branch is the smallest school parcel in the county at 2.5 acres, and the placement of these trailers will allow them to continue offering great education for our young people. Many of the things I might have talked about have been removed from the agenda for further discussion. We have approved an MOU with the Greenbrier Learning Center, which we're very excited about, which will allow them to use space at Arlington Mill. They're using their lease. I see Courtney Reeve here, who's the executive director. So that's we're very excited to welcome you into that Arlington Mill facility. We think it'll be good for the kids and good for the community center. So thank you for your patience in working through that with us, but we really think that is a terrific thing. And we have actually approved a redoing of a affordable housing deal at Fort Henry Gardens, which will return some money to the county for potential reinvestment and put that project on a great path moving forward. So just a few of the things that were mixed in to our consent agenda this morning. That being said, I think we are now at our regular hearing item, and I would ask that you go ahead and call the item, Madam Clerk.
Our first regular hearing item is number 43. It is a request to advertise a public hearing by the Planning Commission and the County Board on Affordable Housing Master Plan as an element of the county's comprehensive plan and the Affordable Housing Implementation Framework. We have approximately an hour and a half of public speakers.
Thank you very much. For those in the audience, I would like you to know that it is our clerk's birthday tomorrow. She's spending part of her weekend here with us, and we want to wish her a happy birthday tomorrow. Maybe I should have waited till the end of today's meeting to do that. But the cat's out of the bag. Happy birthday, Hope. We could not do what we do without your able assistance, so thank you very much. Okay, so here's how it's going to work. This is a complicated item. I have a number of commissions, I believe, who have reports to give us, so I'd ask that commissioners come up and take spots at the table. Reverend Hamlin, as the chair of the task force, if you would take this seat to the right of the podium, that would be terrific. There are 3 more seats on this side for commission members should they need them. We will hear the staff presentation, then we will take commissioners, and then we will take the members of the general public. So that's the order in which we'll do it, and then we will, in fact, then the conversation will be with the board. I will say right now, given that we have an hour and a half worth of testimony, that we will not take up Realize Roslyn until after lunch, and that if I had to guess, it would be 1 o'clock or later, probably by the time that happens. We'll see how the conversation goes with the board. Okay, that being said, Madam Manager.
Madam Chair and members of the board, I'm thrilled to bring this forward to you today. I can remember when we started down this journey and I told you it would be a 3-year process. I think some of you might have been frustrated, perhaps Mr. Tejada and Mr. Zimmerman at the time, but we're here. And this is a tremendous amount of work by this committee and by staff, and they have done a terrific heavy lifting here, and I would just want to point out a few things. I want to thank Marcia Algeyer, who's no longer on our staff, but she really, from my office, helped orchestrate this through. I want to thank Reverend Hamlin, who had no idea that I put his name in the hat to say, this is who I want to run this, and you've done a fabulous job, and thank you so much. And Russell and David and staff, they've done a great job. I don't want to name them all because there's so many of them, but I hope that you take this for what it is, as an effort of really taking a closer look at what the situation is in our community and how best for us to move forward. I'm disappointed that I will not be here for the adoption, but I trust you will do the right thing. Russell, go ahead.
Thank you, Barbara. Good morning. We're pleased to come to you today with this request to advertise for the Affordable Housing Master Plan and Implementation Framework. These are the products of the Affordable Housing Study and the culmination of nearly 3 years of effort. And I want to recognize, as Barbara did, the work of the Affordable Housing Study Working Group, who have guided this study since its inception and have worked in collaboration with both staff and our consultants to produce the plan and framework. We really started this study with Arlington County's vision as a guiding force for us. Arlington affordable housing is essential to achieving the vision. In order to be a diverse and inclusive and sustainable community, we need to have housing that supports the full range of households at all income levels. Housing affordability is vital to the social, economic sustainability of our community. It supports our people at all ages and stages of life, such as young families who are just starting out, seniors who wish to securely age in place, families with children who are looking for stability, and hardworking employees who deserve opportunities and choices close to their place of employment. It improves our neighborhoods by promoting stability, maintaining diversity, assuring the quality of the built environment through investments in new buildings and renovations to aging buildings in our neighborhoods, and reinforcing the efficient transportation systems and land use policies. It also strengthens our economy by enhancing our market competitiveness, providing employers with access to workers they need for a variety of jobs, and providing better access for workers to homes near their jobs, helping to attract the best employees for our businesses. In December 2012, the County Board approved the charge for the Affordable Housing Study to identify needs and gaps in the provision of affordable housing, to assess the current programs and resources, to evaluate existing affordable housing policies that were established in 2000, and to develop a comprehensive plan element in conformance with the provisions of the Code of Virginia. An 18-member citizen working group was appointed by the county manager early in 2013 and has worked in collaboration with county staff and our consultant team in the development of the study. Our consultant team was the Center for Housing Policy and George Mason University's Center for Regional Analysis and Frederick Polls. They helped with extensive research and analysis, detailed analysis of the American Community Survey, a poll of Arlington residents, quantitative research using focus groups, an assessment of our programs and policies, providing a profile of other housing programs throughout the region, and analysis of our own current and future housing needs. Again, this has been prepared over a period of 2.5 years with monthly working group meetings and periodic community forums. The affordable housing principles that are in Chapter 1 of the Affordable Housing Master Plan establish basic values that form a foundation for affordable housing policy. Foremost in these principles is the importance of affordable housing to achieving the county's vision of a diverse, inclusive, and sustainable community, and the recognition that Arlington County government must take the lead in addressing housing needs. I want to take some time to clear up some definitions. Housing affordability first means that households' housing costs don't exceed 30% of their gross income. This is a nationally accepted standard for this. Affordable housing refers to rental housing that is affordable to households with incomes below 60% of the area median income. And in Arlington, we classify that in two types: market affordable, or MARCs, that are have no public involvement and have no commitment to rent to people below, but are naturally affordable, and committed affordable housing, which are created through the county's investments and also through our land use provisions that restrict the rents and also restrict the incomes that people must income qualify to live in those units, which we call committed affordable housing, or CAFs. Area median income is an important measure and reference point to how we classify households when we talk about their housing needs. The median for the area is the midpoint at which half of the households earn more, half earn less. For the D.C. metropolitan area, that's around $107,000 for a family of 4. So the different thresholds at below 30% would be extremely low income. These are people who, are unable to work due to disability or age, seniors on fixed incomes, or low-wage workers, including many retail, restaurant, and social service workers. So for a single person, that would be earning up to $23,000, or for a family of 4, up to $32,000. The next tier Up to 60% of AMI is the cutoff for lower income, and that would go up to $66,000 for a household of 4 persons. This could be, or for a single person with an income up to $46,000. Some examples might be a person working as an administrative assistant, electrician, bus driver, 2 workers in a retail or restaurant or social service field, and so forth. We can move on. So the needs analysis that was conducted looked at our housing supply and looked at the economic conditions of our households. And so this chart illustrates Arlington's housing supply by the various housing types. Multifamily housing, including both apartments and condos, make up the largest share, 64%. In recent years, the growth has primarily been in multifamily housing. Although apartments are only 42% of our housing stock, renters are the majority household type. 53% of our households are renter households in Arlington. Housing has become less affordable over the years. Over the past 15 years, we've seen a considerable loss of housing affordability in the private market. We've lost over half the housing that had been affordable to families at 60% of the area median income since 2000. We lost, and by lost we mean primarily it's been due to increases in rents, and about maybe 10% condo conversions. At the same time, the number of households with incomes below $60,000 has diminished by 10% in the county. Through our analysis of Arlington's population and the housing market, we found that the greatest gap in housing needs is for those households that have incomes below 60% of the area median income, with 17,000 renters with incomes below 60% of the area median income, and only 9,500 apartments affordable to households with incomes under 60% of AMI. Ownership has also become less affordable. Rising home prices have left middle-income buyers out of the market for single-family homes and townhomes. In 2013, about a third of the home sales were affordable to households with incomes below 120% of AMI. Ownership opportunities have remained for middle-income households, primarily in the condominium stock of Arlington. We looked not only at the current housing needs, but we also looked at future housing needs through forecasts. George Mason University's Center for Regional Analysis produced estimates of household income for Arlington's forecasted growth based on future employment forecasts for the region and other factors. Roughly half of the increase of households is anticipated to be in higher income households above 120% of the area median income. But we will also see a growth in areas across the income spectrum and an increase of 7,400 households in the lower incomes, below 60% and below 30%. Based on the principles that were established and the findings of the needs analysis, the Affordable Housing Master Plan proposes a long-range policy for affordable housing for Arlington County. The master plan is proposed as an element of the county's comprehensive plan. This will be an important milestone in the evolution of the county's housing policy and will lay a solid foundation for the county's future and its ability to achieve its vision of a diverse, inclusive, and sustainable community. The affordable housing policy that's at the heart of the plan is organized around 3 goals, each supported by more specific objectives and policies. First, that we must have an adequate supply of housing to meet our community's needs. We need to enable net access to housing for all segments of the community, and that our affordable housing efforts contribute to a sustainable community. Under supply, there's 2 objectives. The first deals with our rental supply. For affordable rental housing, we propose a target that 17.7% of the housing stock should be affordable to households at or below 60% of the area median income. This would preserve the economic diversity that the county currently has. We've taken the approach that a sufficient supply means that the amount of housing affordable to lower income households should be equal to the number of lower income households. 15 years ago, a substantial share, a quarter of the county's housing had been affordable to renter households below 60% of AMI. As of 2013, only 9% was affordable. The target of 17.7% would match the supply of housing to the share of renters below 60% of the area median income. For ownership In order to maintain the diversity of incomes among homeowners, 28.4% of the stock added to the county between now and 2040 would need to be affordable to households in this income range of 80 to 120%. Housing supply alone does not address all the housing needs in the community. It's important that residents have access to housing, and this requires upholding fair housing and eliminating housing discrimination, providing access to housing for lower income households through rental assistance, that we continue our efforts to prevent and end homelessness, and that we enable older adults to age in community, and that independent living opportunities are available for persons with disabilities. Affordable housing will contribute to the sustainability of the community by ensuring a safe living environment and maintaining the physical integrity of our housing stock. It's supporting transit by locating housing with access to opportunities for transportation, making efficient use of resources by promoting energy efficiency and water conservation, and maintaining long-term affordability of our housing as a lasting community asset. Affordable housing supports and should be supported by other county plans, including the General Land Use Plan, Master Transportation Plan, Community Energy Plan, as well as area and sector plans. Moving on to the implementation framework, the second document. The implementation framework describes how the county will achieve the goals and objectives established in the master plan. When we return in July to this board, we'll be asking for your approval of this document as administrative guidance. The framework details existing tools, recommends how these tools could be modified, and proposes potential tools that should be considered to advance the affordable housing policy. Each of the recommendations and potential tools in the framework will require additional research, development, and deliberation. And Appendix B of the framework provides a general schedule for these activities. The framework is organized around three general areas of financing, land use, and regulatory tools and services. The implementation framework catalogs the existing tools that the county currently has to address housing needs. 36 tools are identified in the framework. Financing tools help us to make the development of affordable housing financially feasible for our nonprofit and for-profit development partners. Land use tools incentivize affordable housing through various mechanisms as new development occurs, and services respond to the needs of vulnerable populations to ensure fair housing and the quality of our housing stock. I'll focus on the primary tools in each of these areas. For financing, the Affordable Housing Investment Fund has been the primary tool. This fund was established in 1988 and functions as a revolving loan fund. All loans are repaid to the county. This is an investment in our community and is repaid to the county over time. These loans form only a portion of project costs and are meant to fill the gap between project costs and the actual cost of development to multifamily developers. On the average, we leverage $3 in other sources of funding, private funding, and other loans that the developers seek from other sources to $1 of AHIF. Looking at where AHIF has come from in the past, there's various funding sources for the fund. Over the past 5 years, the breakdown has looked like this, that loan repayments have made up nearly half of the funding. About a quarter of the funds have come from general fund, and developer contributions have contributed 15% or 15 cents on each dollar of AHIF. Those developer funds come from the provisions in the Affordable Housing Ordinance. Moving on to land use tools, the Affordable Housing Ordinance establishes provisions for affordable housing and site plan projects by providing options for committed affordable units on site, off-site, or by providing a cash contribution to AHIF. The ordinance applies to both commercial and residential developments, except for hotels. The specific provisions of this ordinance are codified at state law and can't be changed without state legislation. Site plan developers have overwhelmingly chosen the option to provide a monetary contribution to AHIF rather than dedicating units on site. And when developers choose to contribute to AHIF, the county in turn lends those funds to affordable housing developers to produce and preserve affordable housing. Because the average AHIF loan per unit of housing is less than the average amount per unit received under the ordinance, more units are produced. Also, AHIF produced units are affordable for twice the period as site plan, or if they were built on site, 60 years as opposed to 30 years, with a greater benefit of housing affordability to the community. On the services side, the rental assistance programs are the county's primary means for meeting housing needs of our extremely low-income households, primarily elderly households, persons with disabilities, and working families. There's two programs: the Federal Housing Choice Voucher Program, which is our largest program, accounting for nearly a third of the housing budget. Housing grants, which are locally funded, are a critical part of the social safety net for the county's lowest income households. Together, these programs enable over 2,500 households to continue living in Arlington. Some of the recommendations and potential tools in the framework that I'd like to highlight that could have the most impact, looking at the Transit-Oriented Affordable Housing Fund, or TOA, and expanding that to other transit corridors in the county. Currently, this is a tool only available in the Columbia Pike area. It enables tax credit projects to remain under the per unit development cost established by VHDA, and widening that to other transit areas in the county will help to enable tax credit projects in other areas. The Pooled Equity Fund, which would bring together other banks and financing institutions to provide access to capital for our development partners in the community. Looking at affordable housing parking standards as part of a broader county residential parking study to identify and right-size parking needs for affordable housing. Revisiting the accessory dwelling ordinance through a process that would identify ways in which that ordinance can better meet the needs of the community. Simplified land use approvals, condominium association assistance to make sure that our condos, which are the core for providing opportunities for middle income into home ownership, that they are viable and healthy. Accessible unit matching would look into and study and propose changes to our agreements and how our developers operate properties to better match the accessible units that are built to persons needing those units with disabilities. And the Landlord Partnership Agreement and Risk Reduction Fund, which helps with DHS clients who are homeless to overcome leasing barriers. Through the many discussions that we've had in the community from March to the present, we've had 6 forums, a virtual forum, which I'll be providing some of the results from in the following slides. We've been to 18 community organizations and multiple county commissions, boards, and committees. The primary issues raised have been regarding the geographic distribution of housing, preference for Arlington residents, flexibility in housing types, the needs of middle-income families, the objective in the plan for affordable rental housing, and concern over parks and open spaces. Regarding geographic distribution, the Affordable Housing Master Plan has policies that to preserve committed affordable housing and to preserve market rate housing. These would indicate that the housing that is affordable would continue to be where it is located and has an impact on the distribution of housing. The proximity to transit, focusing on our transit corridors, also directs where housing would be located, and that housing should be integrated with plans as area plans and sector plans are developed, that there be policies to address the goals of the Affordable Housing Master Plan. In general, there was, you can see the results, 31% agreed. Those who disagreed tended to have other considerations. And in regards to that, if we can move to the next slide, staff updated the Affordable Housing Master Plan with policy 1.1.4 to have an explicit statement that the county should encourage and incentivize the distribution of affordable housing throughout the county. and also added recommendations to the implementation framework to create incentives and considerations for higher cost areas, enabling a greater distribution, as well as to steer development away from areas of racially or ethnically concentrated areas of poverty as identified by HUD, which are in the next slide. Next. The issue of geographic distribution has also been associated with concerns about the effects of committed affordable housing on schools. Those raising these concerns have cited enrollment in free and reduced lunch programs and possible correlations to academic achievement. We maintain that affordable housing provides a healthy and stable environment that has positive impacts on children's education. With APA and AHC also provide resident services which further benefit children living in committed affordable housing, including the Greenbrier Learning Center is just one example. The implementation framework has added a statement of coordination with Arlington Public Schools to seek ways that we can work together to produce positive benefits to the school community. There's widespread support for providing residence based on residency as far as preference goes. Some concerns raised have included whether this would have a discriminatory impact in preference and if it would result in decreased diversity. Flexibility in housing types, this was widely supported, but there had been concerns also raised that this might mean rezoning of single-family areas, allowing apartments in single-family neighborhoods. This was not the intention of the policy. Middle-income households, again, general agreement that this should be an area of concern, but also general agreement that this shouldn't be an area where the county's public monies are used, and we should look at other ways through our land use tools to incentivize housing that could be affordable to middle-income folks. Regarding the affordable housing rental target, this was fairly controversial in that many people felt that the target was not appropriate. Among those, some cited that they felt that it was too high, some felt that it was too low, and others had other factors like impacts on school and neighborhood considerations. I'd just like to reiterate that the 17.7% related to the actual number of households that are anticipated in the community, and it's not meant to be prescriptive, but meant to respond to a need. Concern over possible loss of parks and open space was also an issue raised. When we had our work session in March of this year, and we were directed to put language in the plan that was adopted in January, that no standalone housing, affordable housing, will be built on parkland or open space, and this is consistent with that. Wrapping up, we've been to a host of advisory commissions and have received letters of endorsement or from the Transportation Commission, the Community Services Board, Commission on Aging, the Community Development Citizens Advisory Commission, the 10-year Plan to End Homelessness, and the Planning Commission. Today we're seeking the board's approval of a resolution to authorize a public hearing on the Affordable Master Plan as an element of the comprehensive plan, and on the Affordable Housing Implementation Framework as administrative guidance to staff and the conforming amendments to the General Land Use Plan. I want to emphasize that today's action is not adoption of the plan, but to authorize the public hearing in July. If the plan is adopted in July, the framework approved, the actual implementation will require additional research, development, deliberation, and consultation regarding the various recommendations put forward in the framework, many of which will require future county board actions. This concludes staff's presentation.
Mr. Schroeder, if I could just ask, we go back one slide there. I want to be absolutely clear that our understanding is that we are accepting the implementation framework. The board is not approving the implementation framework. Is that?
That they're approving, not adopting.
Well, we're accepting it as your work plan, basically. Yes. Okay, I just want us all to be absolutely clear. and certainly to take into consideration, and the board may in fact give a prioritization out of there, but we're not blessing everything and we're not saying no. It's part of your game plan about how you see implementing the master plan.
Correct. It's direction for future work.
Thank you.
But can you clarify, Madam Chair, the words approving versus accepting?
Right. It was my understanding, and we had talked about this from the very beginning, that the board would adopt the master plan and accept the implementation framework, which is there's an important distinction here of adopting it. It becomes the board's. In our acceptance, we say this looks like a good way forward, but each year or every 2 years we check in and say, okay, what are the next set of things we need to work on? But I think one of the issues that happens with implementation frameworks is you start implementing, circumstance change, and you need to come back and say, oh, something unexpected happened, we need to make an adjustment. So it's not we haven't signed a blank check that says go forth and do every one of these things. The board will continue and the community will continue to be engaged in that question of how we best implement the master plan, the comprehensive plan that we've set forth once we adopt it. Okay, so it's now time to turn to our commissions. I think Reverend Hamlin, did you plan to make any presentation as part of, as the chairman of our group?
Certainly, I'm getting used to the mic as well. But thank you. As chair and on behalf of the Affordable Housing Study Working Group, I first would like to say thank you, Madam Chair, and to you and to all the members of the County Board, as well as County Manager and all staff for the privilege and opportunity to appear before you today. After a 2.5-year process, we're all grateful to reach this point in time as the request for advertisement is before you for the approval of the master plan as well as the acceptance of the Affordable Housing Implementation Framework. As it has been noted, at the close of 2012, the Arlington County Manager appointed members to the Affordable Housing Study Working Group. The members of this working group consist of persons who have represented numerous commissions, boards, citizen groups, public and private concerns, Arlington communities, Arlington associations, and most of all, the residents and citizens that assist Arlington in turning its shared visions into goals into reality. The full 18-member working group was appointed at the close of 2012, and meetings of the Affordable Housing Working Group commenced in 2013. I'm thankful as chair to recognize their consistent contributions, their sacrifice of time, their passion for the charge, and most of all, the expertise that they brought to this charge and needful undertaking. Since the beginning of 2013, this 18-member working group has now participated in close to 50 meetings, all of which were open to the public. They planned and implemented several large county-wide public forums, and over the past several months, as has been noted, the working group and staff has been actively engaged in reaching out to the community, appearing before commissions, civic groups, associations, citizen groups, educational communities, parental associations, business and economic entities, providing briefings in order to share the draft master plan and draft implementation framework. And we also, during this time, responded to all of the comments, critiques, concerns, perceptions, while at the same time providing education, information, and clarity to all that was taking place. The working group, as well as the Arlington County staff, have been guided by the county vision that we have been lifting, and I remind many of you, and may not need to remind you, that simply states that Arlington will be a diverse and inclusive, world-class urban community with secure, attractive, residential, and commercial neighborhoods where people unite to form a caring, learning, participating, sustainable community in which each person is important. The master plan and the implementation framework before you today is the result of the charge presented to this group to evaluate existing policies, assess current programs and resources, and identify needs and gaps in provisions for affordable housing. The result will be a set of goals and policies that further the community's values of diversity, inclusivity, choice, and sustainability. These values are central to the county's vision and help make Arlington a desirable place to live, work, learn, and play. As the presentation before this board is reviewed, I am pleased to say that we, as a working group, have met the charge and the need to provide all of the board members who are present today and those that will come in the future with the opportunity and the facts and figures of our current state of condition, as well as a wide range of resources that will ultimately be available to the board and subject to the board's discretions as they are implemented. The conclusions and the analysis have been based upon careful analysis and professional expertise. The plan allows this board and those that will follow greater opportunity for discussion and broader options and tools for consideration when addressing the need that is not just unique to Arlington, but that we must seek to address right here. Decisions will be made as specific opportunities present themselves and the specific impacts that these specific opportunities present. Affordable housing is essential to achieving the county's vision. And in order for us to be an inclusive and diverse and sustainable community, we need to be able to provide a full range of opportunities as well as discussion points. And so I look forward to your discussions and, of course, you're taking this up on today. The master plan and the implementation framework will assist the members of the Arlington County Board and the community in addressing the need and providing individual and family opportunity, strengthening economic stability, as housing affordability is vital to the social and economic sustainability of our community. It supports our people, improves our neighborhoods, and strengthens our economy. So once again, the working group and the staff, we're all pleased and thankful to be reached this point and for this opportunity in order that we might provide this board, the residents, and citizens policies, goals, plans, and resources that will assist you in your leading, foster greater conversation, and also provide further options for further consideration that will be implemented within county processes, citizen community input, and of course, with Arlington County Board leadership. So I thank you very much for the opportunity to be before you today, as well as the others who are with me as part of the working group.
Thank you, Reverend Hamlin. I don't know if we have members of the working group, but if you are here, please stand so that we can say thank you for the hard work you've done the last 2.5 years. Okay, we'll turn to our commissions now, and if my eyes are right, we have 5 commissions who are with us today. I'm going to start with our Disability Commission. Doris Ray is representing the commission today.
Madam Chair, is it on?
Just hold it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, okay. And I bring you greetings from William Staterman, who is the chair of the Disability Advisory Commission, and all the members of the Disability Advisory Commission. Mr. Staterman was unable to be here today and asked me to represent the commission. And because I'm using an assisted listening system, I will have these headphones on, just to explain that. The Disability Advisory Commission first wants to express our appreciation to the Affordable Housing Study Working Group and to staff, particularly Russell and all the staff from planning and from the housing division, who have done a stellar job and have contributed many, many hours to the development of the draft affordable housing master plan and its implementation framework. We want to express our support of the document, the draft document, going ahead for public comment and hearing by you and approval and acceptance of the framework. Having said that, there are some areas of concern that the Disability Commission has. First, we believe that the Affordable Housing Master Plan should be reflective of the county's vision, which it is, a diverse, inclusive, sustainable community. But in that, we feel that for the disability community, that means that there be a sufficient stock of affordable, accessible housing. We are appreciative that in listening to the disability community, the master plan includes in its second principle the goal of ensuring independent living opportunities for people with disabilities, and also the objective of a target of 10% of affordable housing being produced that is fully accessible. However, the disability community all along has felt that there should be, just as the master plan is a document that includes principles and aspirational goals, that Arlington should have an aspirational goal that seeks to ensure inclusion of people with disabilities through the production of sufficient, affordable, accessible housing. And in that, we feel that the goal or the objective should be one which exceeds requirements. The building code requirement is for a minimum in multifamily housing of 2% of newly constructed housing to be fully accessible. That is all new multifamily housing without any subsidy or assistance from the federal government or the local government. For federally assisted housing, that target is 5% physically accessible and another 2% accessible to people with sensory disabilities. And the way it's been implemented, actually, the 2% accessible for people with sensory disabilities are also usually physically accessible. We would like to see Arlington go beyond that. Arlington is a community where people with disabilities of a variety of incomes come to live and want to live because they come here for jobs and opportunities. I'm talking not just about seniors, but I'm also talking about and children, but I'm also talking about young people in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, who come here just like anybody else. But they can't find accessible housing at a variety of affordable rates. And they are forced into corridors like the Orange Line corridor, where the accessible housing is limited, but at least it's there, but it's not affordable. And so we would like to see an aspirational objective that 10% of all newly constructed affordable housing, newly constructed multifamily housing that is supported with federal and local monies be fully accessible. This is reflective of what VHDA is doing through the 9% tax credit program. We feel that Arlington taking the lead on this is very important. Our second area of concern is that that the access portion of the implementation plan supports the continuation of a housing choice voucher rental assistance subsidy preference for people with disabilities who are in the permanent supportive housing program. We support that. We support that. But we would like to see a preference added for persons with disabilities trying to transition out of nursing homes and other institutions. This would help us implement the Olmstead decision of the United States Supreme Court. We are having problems. We have the support services available to us through state programs, and yet we don't have the housing available to us. So those are two primary areas. Another area of concern is in the area of housing discrimination. We are concerned that there be enhanced enforcement of the Fair Housing Act and that it be affirmative. What I mean is this. This relates to the stock of accessible housing that is accessible under the Fair Housing Act. The Fair Housing Act says that that all new housing must meet certain minimum standards. But in Virginia, and only in Virginia, because of something called the Moseke ruling, people with disabilities who encounter newly constructed or fairly newly constructed multifamily housing and that's not accessible to them, but still built under the timelines of the Fair Housing Act, are prevented from filing any kind of complaint if they encounter that inaccessibility and noncompliance after 2 years have transpired. This is something that both the federal government and most disability rights advocates and civil rights advocates do not feel is equitable. But it's a ruling of a court here in Virginia. And so as a consequence, we feel there needs to be a program of affirmative testing within that 2 years for newly constructed projects. And we would like that included here in this plan. Right now, they're even for discrimination on the basis of disability, there is testing only at every 3 years. We think that that's not sufficient. Lastly, I want to speak to the issue of home ownership and specifically single-family dwellings. For the disability community, the lack of single-family dwellings is a problem. From a policy standpoint, we would like to see an aspirational goal, perhaps that's a policy goal or implementation strategy, to establish visitability standards for single-family dwellings, perhaps in Arlington, if we can get, we understand that means going to the General Assembly. But if that's necessary, at least we should try to pursue it. Perhaps others will join us. And I wanted to mention the matching. We believe that in the implementation strategy, a strategy to explore matching of units is something that has been done, but it is a very limited thing. There was a proposal made at the meeting held by the long-range planning committee of the Planning Commission, where the idea of advertising accessible housing in advance of advertising to the full public when it becomes available would strengthen the ability of people with disabilities to be informed about when those units are out there. It's not just a matter of coming to disability-related organizations. Yes, that's nice, but you know what? My experience at the Independence Center of Northern Virginia is that even when we've had announcements about accessible units and affordable projects, when we've had our consumers call, they're told there are no units or there are no accessible units. So we think that a model similar to what some New England states have done of requiring advance notice of and advertising of accessible units over about 2 weeks, or at minimum, doing what Fairfax County is doing right now, which it was working with VHDA and the housing search database that they have to create one that is a listing service of accessible units, vacant and available. We hope that that is a strategy that Arlington will pick up. Some of these things we hope that you will consider adding to the plan, as you did with the residential preference and residential and working preference at this point, particularly the idea of a sufficient supply of and goal for accessible, affordable housing. We really feel that should be in the supply portion of the plan, as is a goal for family-sized units. But even if it's in the access portion of the plan, we need a goal that will meet what we understand to be the demand. 69% of the respondents with disabilities to the needs assessment that the working group did said that they had problems that they felt they were going to have problems maintaining housing. This is persons with disabilities. And our only problem with the study itself is that it never asked people whether accessibility was a barrier. And that was an opportunity lost. But having said all of these things, I want to say that the effort on this plan and the product as it stands now as a draft was a labor of love and dedication, and is a great product. Arlington is going forward where others aren't, and we really do appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Next, I'd like to call on Jim Mack, who chairs the Community Services Board.
Good morning.
Jim, is your mic on? You need... You did? It's on?
It's on, yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there, thank you.
Good morning. I want to convey the strong support of the Community Services Board for the draft Affordable Housing Master Plan and Implementation Framework.
Jim, you know what? Is there a little green light glowing?
There is a little green light on.
Pull it closer.
Is that better?
Even to you. That's better. Thank you.
You got my message of support. The Community Services Board has been involved in the study group since it began its work 3 years ago, with Linda Kelleher, a member of our board, serving as the CSB's representative to that working group. We were very supportive of these proposals because, first, they confirm and continue the county's commitment to affordable housing, and secondly, because they support the examination of new housing models that might serve our CSB clients better. The vast majority of our CSB clients have incomes below $10,000 a year. In addition to poverty, they face many housing barriers due to their mental and behavior disabilities, placing them at very high risk for homelessness. At the same time, study shows that access to safe and affordable housing is an absolutely critical ingredient in their treatment and recovery. CSB clients are the primary beneficiaries of the Permanent Supportive Housing Program, which has been successful in housing over 200 Arlingtonians in affordable housing units annually. CSB clients also have access to the Mary Marshall Assisted Living Residence and to group homes that receive county support. We appreciate the board's past support of these projects, as well as your current efforts to establish 2 new homes for 8 Arlingtonians with intellectual disabilities who will be returning to our community next year from state institutions that are closing. The Master Plan and Implementation Framework provide strong support for these existing programs and also give us the latitude to explore new models of housing and financing for our CSB clients. The ability to think beyond our current programs is going to be important because CSB clients face affordability issues that are as severe as, or in fact, much more severe than other low-income county residents. We are very conscious of the rising cost of these programs and want to work with the county board to find solutions that are both clinically sound and are cost-effective. I want to personally thank the working group and the county staff for these excellent proposals. They have worked over 3.5 years and have had at least 4 interactions with those of us on the full Community Services Board. And I urge the county board to vote to advertise both documents for a public hearing and approval or acceptance in July. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mack. Joan McDermott chairs the Commission on Aging. Joan.
Good morning. The Commission has followed the work of the Affordable Housing Study Group for the past 2.5 years, and we were very pleased to have Candace Rose represent the interests of older persons on that group. On June 8th, the Executive Committee of the Arlington Commission on Aging voted unanimously to endorse the Affordable Housing Master Plan and the Implementation Framework. We believe that with full implementation, the plan will help to make Arlington more age-friendly and will help to fulfill the county's vision of a diverse and inclusive community. So let me share the Commission's comments with you. We are pleased that the plan embraces the concept that affordable housing for seniors must also include a system of supportive services to make it possible for older persons to age in place. These services should include in-home care, congregate and home-delivered meals, recreational opportunities, transportation, and other related services. We recognize that this goes beyond the bricks and mortar, but housing plus services is truly the key to successful aging in the community. We also applaud the plan for its efforts to allow for flexibility in housing types and zoning in single-family neighborhoods. This provision will permit the development of accessory dwelling units beyond what is currently permitted, as well as the development of new types of living environments, such as co-housing. The Commission on Aging commends the inclusion of the concept of universal design as set out in the aging and disability sections. We urge that universal design be applied more broadly for all housing in the county. Everyone can enjoy the benefits and convenience of accessible and livable housing stock. Finally, no plan is effective if not fully implemented. The plan is not clear as to who or what department within the county will be given the overall responsibility, authority, and resources to fully implement the plan. The Affordable Housing Master Plan and the implementation framework are ready to be advertised for consideration at the July County Board meeting. The Commission on Aging urges you to take that action today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McDermott. I'll turn now to Matt DeFerenti, who's representing the Housing Commission. You should see a red band. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the board. Just a few thoughts. First, I want to thank fellow Housing Commission Board Member Doris Ray and also Reverend Hamlin for great work. It's been quite a few meetings, and it has been a labor of love. So, on the Housing Commission side, we've talked about the studies, the affordable housing studies work in January, April, and June, and Alice Hogan and Holly Bray have been particularly helpful in kind of integrating the work of the study group and the commission. Broadly, Russell's presentation is sort of sums up our views. We did not take a formal vote, but plan to next month. Generally, it fits with our priorities, and the discussion has been generally in favor of the great work that's being done. Just a few points that kind of stand out. First, the broad trend of the commission stays focused on this trend of marks, the number of marks declining, and the need to really invest in CAFs to help make sure that housing affordability is maintained for all income levels. Second, and that sort of the 0 to 60% of AMI being critical, I think for a number of Housing Commission members, that 60 to 80% of moderate income is also a critical piece that's reflected in the plan. I know affordable home ownership is so important both in the studies work, in the master plan proposal, and to the Housing Commission, so that teachers, firefighters, police officers, county employees can remain a key part of the fabric of the community. So we're aware of the economic context that we're operating in, but the Commission has been supportive of moving forward on advertising this so that we can kind of maintain this historic commitment that the community has had to affordable housing, so that every Arlingtonian has a place that's warm, safe, and dry to call home.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerenti. And now I'll turn to Steve Sockwell, who is representing the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. The Planning Commission met on June 1st to consider the matter, and you have our letter with our specific comments. I did want to clear up one thing, though. The staff somewhat understated the support of the Planning Commission for the affordable housing study. The staff suggested that there was by a 6-5 vote we authorized going forward. Well, our procedures can be somewhat arcane. There were actually three motions, and the actual vote was by 8-3. We suggested that it was appropriate to move forward with the master plan and the implementation framework for advertising. The 6-5 vote related to a third motion that had to do with making conforming changes to the general land use plan. This was not something that we really had a whole lot of knowledge about. The staff assured us that this was technical and limited in nature, and there was somewhat nervous, a fair amount of nervousness at the Planning Commission about what exactly the scope of this meant. But on the basis of the staff's assurances, we also suggested that those conforming changes to the general land use plan also should go forward. In general, I guess I wanted to make 3 points. The first is that there was broad support at the Planning Commission for the affordable housing study and the implementation framework. In general, I think commissioners respected the community process. They respected the 3 years that people had put in on this and the lengthy outreach to the community, and felt that it was appropriate time now to go forward with the request to advertise. Dissenting comments had to do with 2 areas, that the study should also contain more prioritization, telling us what policies were important and what policies they'd like to see implemented first, as opposed to those that were aspirational in nature. And secondly, there should be more study of the impact of affordable housing on other Arlington policies. And in that sense, it would be a more, I guess, robust planning document. But nevertheless, I wanted to underscore the broad support of the Planning Commission for the study and for the request to advertise. I also wanted to, highlight our processes. We dealt with the details of the study in 3 long-range planning committee meetings. The commissioners who attended those meetings had specific comments about specific details in the plan, and that's the way that we dealt with the finer points of the plan, if you will. And we found the staff responsive to those comments. They didn't always accept the comments, but at least they responded to them and told us why they weren't accepting it. And the third point I'd like to make is that this plan will feed into the comprehensive plan. And the Planning Commission will be responsible for authorizing and writing and recommending changes to the comp plan, which you, the board, will have to accept. And we've generally felt that this document is going to be relatively easy to translate into a comprehensive plan. We think that it's sufficiently concrete in nature and sufficiently specific that when the time comes sometime next year, we will be able to make this into a portion of the comprehensive plan that the community can talk about. So that concludes my remarks, other than to say that generally we're very supportive of this plan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sockwell. We will now turn to our speakers. And Madam Clerk, you estimated we had about an hour and a half of speakers. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, which would take us to about 12:30. Let me say that I don't believe we will start Realize Roslyn any sooner than 1:30. And it may be 2 o'clock. The board will need to take a break and eat our lunch. So just trying to manage for the folks who come after this item. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, can you call the speakers? If you weren't here earlier today, let me just remind you that we'll call speakers 2 at a time. If you're the second person, please come up to the front. The podium does move up and down at your right hand if you need it to. The microphone does also bend. There's some little buttons on the top if you haven't testified here before. When you have 30 seconds left, the yellow light will go on, and when your time is expired, the red light starts flashing and you'll hear a beep. In the interest of all the folks who've come to testify today, we'd ask that you respect our rules on this. If you wish to leave a written copy of your remarks for the record, you may do so, and you would do that with our clerk, Hope Halleck, over here. So I think that's all of the rules, and now we'll go into our testimony. Madam Clerk, call the first 2 folks.
Our first speaker is Reverend John Shalido, followed by Ms. Liz Oder.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is John Shalato. I am the Associate Rector of St. George's in Arlington, a proud member of Voice. I live in Arlington, and I'm speaking in support of affordable housing this morning. One scripture that articulates how I see God on the margins is Matthew 25:40. Truly, I tell you, just as you did it for the least of these who are members of my family, you did it for me. Who is the least of these but children? It's become almost trite to say, think of the children. But for me, this isn't about children growing up in families that have to move every year or two as rents continue to rise. To me, today isn't about children losing out because their parents are less invested at work or at home after spending multiple hours each day in traffic. No, for me here today, affordable housing is about every child growing up in Arlington. So will students here grow up in an economically diverse county? Will they see by our actions that we are a place that values diversity of all kinds? Or will we by default choose to become a homogeneous, perhaps lily white bubble exclusive to the rich and powerful and those who bought in early? Committed affordable housing supports good quality homes that are neither extravagant nor dilapidated. It supports dignified, stable communities and invests federal money into our community through tax credits. For me, this is also personal. I went to a public high school where 78% of the students are white and where students of color are still bussed in from inner city Boston in a desegregation program adopted in the 60s. In school, I felt that there was not enough space to engage with the local history and legacy of geographic segregation, and I felt I had to do remedial work in college and seminary in order to understand the lack of diversity in my hometown.
It goes by quickly.
I want an Arlington that continues to be beautiful and strong in its diversity. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ms. Liz Oder, followed by Mr. Eric Berkeley.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Liz Odar, and I am I'm a resident of Douglas Park in South Arlington, and I'm a parent of 2 students who attend Arlington Public Schools. I support affordable housing. However, I am concerned that several recommendations from the assessment report were not included in the draft plan or the implementation framework. But I am not here to argue about elements of the plan today. Even if I thought the plan was complete, I would still urge you to vote no on this item. The cynical side of me thinks that the timing of the public comment period is deliberate so fewer people will be able to comment. But this is no time to be cynical, and that is why I'm here today. The master plan will have long-lasting effects in the county. Housing policy is school policy. The public comment period should not start when people are taking vacations and regular PTA and civic meetings pause for the summer. This issue deserves the comments of people across our community. Please vote no on issue 43 so that we can have more voices heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Eric Berkeley, followed by Ms. Christine Curiatolo.
Good morning. I'd like to also say that I strongly support affordable housing and many of the principles that have been set forth in this plan. I'm here today because I'm worried about this plan and the effect that it will have on our neighborhoods, especially in South Arlington. I'm worried that the plan doesn't adequately consider the effects on core public services, especially schools. The plan may move to a final vote in July, and yet groups like the Facility Study Group have yet to complete their work. I'm worried because I don't think the plan right now effectively provides the county with a roadmap on how to encourage affordable housing in all of Arlington. Without such a roadmap, I'm worried that the plan will unintentionally promote the segregation of new affordable housing in only certain communities and thus deprive these residents of economic and social opportunities. But I'm mostly worried because I'm not the only person here that's concerned about this plan and its timing. Yesterday, 8 presidents of the Columbia Pike civic associations raised serious and substantive concerns in a letter to the board. It's critical that residents have the opportunity to participate in this meaningful debate about the plan and the effect that it has on our community. The problem is that by voting for the resolution today, these residents would have little time for input. As has been noted, there are summer vacations going on, and it is the summer season. And that would make it unlikely that these families could or would be meaningfully engaged. This community has a great history of community decision-making and understands that the success or failure of projects hinges upon it. I ask you to vote no today on Resolution 43 so that these concerns can be adequately resolved. This plan deserves more voices and more consideration. Please vote no because the input should be considered from groups like the South Arlington Working Group for New Elementary School. And please vote no because a broader debate can better shape this plan and better make it effective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Christine Curiatolo, followed by Mr. David Garenbeck.
My name is Christine Curatolo. I've lived in Columbia Heights cumulatively for 31 years, first at the Dorchester Apartments and currently at the Barclay Condominium. I recently graduated from Arlington Neighborhood College, where I learned firsthand of the affordable housing needs of so many Arlingtonians. That experience was used as an opportunity to gain more knowledge and understanding of the joint activities of the county and members of the community in designing much needed and welcome policy changes to ensure inclusivity on housing standards for all members of society. I am now retired after a long career that was epitomized each and every night with a return to a nurturing, comfortable, and affordable home. I did not always take time to consider the situations of those with whom I had regular contact in South Arlington's low-wage service industries about where they called home, whether it was affordable, did they have enough food, health care, other basic human needs. I hope I am better educated now. I have spent the 6 months since neighborhood college listening with my heart to the needs of the community and realizing the presence of all segments of society outweighs the cost. Please take the recommendations of the Affordable Housing Master Plan and Implementation Framework into active and viable consideration as Arlington County moves forward in its goal of diversity and inclusion for all.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. David Garenbeck, followed by Mr. Richard Epstein.
Morning.
Excuse me. Good morning. Thank you for hearing us this morning. I would like to speak in support of authorizing advertisement of public hearings. I just want to give a quick personal testimony. I moved to Arlington 15 years ago at the beginning of that timeline we saw in the charts earlier today. I work for the federal government, and I was fortunate enough to be able to move to Arlington. I've grown to love my home here. I love the warmth of the community. I love the beauty of the nature here in Arlington. I love the diversity of my fellow members of the community. But I'm concerned that over that time period, over those 15 years that I've lived here, I've seen Arlington change. And I'm worried that Arlington is becoming something other than the Arlington that I've grown to love. And I have colleagues who have come to work for the federal government more recently who can't afford to live here, who just can't make it work. And it's a shame. And I know that there are other hardworking people who also can't afford Arlington anymore. And I'm worried that that's going to make Arlington into something that other than it really deserves to be. So I would appreciate your support for this proposal, at least to have these public hearings, to give the public a chance to consider this. We've heard today that the Commission has put a lot of work into thinking through the plan, but also reaching out into the community to hear these concerns. I know that there are concerns out there. I know those concerns deserve a fair hearing. I think they've done a fair job in trying to get out there and hear those concerns, and these hearings will give a further opportunity for that. But I think their efforts, for example, to make amendments to coordinate with Arlington Public Schools go a long way in addressing some of those concerns. These hearings will offer people further opportunity to raise those concerns. But ultimately, I think we all need to commit to maintaining a diverse and inclusive Arlington. And so I would urge your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Richard Epstein, followed by Ms. Kate Roche. Is Mr. Epstein here?
No.
We'll go ahead with Ms. Kate Roche, followed by Chikadra Mishra.
Good morning. I'm Kate Roche, President and CEO of the Arlington Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to outline the Chamber's feedback on the Affordable Housing Master Plan as detailed in our May 27 letter to the Board. The Chamber would like to express our general support for the direction and aspirational goals outlined in the proposed Affordable Housing Master Plan and the Affordable Housing Implementation Framework. A sustainable community requires a range of housing options affordable to a broad spectrum of citizens. Moreover, the strength of the local economy relies on the availability of a mix of housing options as it directly impacts workforce recruitment and retention. It also serves as a key factor in business location decisions. The Chamber believes that the adoption of the proposed comprehensive plan element will place Arlington County on the leading edge of addressing this important issue, not just regionally, but on a national scale. Of course, as in any endeavor, the devil will ultimately lie in the details of formulation and implementation of policies to achieve the goals and objectives outlined in the new comprehensive plan element. The Chamber supports and generally identifies with the sentiment of Goals 1.1.6 and 1.2.1 in the proposed Affordable Housing Master Plan. Remove barriers to the production of moderately priced rental housing, including non-subsidized housing, and incentivize the production of moderately priced housing through land use and zoning policy. The Chamber also recommends that the county seek out opportunities and means to help developers and owners to work around impediments to achieving the mutually shared goal of increasing the county's affordable housing stock. Bonus density and tax credits and incentives stand out as helpful tools to make affordable housing a more economical and cost-effective proposition for property owners and developers in Arlington. In addition, the Chamber supports maintaining the current provisions of Arlington's Affordable Housing Ordinance and undertaking a study of affordable housing parking standards as recommended within the proposed Affordable Housing Implementation Framework. The Chamber appreciates the opportunity to provide feedback on this important element of the county's comprehensive plan. We look forward to continuing to engage as a partner in addressing housing affordability.
Our next speaker, and I apologize, is Mr. Mishra, followed by Mr. Salvador Martinez.
Madam Chairperson and County Board Member, my name is Sakradhar Mishra, and I am associated with Bugata, which is a tenant association. And I go door to door, and I have really felt that there is a great need of more and more affordable housing in our community. It's really decreasing, as we have noted from the master plan, that in 2000 it was 26%, and now it is 9%. I ask that it should be at least 20% or 20 to 25%. Then only diversity will be included and real inclusiveness will occur. And regarding the school problems, few of our community people are saying it's actually wrong perception. Intelligence, manner doesn't come by economy. Everyone can be an intelligent and a great person in the community if we are included and we have inclusive environment. I support this master plan, and I ask the county board members to adopt this and this implementation framework as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Salvador Martinez, followed by Ms. Beatrice Torres.
Hold on just a moment. Ms. Halleck, all right. And Mr. Reyes, are you translating?
Yeah, I'll be translating.
Okay, so, all right, we're good to go now.
Buenos días a todos. Yo vivo aquí en Arlington. Yo apoyo la vivienda de bajos recursos. Solamente, gracias.
Good morning to all. I live here in Arlington, and I support the affordable housing here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Gracias.
Our next speaker is Ms. Beatrice Torres, followed by Ms. Rosa Columbus.
Sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es Beatriz Torres. Yo vivo en el complejo de Barcroft, en Columbia Pike. Vivo junto con mi hija, vivo en unos apartamentos de bajo costo. Vengo para apoyar el plan de bajo costo de vivienda, porque también justamente la semana pasada una amiga mía que vive ahí se tuvo que mudar para Goodbridge debido a que los costos están muy altos de vivienda.
Good afternoon. My name is Beatriz Torres. I live with my daughter in the Barcroft Apartments. I support the plan for affordable housing. I'd like to tell you that just last week, one of my neighbors had to move to Woodbridge because she couldn't afford to live in Arlington. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Our next speaker is Ms. Rosa Columbus, followed by Ms. Ruth Rosales.
A todos, mi nombre es Rosa Colombo. Yo vivo en un apartamento de bajos recursos en la área de la Columbia Pike. Yo soy jubilada y no puedo pagar el costo alto de los departamentos del mercado.
Good morning to all. My name is Rosa Columbus. I live in an apartment on the Columbia Pike area. I'm retired, and I can't pay the high cost of rents.
Yo amo Arlington, y yo quiero que otras personas también puedan seguir viviendo en Arlington. Gracias a todos.
Okay. I love Arlington, and I want to express that I would like other people to also be able to live in Arlington. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Our next speaker is Ms. Ruth Rosales, followed by Ms. Berta Rodriguez.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Ruth Rosales. I live in affordable market rate of private apartment, one of the few left in Arlington. I pay $1,400 for a two-bedroom apartment. I work with Bogata and help tenants who face displacement. And I am here today to support the Affordable Housing Master Plan. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Berta Rodriguez, followed by Mr. Robert Bushkoff.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Berta Ralicia Rodríguez. Yo vivo en el Buckingham Garden. Yo he vivido en este barrio por 29 años. Es muy importante que ustedes apoyen el plan de viviendas. Es importante que las familias de bajos recursos puedan seguir viviendo en Arlington. Muchas gracias.
My name is Bertha Rodriguez. I live in the Buckingham Gardens complex. I've lived in this neighborhood for 29 years. It's very important that you support the plan for housing. It's important that families who are low income can continue to live in Arlington. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Our next speaker is Mr. Robert Bushkoff, followed by Mr. Rick Epstein.
Good morning, Chair Hines, fellow board members. My name is Robert Bushkoff, and I'm an Arlington resident as well as a member of the working group, the Affordable Housing Working Group, a member of the EDC, a board member of AHC, a member of Arlington Chamber, among other organizations. I want to first commend the vision of the plan and the efforts of the working group, particularly Reverend Hamlin and the staff. I support the adoption of the master plan and the acceptance of the implementation framework, specifically as clarified by Chair Hines this morning with a couple comments. I believe we need to implement a broader range of housing affordability across the AMI spectrum, the spectrum, particularly above 60% of AMI. I believe we need to implement more aggressive incentives using financial tools and increased density to increase the supply of both market rate and committed affordable units through preservation and through new development. We need to streamline the review process for projects with committed affordable units to reduce the development costs and to help keep these projects affordable. And then on geographic distribution, I recommend that we focus less on where the ADUs go and more on where we can get the most units, as I believe it's the increase of supply that will help provide more housing affordability throughout the county. So again, I applaud the work that you're doing, and I support the adoption of the plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Rick Epstein, followed by our first 3-minute speaker, Ms. Catherine Novello.
Good morning. My name is Rick Epstein. I have lived in Arlington for 20 years. I love living in Arlington. For many of us, however, it is becoming less and less affordable to live here. You are considering adopting in July a new affordable housing master plan intended to help address this serious concern, which I share. But the county has failed to provide any assessment of the potential costs and impacts. The plan could commit Arlington to adding up to 15,800 subsidized housing units over the next 25 years to meet a target that 17.17% of Arlington's housing should be affordable to low-income families. There is no analysis of how to pay for this or of the impact the additional population would have on Arlington's already overburdened schools and public services. The plan would consider changing zoning to enable duplexes, triplexes, and other multifamily housing in single-family neighborhoods, contrary to the county's long-standing smart growth promise to preserve Arlington's single-family neighborhoods. The plan apparently would impact the geographic distribution of affordable housing. This could concentrate new affordable housing in Arlington's poorest neighborhoods. The plan contemplates building housing on parks if co-located with another facility such as a recreation center. I believe the county needs to do instead the following: provide a detailed analysis of the impact of this plan on other county services, our neighborhoods, and our taxes. The analysis should include estimates of the impact on our already overcrowded schools. Up to 15,800 new housing units means a lot of new families and new students. Where will we put the schools? How will we pay for it? Then facilitate a balanced community conversation about all of the plan's potential impacts, positive and negative, and postpone consideration of the plan until the fall. This is a complex plan intended to have long-term impact on our community. It deserves a balanced community conversation which needs to occur. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Catherine Novello, followed by Ms. Deirdre Kurtman.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Novello, and I'm a resident of Barcroft. I want to be clear that I support the creation and preservation of affordable housing in Arlington. However, I come before you this morning to ask that you delay the advertisement of public hearings on the master plan and implementation framework because we can and should do better. Despite having lived in this county for 8 years, I know that I'm a new face to many of you in this room, and you may ask yourselves, where have I been for the last 3 years while this plan was being crafted and debated and discussed? And I can offer no really good excuse for my lazy citizenship. I'm just a busy mom, like so many others, who spent the last 5.5 years cutting cross-stuffed bread up to my elbows in soapy bathwater every evening, imploring the tiny little tyrants whom I love dearly to share with and be kind to each other. And one of the last things on my mind has been housing policy. But I'm here now. And it may surprise you, I'm not here for my children. I'm here for children like my father. In full disclosure, my father's story is not a tale of woe. In fact, my father is living out the American dream. Born into poverty, my father and his family arrived here with little more than the traveling clothes and a desperate hope to better their situation. And with a lot of hard work and with even more good luck, such as settling in an area that happened to be socioeconomically diverse, my father was given the opportunity to be educated alongside more affluent children, kids who offered a hand up in countless informal ways that we all know exist, and where my father faced higher academic expectations and other constructive influences. My father, the son of a functionally illiterate bricklayer, went on to become an aerospace engineer who spent a career with NASA, literally helping to put men on the moon. You couldn't write a better story if you tried. But that story, that dream, is all too elusive. In fact, at a recent panel at the Brookings Institution, Harvard economist Raj Chetty asserted that the probability that a child born to parents in the bottom quintile of the country's income distribution would reach the top fifth quintile is only 7.5%. And in fact, the American dream, that classic rags to riches tale, that ever-present trope woven through the fabric of American culture, is nearly twice as likely to occur in Canada. The national trend of socioeconomic segregation has been playing out on a smaller scale over the last decade here in Arlington. And without specific language written into the Affordable Housing Master Plan identifying the tools with which the county will achieve geographic distribution or the mechanism by which the impact on neighborhood schools will be assessed, this divide could continue to widen unfettered. We should do everything possible as a community to make my father's story more likely so that the next aspiring aerospace engineer born in poverty to parents with second-grade educations can live out his or her dream. Education is not only a worthy pursuit but it is also the key to personal freedom, and any policy that serves in any way, even unintended, to undermine or hinder the ability of every single student to achieve their highest potential is an unjust and unworthy of consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Deirdre Kurtman, followed by Ms. Joy Murphy.
Good morning, Madam Speaker and members of the board. I'm Deirdre Kurtman. I live in Barcroft. I'm a 12-year resident of Arlington County, and I'm here today to urge you against voting for agenda item number 43 to advertise. I come to you for a few reasons. First, the draft plan and the implementation framework do nothing to adequately address an effective mechanism to ensure all children, regardless of demographics, have an equal opportunity to learn and achieve in this county. As you may know, Arlington County is facing an unprecedented number of new children this year entering kindergarten, and I'm a mom to one of them, Hayden, who will be entering kindergarten in the fall. Let me be clear. Affordable housing is not per se the cause of high poverty rates in this county. Our schools will continue to have high rates of free and reduced lunch students without purposefully added affordable housing developments. And I live in one neighborhood where this is happening, in Barcroft, where our elementary school is experiencing an increasing number of free and reduced lunch children attending. However, the point is twofold. First, affordable housing developments do produce additional children. An example of this is just last year when 122 new children came to Barcroft from the Arlington Mill development. But second, and more importantly, is that these children and their families would be better served in neighborhoods and schools with lower poverty. Intentionally placing low-income families in poor neighborhoods is a disservice to them, even if their situation is an improvement from where they come from, because it is not the best opportunity Arlington can offer them. When the county has an opportunity to create a vision and design a new plan, the county should take advantage of that opportunity and not acquiesce. This draft plan and group members will say that they've spent roughly 3 years talking with the community and its representatives. But I'll note the first of which I've heard of this plan was a month ago when I attended a meeting with the Barcroft School and Civic League. Indeed, we invited Mr. Castile to come to that meeting and present on the plan. Many members of the BCSL or the BSCL expressed reservations with the plan because it did not ensure adequate mechanisms to ensure that geographic diversity is achieved throughout this country or county. Just 5 days later, then the master plan was altered to somehow offer a fix. But this fix does not go enough. This right now is not the time to advertise a plan that's half-baked. If you were to advertise the plan today, the plan becomes fast-tracked within a 30-day period, a period by which many are traveling outside the county during the summertime. All the while, you have 2 very important processes happening this fall, all of which have an impact on this plan, the least of which is the South Arlington siting of the new school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Joy Murphy, followed by Ms. Kay Langenbeck.
Madam Chair, Board, citizens, I support affordable housing, but I urge the Board to reject item 43. Economic segregation is hurting all of Arlington, and it is especially hurting our children living in poverty. County leadership must develop and use specific tools to put more affordable housing where it is lacking and embrace diversity in areas where there is little diversity. I moved to Douglas Park in November. More than 2,000 of our 4,000 homes are market and committed affordable rentals. Meanwhile, neighborhoods in North Arlington along Glebe and along Lee Highway have nearly no committed affordable units, with the exceptions of Westover and Buckingham. You can look at the map I submit for the record as evidence that we are failing at geographically distributing committed affordable units. Is it a coincidence that our Randolph Elementary contains more than 80% of kids who take free and reduced lunch? I've heard too many stories of people living in these neighborhoods moving away to flee from this concentrated poverty and its strain on the immediate community. Economic segregation is breaking Arlington, with those in the comfortable neighborhoods blissfully ignorant and busy families like mine at the edges becoming more distressed every day at the plight of low-income neighbors at increasingly greater disadvantage. In Arlington, the dropout rate is nearly 4%. Kids with limited language proficiency drop out at an alarming rate of 17%. At Randolph, diversity is lacking. Test performance among white kids cannot be evaluated due to too few students. More than half of Randolph's 4th graders failed the reading SOL standardized test. Half the 5th graders failed science, and more than a third of the 3rd graders failed math. In contrast, 85 to 99% of Tuckahoe students passed these tests for every category. Housing policy is education policy. There is no plan at all for making it easier to develop affordable housing in most of North Arlington. The lack of a commitment to geographic distribution of affordable housing is stunning to me and does not assure me my taxpayer dollars will be invested responsibly. Arlington needs to emphasize geographic distribution of affordable housing. The proposed master plan and implementation plans do not. They need significant revisions and more time for discussion. Reject today's resolution. I yield back the balance of my time.
Our next speaker is Ms. Kay Langenbeck, followed by Ms. Marie Pellegrino.
Good morning, members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
There you go.
Okay. I've been before the board previously, always to discuss the geographic distribution of CAFs. I'm a supporter of CAFs, and I think that their geographic distribution is very important, but that's actually not why I'm here today. I'm questioning the timing of this opening of the comment period and would like to suggest to you that June is a very inopportune time to get the most input from people who care the most about this particular issue. This has been several years in the works, and there is no urgency to push it through in the next month. As it turns out right now in June, school is about over and PTA meetings aren't happening. The soccer season is finished, and places where parents meet other parents and get together and talk about things like this, they're just not happening because everybody's off on vacation. Just this morning, actually, I got an email from a woman who could not be here this morning because her 5-year-old is vomiting. And she said that the timing on this couldn't be worse. She said she was at a meeting yesterday with a group of parents, and everybody's going off on vacation. And she said the Latina mothers are actually leaving the country. So I would suggest to you that in order to give people the opportunity to really consider what's in the plan and to discuss the plan and how it might serve them, you might want to delay the opening of the comment period, at least until the school year has started again. People are back in town. People are settled into their routine. That would be maybe October. And perhaps another reason to put it off is that this is version 5.1, which just came out this week. It's not a very long period of time for people to review it, especially if they're planning to leave. The third reason, of course, for delay would be that there will be a new board seated, and the board that will be dealing with these issues and the implementation of the plan is not the current board, which gives me the opportunity to thank you, Ms. Hines, and thank you, Mr. Tejada, for your service to Arlington. So I would urge you to please put off the starting the clock ticking. And I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Mara McMahon, followed by Ms. Audrey Clement.
No,
Excuse me, one up.
I think
Ms. Marie Pellegrino, followed by Ms. Mara McMahon.
Have you started the clock, Ms. Halleck?
Okay.
There you go.
Good morning, board members. My name is Marie Pellegrino. Oh, excuse me. All right. My name is Marie Pellegrino. I'm co-chair of the Arlington Green Party. I've been a resident of Arlington County for 51 years. I'm a longtime resident of South Arlington and a former Columbia Pike small business owner. Thank you very much for addressing the lack of affordability in Arlington. I plead with you, however, to delay your vote on the implementation framework and affordability housing plan for the following reasons. One, too many of your consultants are developers, and it appears a conflict of interests as these individuals stand to make a great deal of money on new housing development. There has been insufficient community input on this document also. Two, Arlington has 3,000 market affordable units left. They will not be preserved under this current plan. These units currently provide affordability to families earning less than $60,000 a year. Three, by adding disproportionate amount of affordable housing density surrounding Columbia Pike, the county will not share in full social and ethnic diversity, and neither will the public schools. Four, lastly, the proposed document makes it too easy for investors to gobble up single-family rental homes and permanently displace people who are a vibrant part of Arlington's diversity. Thank you for listening. Please hold off on this vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Mara McMahon, followed by Ms. Audrey Clement.
Do I wait for the light? Okay. Members of the board, supporters of affordable housing are a varied lot. Likewise, affordable housing policies come in many forms. One easy approach is to provide as many affordable units as possible wherever it is most readily feasible, regardless of any other factors. Ensuring affordability so that the labor force needed to pour our coffee, clean our houses, wash our cars, and babysit our children are at hand when needed, without having to live next to them or send our children to school with theirs. That is the plan that comes before you today. As an individual who has worked over 10 years with and for low-income, disabled, and homeless individuals, I reject that plan and ask each of you to do the same. I ask you instead to embrace a plan that serves the true purpose of affordable housing, to provide those who would otherwise not succeed the opportunity to overcome and break the cycle of poverty, not to maintain the lifestyle to which some have become accustomed. The beauty in an affordable housing plan that first seeks to maximize opportunities for those being served is that all will benefit from the most our community has to offer. Affording poor people the opportunity to live in poor neighborhoods and attend high-poverty schools performing below the standards set by our highest-achieving schools is not the best Arlington can offer. Socioeconomically diverse communities provide greater benefit and lead to higher student achievement in shorter time than stable housing in impoverished areas with some extra services. We can and should do better. The AHMP should and can be better. I am not here to advocate redistribution. We should continue to preserve existing affordable units for our neighbors where they live today while creating additional opportunities for others in economically diverse communities. I am not advocating for less affordable housing in Arlington. I ask you to put Arlington on a course toward integrated housing and creating a county where every neighborhood can thrive and all children have a truly equal chance to realize their academic and personal potential. This plan is simply not yet ready. Instead of fostering a diverse, inclusive, sustainable community, its focus on getting the biggest bang for our buck in the short term sacrifices greater long-term benefits with far less strain on our resources. Housing policy is educational policy. It is also social and economic policy. As written, this plan does not commit to economically diverse communities. It does not outline policies or strategies to overcome barriers which have led to disproportionate concentrations of low-income housing in select areas. It does not consider the long-term economic or academic implications of what essentially amounts to economic segregation will have on our schools, our neighborhoods, or on Arlington overall. Postpone advertising this plan and its accompanying implementation framework until it does. Those of us here speaking on distribution today even missed a simple opportunity to demonstrate distribution by the way we sat here in our group clumped together instead of scattered throughout the crowd. Don't let this opportunity for you to include an effort toward greater distribution pass you by today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Audrey Clement, followed by Ms. Catherine Buckman.
Welcome, members of the board. I'm Audrey Clement, the independent candidate for County Board. According to Arlington's Affordable Housing Task Force, the county's affordable housing shortage has reached crisis proportions, with 7,000 households in need of rent relief and many more forecast. The solution, according to the Affordable Housing Master Plan, is to construct 15,800 units by 2040. This will be accomplished largely by awarding developers bonus density in return for setting aside a percentage of new apartments as committed affordable units, or CAFs. According to Arlington civic leader Suzanne Sundberg, 1,505 new total site plan housing units were approved in 2014, of which 111, or about 7%, were designated CAFs. Based on these numbers, 214,225 site plan housing units will be needed to reap the 15,800 CAFs, or 8,569 units per year. This is clearly unachievable, considering that the county has created an average of 250 CAFs per year over the past decade. Sundberg further projects that it will cost the county $53.7 million per year to leverage new CAF development, plus $81.9 million per year to provide rent subsidies for the new CAF tenants, and $21.3 million more per year to educate the students occupying the new apartments, which is about 10% of the county's current operating budget of $1.5 billion. Some are concerned that the money to pay for the CAFs will come out of their hides in the form of increased real estate taxes. Not to worry. No elected official in his or her right mind who wants to get reelected would increase real estate taxes to build CAFs. A much more likely policy is the current one, which is to paper over the problem by distracting voters with endless studies while quietly turning a blind eye to the demolition of the remaining market rate affordable apartments in the county. By the time tenants and moderate income homeowners realize that they've been hoodwinked, they will have been recycled out of the county, and the political problem created by their unmet needs will have been solved. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Catherine Buckman, followed by Mr. Paul Duthit.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Catherine Bucknam. I'm Director of Community Relations for AHC Inc., a nonprofit developer of affordable housing here in Arlington County. I've also been an Arlington resident for 28 years. I feel very fortunate to both live and work in this wonderful community. I want to commend the county staff and the working group for carrying out a thoughtful and comprehensive process to prepare the Affordable Housing Master Plan and the implementation framework. The time and effort that went into the preparation of this plan shows the county's strong commitment to preserving good housing for all families at all economic levels. AHC supports the plan's recommendations. We especially applaud the county's use of the Affordable Housing Investment Fund, AHIF, a revolving loan fund. Since AHIF's inception in 1988, AHC has borrowed $94 million to build or acquire new affordable housing projects. To date, AHC has repaid more than $34 million in AHIF loans. These loans have helped AHC leverage $360 million through other loans and other investors. AHC takes great pride in the quality of the housing that we build, preserve, and manage. We have 24 properties in Arlington with more than 2,500 affordable apartments. Over half of those apartments are in North Arlington. AHC's properties are well maintained both inside and outside. We provide stable, quality housing for more than 6,000 Arlington residents. AHC believes in investing in people as well as properties. At several of our Arlington properties, we have community centers where we offer a variety of education programs for children. More than 200 children and teens participate in our after-school and summer camp programs during the school year and throughout the summer months. I'm particularly proud to tell you that all of the seniors in our teen tutoring program have graduated from high school, and more than 80% of them go on to college. We appreciate your strong commitment to affordable housing, and personally, I would like to say I'm very proud to live in a community that has demonstrated time and again a thoughtful approach to developing community-wide policies and plans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Paul Duthit, followed by Mr. John Snyder.
It's pronounced Douthit.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the Arlington County Board. My name is Paul Douthit. I moved to Arlington in 1993 and presently live in the Williamsburg neighborhood. I support the unanimous County Board vote today and in July accepting the Affordable Housing Master Plan and Implementation Framework. I have reached a point in my life when participation in civic activities is interesting. Arlington is my home, and I want to share the many wonderful aspects the county offers. That interest is also derived from my Christian belief and belief that others share also about loving our neighbors. I've come to realize the importance of civic participation to restore something many of us feel is missing, that sense of community. I recently read the book, Bowling Alone, by Dr. Robert Putnam. It explains why we think our community is in decline. As the title suggests, we increasingly feel disconnected from our neighbors and our democratic structures. One of the causes he cites is the sprawl of metropolitan development. It imposes a heavy economic and personal cost. Today, a root cause of that sprawl is the lack of affordable housing. It is pushing people further out. Dr. Putnam's challenges is to spend less time traveling and more time connecting with our neighbors, live in a more integrated and pedestrian-friendly environment. The plan before you today to vote and the framework addresses the root cause of the low supply. The plan explicitly states housing affordability is vital to the social and economic sustainability of the community, and the tools are there to promote the inclusivity across the broad socioeconomic spectrum. These are the things that are going to make our community strong and thriving. The urban transportation corridors are where housing density is already concentrated, and it's also where the market rate affordable units have disappeared. The county has the most potential to preserve affordable housing in these areas. Yes, schools will be impacted, but we do expect that the county board and the school board to work cooperatively to address the planning and the capacity issues. Growth in housing must be shared meaningfully in appropriate ways in all areas of the county. I am in favor of creating the greater flexibility of housing types beyond the urban corridors and in areas such as my own neighborhood. I am one who does not mind having more neighbors. Thank you very much, and I urge your unanimous vote on this.
Thank you, Mr. Douthit.
Our next speaker is Mr. John Snyder, followed by Mr. Jim Jerez.
Good morning. My name is John Snyder. I live in Douglas Park. We have 2,119 affordable housing units in our civic association. Together with our neighbors in Columbia Forest, we have more affordable housing than the entire county north of Wilson Boulevard, 32 civic associations. What's missing is affordable housing diversity throughout the county. And that, unfortunately, is also missing from this plan, which makes this plan, unfortunately, a step backward. What's in the plan is great, and it's good. What's missing, however, undermines the goals for two basic reasons. Number one, it says, by abandoning the targets that were there before, for most of the county, we're just not going to try very hard. If there's any resistance, we're just not going to try. And it also says that we're going to try to do all of this on some very narrow strips of land, not throughout the county, even though there's the physical infrastructure to support it. There are obstacles. The second part of this is those areas where there has been support are now being said, well, you're going to be the entire plan. When we passed the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Plan, we did not do it to be the only affordable housing plan for Arlington. We were going to be the best and the example and the leaders. That means you adopt the tools that we adopted there and you spread it throughout the county. That's not in this plan. There's not even a commitment to think about doing that. There should be a direction so that these people over here who work for the county in housing policy and all that know that this is what they're supposed to do. That is lacking. Why do we have this? There are three basic obstacles to affordable housing. There is the impact on neighborhoods, like any other development. You have to address that. The Pike Neighborhoods Plan has some very good examples of how to do that, if it is supported with things like transit and schools, which the county has not done. All we have now is, well, there's no plan, but we'll get back to you. The other thing that you need to overcome is funding. Density is a way of getting it, also in the Pike Plan. The third thing, and maybe the most difficult, is fear. It's moving forward affordable housing on the Pike because we don't have the fear of affordable housing, where you see it other places. And what the county needs to do and what the leaders need to do is help people overcome their fear. It's not because people are bad, it's because they lack information. So we have to help them overcome that. All of Arlington should be for everyone, not just parts of Arlington. And to achieve that, we have nothing to fear but fear itself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Jim Jerez, followed by Mr. Stuart Stein.
It's good to hear that you're going to change the county board's meeting scheduling and agenda processes. Ms. Clement was right on this morning. It's time county government changed the manner it relates to special interest. Exhibit 1, Mr. Facette, on today's consent agenda, spending $120,000 per unit to preserve the affordability of 82 apartment units at Fort Henry Gardens Apartments, renting for 50% to 60% of area media income. A very complex deal. Why is it on the consent agenda? But AHC is another special interest the county board has historically been unable to say no to. Like the organized bicycle groups, while ordinary residents who ride bicycles take their chances on broken streets. The phrase affordable housing has become an oxymoron and a charade, thanks to the county board and county government's infatuation with new urbanism. Only 20 years ago, you could buy a 2-bedroom townhouse in Arlington for $140,000. Today, that same townhouse is assessed at $385,000, and the annual real estate taxes and condo fees total $8,500. The blame lies completely with the county board. The persons the county board appointed to the planning and housing commissions, county staff, and the developers, real estate trusts, and their law firms that the county board and county government has almost exclusively worked with over the past 20 years. Mr. Facette, 15 years ago, we repeatedly begged you, Ms. Favola and Mr. Ferguson, to build affordable housing in Potomac Yards. You said no. We asked you to build affordable housing and redevelop Shirlington. You said no. We asked you to include more than 1 or 2 affordable units in new apartment buildings constructed on the Ballston-Roslyn corridor. You said no. We asked the county board, including Mr. Tejada, to reserve affordable housing on Columbia Pike. The county board said no. We asked the county board to approve affordable apartments above retail and restaurants so moderate income workers would be able to live where they worked. The county board said no. So after 20 years of this infatuation with new urbanism, surprise, surprise, there's a crisis in affordable housing. Time for a change. Start by consolidating the dozen or so housing corporations and organizations who compete to build more unaffordable housing. Bring nonprofits and for-profits to Arlington that can and have constructed affordable housing that's truly affordable elsewhere. And, most important, vote for independents for county board in November who are not committed to more of the same. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Stuart Stein, followed by Ms. Linda Kelleher.
Hello. There's so many good things in the Affordable Housing Master Plan that I couldn't even begin to list them. I support almost all of it. I am worried about distribution, and I feel that every part of the county needs diversity in every sense of the word. There should be no gated communities for the wealthy. On-site replacement of affordable units is important, and nearby should mean nearby for the replacement of affordable units, not across the county. I very much appreciate the references to preservation of currently affordable units, and my one concern is that many of the people involved did not fully appreciate this part of the study, thinking instead that the solution was primarily building new units. Preservation is especially important in my community. All new developments must respect the context of the communities where they are built. Density and height should absolutely be compatible with the communities and the planning documents relevant to those communities. I think any developer receiving affordable housing bonus should be required to provide expanded relocation funding and programs. The 2013 reform of TAF and relocation went a long way towards making these programs better, but there is a greater responsibility for anyone receiving bonus density for affordable housing. In this case, all current residents of affordable units should have the right to return to their building after the construction is finished at current rents. If there is no residential housing on the site, then permanent arrangements should be made at a nearby building, meaning adjacent or as close as physically possible. It is certainly not asking too much for the current residents of affordable units not to be permanently displaced by an affordable housing project. While there are many numbers, demographics, lots of discussion on policies, and that is all good, but I never forget that behind all of that data and policy, there are Arlington County citizens in those units, my neighbors in Radnor Heights and Fort Myer Heights, and throughout the county, that they should be able to remain in their homes and communities. This is more important than producing spaces for future employees, although this is also important. I live in a very diverse community. Within a few blocks are millionaires, billionaires, and some of the most affordable units in the county, both Marks and Cass. The only really affordable community left near the Metro Corridor. There are great pressures, and we have already lost so many of my neighbors. I hope the future is brighter and that the commitment to affordable housing represented by this study will help make it so. Thank you for all the hard work.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Linda Kelleher, followed by Mr. Saul Reyes.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I'm here on several accounts. I work for the Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing. I'm a member of the Community Services Board, and I was a participant on the working group for the Affordable Housing Study. I'm very proud of the work that the 18 colleagues and I put together to help develop a future and vision for Arlington County in looking at affordable housing. This issue is more important than any single topic or issue that we're hearing today. How we look and feel and treat our neighbors in the future. I've lived here for 40 years. I've lived in apartments that were market affordable in North and South Arlington. None of them are market affordable today. And I don't want that to happen to future generations. I want you to vote to approve that we put this plan out for comment and that we approve it in July. This was a very involved community-based process, and I think we've talked about that, and I think we have more opportunity to have conversation and comment as we go forward. That's the purpose of putting things out to comment. We have heard from businesses, we've heard from communities, and we've heard from individuals today, and we have more things that we need to iron out, but that does not mean that we should not vote to go forward today. When we hear that 13,500 units are no longer affordable, that's a startling fact in a community as small as ours, and that 7,500 individuals lack the opportunity to live in qualified, supported, affordable housing. Recently, we heard from a resident of ours who lives in Arlington Mill Residences. She talked about the fact that before she had the opportunity to move there, she was an Arlington resident. She was living in a one-room basement apartment. She has 2 children and a husband. She's the sole provider of income because of a disability. She's going to school at night. She's participating in our resident services programs, and I think she has a real chance of success for her children. But we need more housing like that in order for other individuals to have similar opportunities, not to ask them to live in properties that do not satisfy the needs and growth of their family. We also talked a lot about where residents are coming from. 78% of residents who moved into our Arlington Mill residences were already known to Arlington County, and their children were in Arlington schools. So I ask you, we elected you to have the vision that we need to move this plan forward, and I ask you to vote in support of the advertisement and adopting the plan in July. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Saul Reyes, followed by Ms. Carrie Johnson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. My name is Saul Reyes. I work with Bugada. We're a community grassroots organization that works here in Arlington. I have a letter that we wrote in support of the Affordable Housing Master Plan and the implementation framework. We know that the private market provides housing options for higher income households, but doesn't serve people who work hard, unfortunately, at lower paying jobs. Affordable housing is the only option for many to remain in Arlington. Hardworking families looking for stability, young people just starting out their careers, seniors who wish to age in place, persons with disabilities, and hardworking employees who deserve opportunity and choices. The majority of these households or individuals serve our community. There are teachers, aides, hospital workers, bus drivers, custodians, wait staff, police officers, firefighters, key members of our society that help educate our children, serve our needs, provide protection and emergency services to our community. We know for a fact that since the year 2000, Arlington has lost over 13,500 units of rental housing that was affordable to households earning up to 60% of the area median income. Arlington is an attractive community in which to live, work, and play. And one of the major factors in Arlington's success is its diversity and inclusiveness. However, slowly through the years, we have witnessed Arlington losing its essence of diversity and slowly transforming into a less inclusive community. Diversity and inclusiveness is vital for a social and economic sustainable community, which are the three values that are central to the county's vision and are supported by providing a range of housing affordability. Arlington's success over the past years is an example of that. Diversity, inclusiveness, and sustainability is per economic development. These values are a hallmark of Arlington County, leading it to become a national model of a modern, desirable place to live, work, and play. We want to register our full support for goal number 1, to have the county produce and preserve enough CAFs by 2040, estimating it at 17.7%, to ensure that Arlington County has a sufficient support of affordable rental housing to meet its needs. Having a sufficient supply of housing that is affordable across the income spectrum is key to Arlington's attractiveness. Without sufficient housing to house people of all income levels and stages of life, it will become extremely difficult for the county to remain attractive and retain a diverse workforce and continue to grow a vibrant, sustainable local economy. Bugada writes this statement in support of affordable housing programs because we have witnessed firsthand the devastating impact that forced displacement can have, particularly on Arlington youth, families, and seniors. As a matter of fact, Bugada was founded back in 1992 by a low-income immigrant tenant who heard his family would be displaced, even though he had paid his rent on time. For the past 23 years, Bugada has worked diligently to help Arlington's families stay in place, preserve diverse existing neighborhoods, and make Arlington the place we continue to call home. On behalf of the many Bugada tenants and tenants that we work, we support the Affordable Housing Master Plan and ask the county to adopt the Affordable Housing Master Plan.
The speaker's time has expired.
The implementation framework.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Reyes.
Our next speaker is Ms. Carrie Johnson, followed by Mr. Dennis Jaffe.
Oh, you're 1 minute before good afternoon.
Wondering if I was the last one to say good morning. I guess I am. So good morning, all. I didn't plan to come here to say anything other than that this is a really strong report, and I congratulate you all for the tremendous amount of work that everybody has put into it. Nothing is perfect, but this is really very solid and very much worth going forward with. However, I may have hit on an angle that nobody else has mentioned, and let me try it. When I moved here, 1979, in housing terms, it was between Colonial Village and Lee Gardens. It was just in time for the first of all those rounds about Buckingham. And one of the reasons that I love Arlington is that history and that character that was formed really in the early 20th century when it was part of 20th century transit-oriented development, streetcar suburbs and all. And when we had the first of the now historic garden apartments, which I would remind you were affordable by design. That is not a new concept. We started it here in the 30s. That history isn't in this report. It ought to be. This is an extremely solid and quite abstract report, and I would urge you to make it even stronger by bringing it down to ground in two ways. One is by talking more about what we have done and what we have saved. We need a list. We need pictures of the affordable projects that have been successful here. We need some recognition of all the work that so many people in the community have done on that front already and what has been accomplished. That's a question of style and of not self-congratulation, but really making a record. The second is a question of substance. I think the report does need more emphasis on housing conservation. not just talking about how many marks we have, but talking about the clusters of garden apartments, of other low-rise, relatively low-density, moderate-income resources that we still do have, and more attention to how can we keep as many of those as we possibly can. Columbia Pike is the only one that has a really comprehensive plan. Fort Myer Heights North, by the time we got it done, was a little late, and we've had to make too many compromises. But there are other areas, the south side of Wilson Boulevard in Ashton Heights. The prime one I would call to your attention is Westover. I would urge you not just to wait until some area plan comes along, but to target these areas for what can we do, how creative can we be. Smaller projects take more creative approaches. They take more hands-on talking to owners. They're harder, but there's got to be ways to provide incentives to conserve and get reinvestment in buildings instead of getting them torn down. I would also urge you, when you talk about affordable by design, to focus on reinvestment in these older buildings, not just new ones. Finally, also look for more opportunities to wrap this new piece of the comp plan into others, particularly the preservation plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Dennis Jaffe, followed by Mr. David Leipson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the County Board. My name is Dennis Jaffe. I'm Executive Director of Bravo, Buyers, Arlington,
Renters, Arlington Voice.
Buyers, Resident, I can't talk. Buyers, Renters, Arlington Voice. I have been losing my voice, I'm sorry. Speaking of voice. Bravo supports the advertising of the Affordable Housing Master Plan and of the implementation framework. The advertising does not end public input. How important it is for people to have that opportunity, but by going forth with advertising in the summer does not end that opportunity. Not everyone who has concerns as they are finding it premature for themselves to support this plan, not all of those people throughout the entire county will be on vacation, traveling outside of Arlington for the next 2 months. But yes, still, at the same time, there needs to be vigorous commitment to ensuring that people who wish to have the opportunity to make their voices heard in the coming months have that opportunity. A few issues that we would like to address here are the substance of the affordable housing, as well as the concerns that those who are not yet ready to support it are raising today. First, we support the efforts of the Affordable Housing Work Study Group and the county staff and the members throughout the community who have participated in developing this plan toward strengthening the county's commitment toward replenishing affordable housing that has been lost, particularly along Columbia Pike. But we also want to give voice to the importance of being inclusive and being candid toward acknowledging and addressing the concerns that we have heard today by those for whom support of the plan is premature. But acknowledging and addressing those concerns ought not lead us to opposing or to delaying taking action in advertising or in receiving public input and in adopting and then implementing the plan. It was said before that there is not urgency in the summer. There's been urgency for the last 30 years. People have said today that individuals, someone moved to Woodbridge, people are moving to Alexandria, people are moving to D.C., people are moving into Maryland, people are moving to Manassas. Yes, people who are having difficulty affording rent, affording housing in Arlington, are moving out. That is the urgency. There is no conflict of interest with the developer. That was said before. These are nonprofit developers who have interest, but not a conflict of interest. Thank you very much to the members of the County Board for having this process.
Our next speaker is Mr. David Leipson, followed by Ms. Lois Athey.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Dave Leipson. I am a member of the working group, but I'm speaking now on behalf of the homeless community and the not just the homeless, but those folk that are really that under 30% who, but for our plans and what we've been doing, are at great risk of homelessness or, as being said, being forced out of the county. I am co-chair with Melissa Bondi of the 10-year plan to end homelessness in Arlington. We are an organization that has about 50 members, public, private, community, faith, business organizations. Our executive committee has voted unanimously to urge you to adopt, certainly to advertise, and then to adopt the plan and accept the implementation framework. Those who go into it will find that but for what the county has been doing in permanent supportive housing, in the AHIF programs, in the rental assistance programs, all of those things that we do, rapid rehousing, and the safety net funding, but for all that, there would be about 7,500 people who would not be able to live in this county today. 7,500 households, I should say, including many of the critical hospitality workers, hospital service folk that we all depend, that our economy depends on. Today, it takes more than 2 full-time minimum wage incomes to rent the cheapest one-bedroom apartment you can find in the county. Many Arlingtonians spend nearly half of their income on housing. Many are living month to month, paycheck to paycheck, at the edge of losing their homes, and too many are, in fact, homeless. Even with the investments that the county has been making over the years, there are already 7,500 fewer units affordable at 60% and below of median income than there are households that need them. We have a gap already of 7,500, and the study found that that gap could double in the time of the 2040. So with that in mind, our executive committee strongly urges endorsement. And as a member of the working group, I would simply add, this is personal, Arlington has done an awful lot to get where we are today. I think it would be a terrible sign to delay moving forward. Everybody knows what has to be done. We really need to move forward with that. So I would argue strongly against any delay in advertising. There has been 2 years of community input.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Lois Athey, followed by our first 5-minute speaker, Mr. Stan Carson.
Good afternoon. My name is Lois Athey. I've worked for many years with the Tenant Association Bugada here in Arlington. Why do we need proactive policies and creative approaches if we are to address the need of affordable housing? It requires, I think, the participation of all sectors of this community to make those decisions, both renters and homeowners, low-income and higher-income residents. Let me cite just one statistic that focuses on why we need affordable housing. Sometimes the experts can give us some help. This is a study by the Children's Health Watch from Massachusetts. They say that parents with significant housing cost burdens often forego health care and skimp on food, causing significant health problems and limiting their child's learning and early development. Housing is key, therefore, to the success of these children. This finding only highlights some of the issues that Arlington faces if it can't produce affordable housing in the future. The recent housing study highlights that rising rents and apartment demolitions and renovations have created a crisis situation for many of Arlington's minority populations. We know that the high decline of Arlington's Latino population over the past 10 years can be attributed to the lack of affordable housing and the forced displacement of many immigrants. Just one example says it all. Latino immigrants occupied approximately 90% of the 700-plus units at Arno Valley. That community was totally destroyed in the late 1990s when the brick apartments were demolished. Many of us, maybe I'm the only one here, participated in that process. And as a result of that, the county board woke up and they developed a new thing called the Affordable Housing Study that, by the way, took 2 years. As a result, Arlington County now has principles and goals and focuses on documenting the targets, which has been very useful to those of us who work in this community. But unfortunately, the affordable housing crisis has only gotten worse. Now we have a renewed effort to get in front of the crisis. This community has been totally engaged and contributed to this study in a way that never happened before with the Arlington affordable housing study of the Arno Valley era. I think, therefore, the master plan is a wonderful opportunity for Arlington to go forward, at least to make the effort. We know that we may not win the battle, but at least let's try. We think the approach to crafting this plan has been very effective. Focus groups, public hearings, and incredible amounts of contributions by both staff and the working group have made this, I think, a very energetic process. Everybody has spent endless hours listening to the community and trying to work through the difficult processes. Let's move forward so that Arlington remains a county, or at least at some level, for low-income people who desperately need a place to live where they can raise their children. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Stan Carson, followed by Ms. Mary Rouleau.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm very proud to represent the Radnor Fort Mile Civic Association, RAFOM, which has been a leading advocate among civic associations for affordable housing since it was established 15 years ago. And I do have some personal knowledge about affordable housing. I had a 30-year career which enabled corporate funding for affordable housing nationally, resulting in hundreds of thousands of units across the country. I sit on the Housing Committee of the Civic Federation. I served for a number of years on the board of the Homeless Shelter on Columbia Pike, and I'm a member of the Homeless Services Committee of the Roslyn Bid. RAFOM has more affordable housing than any other civic association in the Roslyn-Ballston Metro Corridor. That's not saying a lot, but it's still something we're proud of. But we have lost many affordable housing units. To what? Development. And that's something that is a great concern to us. Our committed affordable housing, for example, that we have, and the market rate also, totals up several hundred units. We have at the same time, and Stuart Stein said this very well before, we have some of the most high-priced housing units in Arlington County, in our civic association area, and we have the affordable housing units that I mentioned that almost adjoins them. You can go from a walking distance of 3 or 4 or 5 blocks from both committed and market rate affordable housing to those most expensive housing units in Arlington. And this may be a model for the county in terms of integrating the affordable housing and the market rate or high market rate housing units. But our major concern is preservation, because it is a lot easier and it's cheaper to preserve what we have than to construct new units, and that's the problem we've been facing over the years. Affordable housing not only assures economic diversity, but importantly, ethnic and racial diversity, which we treasure in our area, and I'm sure that most of you do, all of you do, on the county board and the county as a whole. In short, RAFOM agrees with the county manager and the planning commission to advertise the public hearings of the Arlington housing, the Affordable Housing Master Plan. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Mary Rouleau, followed by our final speaker, Ms. Nina Janopol.
Good afternoon. I'm here on behalf of the Alliance for Housing Solutions. You have our letter in support of moving forward. Very concise, very organized. I'm not going to read it to you. I've been listening really hard, so I want to make 3 points based on what I've heard today. The first point is there has been a lot of opportunity for community input that goes back a long time in this process. And indeed, the adjustments that have been made to the plan and the implementation framework reflect that input. The second point is I really haven't heard objections to the policies in the plan. I've been listening very hard. This is a policy document that you will vote on as opposed to the implementation plan. I have heard concerns about parts of the implementation framework. I understand that. But as you pointed out, Mrs. Hines, that will be implemented over the course of years with the usual public processes associated with any changes we make in those kind of tools, as well as our dollars. Those will be allocated year by year in the budget. As I said at the Civic Federation last week, there's not one brick nor $1 extra that gets added to the pool when you adopt the actual housing framework plan. The master plan to move forward. There will be time to give that input. And in fact, some of the changes have already been reflective of input. The third thing I want to point out is that there is a lot of committed affordable housing in North Arlington. My organization, the Alliance, supported, for example, 2 site plans under construction, the Springs up in Ballston and the old Pierce Queen site near my neighborhood, right north of 50, a mixed income development. AHS also supports the housing elements in the Realize Roslyn plan, and thank you to Stan Carson for his hard work on that, the RAPS plan, and we have worked very closely with the citizen group, the Lee Highway Alliance, that's looking at a visioning statement for Lee Highway that very much contemplates affordability along the route. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Ms. Nina Janopal.
Hey, good afternoon. I bet you're happy. Last speaker, right? My name's Nina Janopal, and I'm the president and CEO of the Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing. We're a not-for-profit, community-based organization that works for the benefit of our low-income Arlingtonians. First, I want to start by thanking the county board and the staff and Dr. Hamlin and the working group and the consultants that produced this amazing report. It is a real model of a deep dive into data. And I think it's intriguing to me as I watch this over the last 3 years to see how the goals changed based on data and based on community input. So what a refreshing thing. A lot of communities make decisions based on emotion and anecdote, and this was a real thoughtful, thorough process. So thank you all for that and for the input that people continue to give. This last Thursday night, we had our quarterly board meeting of the Partnership for Affordable Housing, and spontaneously our 23-member board wanted to vote, and they voted unanimously to support this plan and the implementation plan and to urge the county board to approve it. And just to let you know a little bit about our board, we have developers, bankers, we have a former elementary school principal from Randolph Elementary School, we have residents. They were all excited about this, and the vote of confidence this gives the community to say we really care about affordable housing. And we're going to do something positive between now and 2040, based on data, based on best practices. There is some misinformation that I've been hearing as people have been talking about this, a little bit today, a little bit in some other forums and on listservs. One I just want to emphasize particularly is that committed affordable housing clearly supports student achievement. That's documented in a lot of research studies. It creates stability. Not only do we see that, on paper and in studies, but here in Arlington. APA's residents, we have a 20% annual turnover of our households. That is much lower than the market, which averages 50%, and then the market affordable housing, such as when APA bought Buchanan Gardens. That property averaged 50 to 100% turnover every year. That's a lot of instability for families. Number 2, overcrowding. Committed affordable housing is really an opportunity to right-size households who want to stay in Arlington, but because they can't afford the right-size apartment, they're overcrowded. That's not good for student achievement. It's really a problem. When we bought, again, Buchanan Gardens, we had 3.5 persons per bedroom on average in that property. We right-sized it to 2 persons per bedroom. Affordability, the stability of being able to know what your rent's going to be year after year, takes a lot of stress. Lois Athey talked about that. The stress on a household, not being able to afford food at the end of the month. Our resident services programs. You heard Catherine Buckman talk about the resident services programs that AHC offers. APA as well is committed to service-enriched housing. This is an opportunity for families to learn, to grow, to have resources, many of which come from the rest of Arlington. Learning Connection comes every Monday night to one of our properties. Volunteers from around Arlington come and read to children ages 3 through 6. We provide rent-free space for the Greenbrier Learning Center. 20 students at Barcroft Elementary School get enrichment every day, Monday through Friday. Those children are increasing their performance, their literacy, their math capacity by having that enrichment opportunity. Also, there's some correlation or conversation about committed affordable housing residents being high poverty. We want to serve as many low income as we can, but they aren't all high poverty. Our average resident household income is $40,000 per year. That doesn't correlate, for example, with free and reduced lunch statistics. Here's a small statistic on that. In the last 13 years, the county has added 3,000 committed affordable units, but only 400 free and reduced lunch students. In fact, the percentage of free and reduced lunch students in Arlington has decreased dramatically from 41% to 31%. That's really a lot of people, as Saul Reyes talked about, who can't afford to be in this county anymore. There's been some conversations on geographic distribution. I think you've heard Mary Rouleau talked about this. Over half the county's committed affordable units are actually in North Arlington. 65% of the market affordable units lost in this county were in South Arlington. That's where a lot of our loss is. That's where a lot of our displacement has been. 77% of the new projects on Columbia Pike are market, 23% affordable. But before I close, I want to say, it sounds to me like there's an opportunity to work together. I applaud the conversations of John Snyder, of the Barcroft parents. And just a little personal privilege, Barbara Donnellan, we'll miss you terribly. This is my last opportunity to see you in a public forum. Thank you for your decades of service to Arlington. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Janopal. Does that complete our speakers, Madam
Yes.
Clerk? Wow, we were almost exactly on the hour and a half. So I think that my advice about the beginning of Realize Roslyn not being before 2 o'clock will stand. And we will take some time now to work through a number of the issues that are before us. As I mentioned at the very beginning, where we are today is the request to advertise the master plan and the implementation framework for more community conversation, with the goal of adopting a master plan and accepting the implementation framework. I would suggest to my colleagues that as we think about this, and I think we've heard this pretty clearly from the community today, that there is quite a desire for folks to hear more from us about what we would prioritize in that implementation framework, what we think the next set of actions are that need to happen, and that is an important conversation, I think, moving forward, too. I would also note that plans like this do, in fact, have one more element which isn't before us today, but which will come out of our actions, which is a monitoring and evaluation element that will then be used to track our progress over time on this. And that, to me, is also a very important component of what we have. So let me just do a few sort of setup comments here, if I might. I think we've had a very civil conversation this morning, and I appreciate everybody doing that. I think what we've heard is that affordable housing is important if we are to continue to be a diverse, inclusive, and sustainable community. I think we all share those goals and those values. The question is, how can this plan advance those goals and values in a way that serve all Arlingtonians? And I think that's a fair and important and critical question for us as we move forward. And I would say most central to that is this issue of distribution, which has been a thread that's run through everything we've heard this morning. We also have heard some conversation about the interaction of housing policy and school enrollment, and I think that and how this plan recognizes that and moves that forward is also very important. Heard a little bit of conversation about what should our long-term goal and target be, and I think that, too, is a worthy conversation for us all. I would put those three sort of at the top of our conversation. Say them again. Sure. The issue of what should our overall target be for affordable housing as a percent of all of our housing stock. The second one is the distribution question. And then the third one is the interaction with schools and how we might approach that moving forward. I would hear those three as the most important. I think we did hear a couple of very specific comments from Ms. Ray in the disability area that are probably worth a little bit of board conversation moving forward. So I would put those out as the most important things. We also have obviously heard a question about timing, and after I think we go through everything, I think it would be appropriate to talk about timing. So that being said, are there other topics that people would like to make sure are added to that list? Yeah, Mr. Weistat.
Thank you, Ms. Hines.
Your mic's not on.
Okay, I think it just the kind of the theme or the strain regarding preservation versus new construction. I think that the former Planning Commission Chair, Kerry Johnson, struck on that note, as well as a number of other speakers. And then also aging in place that we heard from the Commission on Aging and certain others. I'd like to have a little more conversation in that regard as well.
Sure. Good ones. Anybody else want to add anything to the list at this moment?
No, that's a really good list, and some of them have a few subcategories, but I reserve the right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to put timing at the very end, and I will move through the rest of these kind of in the order that they were offered. Mr. Tejada.
I second Mr. Fisse's comment, and would also add that we have started a fact versus myth document, and I would like staff to help enhance what is fact, especially with figures. People use figures in different ways. You know, how many we've lost, how many we've gained, how many are in committed affordable units, how many are in North Arlington, how many in South Arlington. Things I think that as we hear the testimony, as we hear the comments, particularly from residents who, for one reason or another, just now are getting engaged or learning about the process, I think it's fair that we share information. So first of all, I agree with the points you've making so far on the list. This is an advertisement, so we're not going to engage fully right now. I mean, we're just going to talk about some of the things that will be included, make some guidance to staff, so things that we need. So that's what we're doing, and then conversation continues, and the actual vote of a yay or nay will be in July. So I am particularly interested in having so that way when we talk, to just use an example, like the last speaker, Ms. Janopol, just recited a number of very important elements to look at, or for more dissemination for folks who are talking about some of the subjects we hear. So that way, okay, it's a myth or it's a fact. And what also is within Arlington County's control and what it is not. So in other words, we're in a property rights state in Virginia. We are part. Now I know sometimes we think of Arlington, we're in maybe a land of our own, and although there are some changes there of that, maybe not as progressive anymore, but we are part of Virginia, and in Virginia we're in a property rights state. So that's one element that I would argue right now, maybe suggest that we enhance our facts versus myth.
Okay. Staff can certainly keep track of that as we move this forward. So let's begin with a fundamental element of the plan, which is to identify that as an aspirational target, we should strive for 17.7% of our housing stock to be affordable to people who are at 60% of area median income or below. Rental housing be at affordable to folks who are at 60% of area median income or below. Comments, questions, concerns about that number moving forward as part of our request to advertise? Ms. Weistat.
My concern is really, and I understand the logic behind the percentage, but my concern is what that means for increased density in the county. In other words, if we say that our target is 17.7% of all multifamily units, it seems to me that that also means, almost by definition, that for every 100 units of new multifamily housing we build, that 17.7 of those units need to be affordable. So it's like we're on an escalator or a treadmill, and we keep going up and adding to that density. And so that's my concern.
We turn to staff on that.
Yes, I think it's important to realize that the increase in affordable housing, that preservation of affordable housing is a key policy. And in the past, our current supply of affordable housing is achieved about 2/3 from preservation and about 1/3 from additional new construction. And so it's not implying that this is all new construction and increases the density. And it also is within the confines of the land use policy of the county and doesn't anticipate increasing the GLUP.
Mrs. Garvey?
Yeah, I'm not sure that completely answered the question for me, but I'm not sure even we can. I think the idea is, I guess every time we go up 100 units, 17 of them need to be affordable, and if we go up 100 regular, then that means another 17 on top. I think that's kind of what Mr. Weistat was getting at. And I think a discussion of that would probably be helpful. I'm actually interested in, could we have an estimate of what that's going to cost? And it would have to be a range, and you might not be able to do it, but that's one of the things that I've asked for some time ago, but I haven't pushed on it very much, like on the various tools we have. There's a real difference in what those cost. I mean, you showed how you leverage the AHIF, which is great. And then there's some things, changing policies, that probably wouldn't really cost anything. But I think as we move forward and start implementing and sort of heading into this more, I think we need to understand what things are going to cost us to do. And in fact, as we then head into the debate of changing zoning policies, if we're going to do that, or doing some other things, if we know what the relative cost is and what we get for it, I think that would help the debate. Is that possible? To have the relative costs on the tools, and that's part of the whole. What's it going to cost us to keep 17.7%?
We haven't produced a cost estimate for this plan. I think there's a number of things that are variables that could impact that, whether or not the market produces a greater share of market affordable, whether our land use tools are more effective in producing more units that don't cost the county anything in dollars. Those are all factors that impact that. As well as this is based on the projection, the forecast for 2040, which if the county achieves that forecast, that would be, that's one scenario. There may be scenarios where the county doesn't achieve that forecast because there isn't that much building going on in the county.
Okay, so is it possible to cost out at least the tools? Because I understand it's going to be the combination. Some way for us to get a handle on, because that's something that's really missing here, I think, in the whole plan. Is that possible to get somehow?
Yes, that's possible. We could do a low, medium, high.
That would be helpful. And and even scoring the various tools, what's low, medium, high. I think anything to get a little bit of a handle on it would be very helpful as we try to set goals.
I don't think we could do that for all the tools in the plan, but the key tools, certainly AHIF as the key generator of units and the primary cost area.
But for example, when we've looked at Barcroft Apartments, when we were looking at doing, it was a ratio on TDRs. Staff had figured out what it would what it would cost to try to preserve that. Those kind of estimates would be very helpful to have. I think I'm seeing a lot of sort of head nods. So I'm just thinking that's an element I'd like to see forward in some way or other.
Yeah, Dave Cristillo. Yeah, I think we understand the cost pressure, and so those that remember the Columbia Pike process, one of our tasks was to try and minimize the outlay of funds, and so how do we use other tools, planning tools, transfer development rights, reduce parking, and how do we use these tools to try and lessen the amount of money that would go out, whether it's AHIF or any other associated fund. So that's the task that we're charged with here in this plan. We can certainly come up with estimates depending on what, as Mr. Donald Schroeder said, in terms of what would that low, medium, high range be if we're using AHIF going forward for a period of time.
Thank you. I mean, I think the more we can have relative costs out there and some ideas, the better community conversation we will have. Thank you.
Mr. Tejada.
Yes, I have some questions regarding that percentage, the number, and Mr. Reverend Hamlin perhaps can help in staff. But I want to make sure I fully understood what comment Ms. Garvey made a moment ago. Ms. Garvey, you mentioned zoning policy changes, and I don't know if I want to make sure I did not misunderstood. Are you suggesting that we also add zoning policy changes at single-family home neighborhoods?
One of the tools in here, I believe, is looking at changing at our policy, and one of the things we have talked about doing. Mm-hmm. Yes, Ms. Hines,
did you ask her a question?
I did.
Oh, I apologize.
I'm sorry. That's why it was a very direct question.
I want to make sure I understood her comment about maybe potentially proposing that single-family home neighborhoods, the zoning that surrounds it, it's be changed to allow more affordable housing. I'm not sure what.
Yeah, and I would like to look at that. I think that's a recommendation in here. I think we need to be careful about how we do it. I've talked at length about how I have a rental house where my daughter lives, and I'd like to be able to live in that house with her right now, but with the way zoning goes, I can't have my own kitchen. I'd like to be able to have my own kitchen and live with my daughter. So that's the sort of thing that I think we can look at. There are all kinds of ways of house sharing. You could have perhaps two couples buying a house. And so it's two families living in one house that looks like a house that is a single house, but they work out a way to share the cost of that so that they can actually afford to buy a house in Arlington and share in the increase. There are many things that have to, I'm not recommending any specific way of doing it, but I'm saying absolutely it needs to be looked at. And I think that is a way of easily allowing people to age in place more easily, to allow young couples to stay here more easily. There's a lot of flexibility that could provide without changing the footprint. Or I think we do need to craft the policies this way, not really changing the nature of those communities. Does that answer your question, Mr. Tejada?
No, you commented on my question, and that's your point of view. Thank you. Mm-hmm. I'd like to now ask staff and Reverend Hamlin as well. Perhaps start with you, because I think a lot of times we have a lot of commissions that and task forces representatives come to our meetings, and once the conversation here begins, there's hardly any questions or points for questions there. You have the wealth of knowledge. And could you help me understand how did that number within the affordable housing working group, from the housing study working group, arrive? How did you arrive at that number? What is the what drove the basic elements to get to that number? And then I'll ask staff to contribute. Maybe I'd like to hear first from you.
Certainly, as it began, and I thank you very much for being able to respond to that. In that there was, of course. The board needs to know that there was a great deal of discussion, first of all, around how we would arrive at that number. Being able to take the data to go through it, that number had to be addressed both factually as well as aspirationally. What that number, and you've already heard staff state that the number is not prescriptive. The number is there to meet a need. And I would also add to that certainly as there have been many discussions about meeting need, you've heard already about meeting the need of the homeless situation, that when there was an aspirational goal set to that, it was to end homelessness, not to reduce it, not to do anything, but how do we meet the need that would be present? It took a lot of research and expertise, and of course our consultants, as well as all the shared input of everybody, to arrive at how would we make certain that we put before not just the board, but as well as the community, a number that says, this is the need that we have. Will we strive to meet that need? I would also, as it has been raised, I would caution as well, to say that as we are looking at how we might meet the number and the need that is out there, that when we start looking at cost, we know that costs are going to be very related to specific projects. You've charged this working group with providing policies and plans on a very broad scale that can be further discussed and applied to specific projects. Even in the examples that have been raised today, what you've asked is, can we go to a specific project so that we would be able to look at this in a broad way? That might create, and we've got to be careful of the conversations that would create, as I've heard some, and I'm grateful for all of the input that is even being stirred up by this, because the working group wants to be able to meet all of the concerns that are presently out there. But to meet this, we had to take the facts, the figures, and all that was supplied by our consultants, and also come up with a number that would help identify the need and put before the board and the community something to aspire for, and that's meeting the need.
Thank you. Really appreciate that background, factual and aspirational. My guess is that probably there may be some that may have advocated a higher number, and there probably is some that may have advocated for a lower number.
Very much so. And I'm glad that you raised there were some that wanted that number, and you should know, much higher. And some who wanted that number, as some would call it, what is the realistic that, and again, that's speculation of what we might get done based upon past efforts. But what we all have to do, and what the working group said, is what is the need, and what do we really put out there to say that we as a community are going to seek to meet a realistic and, of course, factual number of need as we would project it.
Excellent background. And at the moment, I don't mean to dive too deep into that kind of thing, because we will do that. But it's important, I think, to set the context, because what is doable, or what, given it used to be called crisis, of the loss and reduction of affordable housing, how we want to put it. I've heard a catastrophe as in reference to the significant number that we've lost, and what's realistically then that staff can also say, is this a reasonable number to have as a potential aspiration backed by the facts? So let me turn to you based on what you heard. Again, not to necessarily dive right now deep into a lot of that, but just is this the context that you think that is that consistent with the conversation? Right.
So the working group in working towards a number, a target, a goal, if you will, for affordable rental housing, looked at a number of different scenarios. One was, do we want to just maintain the level of affordable housing that we currently have, similar to the goal that was established for Columbia Pike, which we know that currently doesn't meet the needs of all the households below 60% of the area median income. And based on the needs analysis, we identified where the gap was in the market, and that was below 60 was the primary area that the market's not producing housing for.
And the needs analysis is available for anyone who wants to?
Analysis is available. It was published last September. Yes, it's available online.
For anyone who wants to see it. Can we add to as we enhance the fact versus myth, that part specifically, some kind of link or some connection, please?
Sure. And so I think if we back up to the mandate really for the plan, what the Code of Virginia states, that the comprehensive plan shall include the designation of areas and implementation of measures for the construction, rehabilitation, and maintenance of affordable housing, which is sufficient to meet the current and future needs of residents at all income levels in the locality. Having identified the area where we're not able to meet those needs, determining what is sufficient, and we took sufficient to mean that for every household that there should be a unit. And so based on the current need and looking at the forecast, which we tasked George Mason Center for Regional Analysis to identify, based on the county's forecast of projected growth, what would the incomes likely be of households in the future, and it's fairly close to what it is now. And so that's where that 17.7% comes from. That's the best estimate that we can get for what the future households will look like in the county, and to guarantee a sufficient supply would mean that that number, that 17.7%.
Really appreciate the context for anyone that may be hearing it for the first time or say, well, what's the logic behind that number? For indeed, there are many people that have contacted me indicating it's too short. There ought to be a higher number. So, but then you also, as we heard, there were some folks who think perhaps that ought to be zero now, and do some things certain happen and so on. So. For those reasons, and before I agree on moving forward with an advertisement, I needed to have that kind of a background. And again, this is not necessarily the right number. We'll see what happens, but you have to take so many factors into account. And so I appreciate the work that has been done, and we can move forward from that point.
Mr. Fasad.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thanks. And Reverend Hamlin, thanks for that reflection on the discussions and the debate within the working group, because that makes complete sense. It was probably not zero, but it was between what people felt was practical and aspirational. I think that is the boundary of the discussion. And back to John's first question, which was sort of, or suggestion about whether this 17.7% suggests that every new unit in the county and every multifamily dwelling would have to have 17.7%. That is not my understanding at all. It would, there are many other tools or suggestions in here by which you would aspirationally reach that number, whether it's through preservation of existing units, whether it's through ADUs. There are hopefully other tools in here that allow you to reach or aspire to the number. But I do still have a question on the 17.7% that I think is still a little bit in my mind as well. And I'm going to go back to the master plan itself and read the actual sentence. It's 17.7% of the county's housing stock should be affordable to households. First important thing, households. So you're looking at the stock of affordable to households with incomes at or below 60% AMI. And this is based on the forecast of 22,800 affordable units being needed at this level of affordability. I assume that means there are 22,800 projected households at 60% of AMI or less. And that would be my question, if you could address how you came up with that number and how it reflects or relates to today's percentage.
Yeah. I'm going to ask Jeanette Chapman from George Mason University, who assisted us in producing the forecast, respond to that.
Good afternoon. The forecasts were developed using demographic trends, household formation patterns, and mostly through regional job growth forecasts, and so they're likely implied incomes and therefore AMI brackets. So in conjunction, of course, with what the county produces already, that's how we arrived at the 17.7%.
Probably the key to my question was how it relates to today.
It's
what would that number, what would that percentage be today?
That number today is 16.4%. And because of the types of jobs that are coming to the region, that are anticipated to come to the region, and the way those incomes break out, as well as the wave of retirees with lower incomes, there's a slight increase.
So we have data that shows that today, of our population, 16.4% falls within the income level as households of 60% of AMI and below.
That's correct.
Okay, so what we're proposing here is a modest increase, and you all have argued because of sort of economic needs and expectations. That's sort of, in short, where the 17.7 comes from, or why you went from 16.4 to 17.7.
Correct. That's correct. So if we were to meet our current need, it would be 16.4%. This is a long-term plan, and so the projection is the 17.7%. And that wasn't based on trying to, shoehorn people into any specific income category.
What it means is that right now we have 16.4% of the population at that income level, and we have housing that qualifies to meet the 30% or below of their income being spent on housing of about 9,500. So today, we are short by about what?
7,500 units.
So as of today, in the current condition, we're 7,500 units short. And this aspiration is to meet 100% of the need with a slight increase over the next 25 years.
That's correct.
Okay, so that no family at 60% of meeting, because right now we know the reality is even in some of the market rate affordable, you don't necessarily have to be at 60% or below because it's market rate, it's free market. Somebody making $120,000 a year can be renting there, right? So the only ones where you're sure someone at 60% or below is really inhabiting the unit is where it's a committed affordable unit. So we have a gap today, which means people are living here, households are living here, but they are in a unit that at the market requires them to pay 35 or 40 or 50% of their income or more to get their housing. And this plan would eliminate that.
That's correct. We seek to balance the households with lower incomes with housing that's affordable to them.
Right. Okay. And I think just from my experience of how much we invest and the time and energy and the cost of property makes this very aspirational. Because we're so far behind even today to think that in the next 25 years we would be able to make up where we are today and meet the needs for the future to get to that, kind of perfect 30% of your income makes this very aspirational. And so beyond that, I leave that for the rest of us to, consider. But to me, it is very aspirational. Even in its form today, even though others on your task force may have said, let's reach higher, I would call this very much at the aspirational end.
If I could.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes,
Robert.
as you said, as a language, as you said, would it eliminate it? I don't think that in the conversations there was a guarantee or at least that thought process that it would definitely happen, as we know. And that was part of that conversation. But we would have to make a decision as a community, what did we want for Arlington? And what should we hold out for Arlington to work towards? Right. And so holding that number, we know is no guarantee, right. But it is certainly that we would want to be a community that sought to meet the need at that level. Sure. To put it below would say something about this community right. as well.
Which is why I reference aspirational, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I do want to make certain, as we say, how aspirational it is. On both sides of that, with the consensus that was reached by all of the input, it was to say that we fell at the point of saying, what's the need? Let's meet the need. That's why it didn't come across as highly aspirational.
I'll also suggest, I believe that what this means is that you project by 2040, is it right? 0 marks at 60% or below. Is that pretty much embedded in here?
No, it's not. I think that's, we'll continue to monitor that, and whether or not we have to have that many CAFs will depend on how many marks are also present in the market.
So loosely, but, essentially marks meaning any unit that's on the free market meets the needs of somebody 60%, of household 60% or below. I think we only have 2,500 now, right? It's gone down. We keep hearing the data. Loss of 13,500 over the last 15 years. So over the next 25, it's hard for me to imagine that we can count on preserving any of the balance of 2,500, knowing the value of property here. Now, maybe we will, maybe something will happen that becomes the case, but I have to presume that over the next 25 years, that just about everything that's available to a family at 60% of a median income and less is going to have some subsidy attached to it. That's what I'm reading into this.
Well, I would just say on this particular topic, I appreciate how hard the group worked and how hard staff worked with our consultants to come up with something that had a relationship to the folks we thought would be trying to live here. It is aspirational. One of the points I want to make, and on this particular issue. And to me, the plan has three important components. It has the preservation of housing, of affordable units where we can do it. It also has this notion that we need to look very carefully at our transportation corridors, particularly the ones that are not metro accessible moving forward. There's a very interesting statistic that's now being used in a lot of places to measure affordability that looks beyond housing to look at housing and transportation cost. And I think as this conversation continues to move forward, it may be that we will want to tweak how we actually think about this. Because you might, if you have access to excellent bus service, pay a little bit more than 30% of your income for that home because you don't need to buy a car, you don't need to service a car, you have access to a reasonable ride that can take you most of the places you want to go. Now, we will all acknowledge that there are people who live on transportation corridors who still drive their cars to work because their work isn't on a transportation corridor. But at the same time, it does give us a more nuanced way to look at some of this. And so I think as we continue to refine our work, that would be a very interesting thing for us to look at on the corridors we have at the moment of what's in that affordability range. And I think they're using 45%. I think it's of housing plus transportation cost. If you're in that range, it is considered affordable. So I would encourage us to think strategically in that area as well. Mrs. Garvey?
I'm glad you brought that up, Mrs. Hines, because I'm realizing in a way that would be another tool that probably isn't in the toolbox now is transportation. That's a way to make life more affordable for folks. And I'd like to throw in, to further complexify a complex issue, childcare. If we could provide really high-quality, low-cost childcare, that too would increase the number of people who could afford to live here. Because the major costs for families of lesser means is, as you know, you're nodding your head, and I'm sorry, I'm preaching to the choir, but transportation, childcare, and housing. So we maybe need to look at the two other legs of that stool as part of the whole toolbox that we've got. And if we can do that, I'm not saying that has to be done immediately, but I think as Mrs. Hines talked about further refining the plan, I think that would be very useful.
I'm going to just...
Mr. Fassett?
I just would... I've talked about that so many times. I'm sorry I didn't, hit on that earlier, but I think it's a very valid point. We are always being compared to places out further in the region. And the truth is people are beginning to choose Arlington because despite the land cost and housing cost, when they factor in the other costs, transportation being number one, also time, which is harder to put a value on, but their time cost, we become far more competitive. And I think that is really a significant issue, that if you're, in terms of that projection or those numbers, if you haven't factored in the transportation cost, which is something we make major investments in here, that is a huge part of our community's success, is providing a whole lot of people that live here wonderful options and alternatives to get around for far less money and investment in out of their own personal income stream. So I actually think that might adjust some of the content, some of the projections in here if you were able to do that.
The last policy observation I would just make, again, going to affordability, is that in the last 5 years or so, we have continued to try to move the bar forward in terms of managing energy cost, which is another piece of this puzzle of what a family can afford. And we do have some policies in the plan that put some markers in and say we're going to keep working in this manner. And again, I think as we think our way through the next 25 years, those are differentiators too in terms of affordability. So I think, there's some ways I think we can make this 17.7% more understandable to the greater community. I think we all agree that it's aspirational. But I also think that that there's more there's a broader set of approaches in this plan to trying to deal with some of those cost factors than there were in the plan that we're replacing. And that as we continue to work through this and lay it out, we can, in fact, provide a better answer. So I think I would, unless anyone has anything else to say about that, I would say let's move to the second item on my list, which is this question of distribution. I guess an observation I would make today is I don't think anybody spoke against wanting to find ways to distribute affordable housing across this community. I think that the path we've been on, in the most recent past has been trying to save things that were affordable from leaving the affordable column entirely. And my observation about that is, to the greatest extent, it's pretty opportunistic. Somebody who owns something says, I'm going to sell it, and we kick into high gear. Ms. Johnson said, maybe we need to get ahead of that a little bit, and certainly on Columbia Pike, in the planning we did around Fillmore Gardens and around Barcroft, we were trying to get ahead, and we were trying to think about strategies that might be of interest to a private owner that could lead to the preservation of housing where it is. But my other observation about the old plan is, while it had geographic targets, it had no tools to achieve those geographic targets. Our zoning is our zoning is our zoning. And this plan, for the first time, basically says we do, as Mrs. Garvey said, we have to look at arrangements in single-family neighborhoods that allow us to maintain the character of the neighborhood while increasing the number of units and having variety in the size of units. This plan also says we need to look at our transportation corridors. We need to think about how they transition from whatever the more high parts are back into the single-family neighborhoods that we have spent the last 40 years saying we're committed to their character. And I don't want anybody to walk out of this room or listen to us talk today and think that we're throwing that commitment to the character of our single-family neighborhoods away. But we do think there's some, the plan thinks, the working group thought, we've heard a lot of support in the community, that there may be some interesting and new creative things that we can do that will allow us to bring a little bit more variety in the size of units, that would allow people to age in place, that would allow the nanny to live more comfortably with a family, that would allow someone to rent to a young graduate student couple in order to help pay their taxes and stay in the home they've loved for a long time. So we think there's some strategies there worth dealing with. There are quite a number of policies in here that touch on distribution, particularly in Goal 3 and Goal 1. The one that I would say calls this out most directly, and perhaps is where we should focus our time and conversation, is 1.1.4 on page 18, where the policy statement is encourage and incentivize the distribution of affordable housing throughout the county. I think that's the big overarching one. And there are a number of other ones that then, talk about other things, whether it's, putting committed affordable units on transit corridors, which is 1.9, or encouraging the production and preservation of family-sized affordable units, which is 1.8, or 1.10 of exploring flexibility in housing types and residential uses in single-family neighborhoods. So there's a number of other things. Colleagues, thoughts, questions, concerns? Mr. Feistat?
Thank you, Ms. Hines. I guess you made a comment just a moment ago that our outgoing plan, or the plan that we're trying to transition from to a new plan, had targets but no tools. So are we going from targets with no tools to tools with no targets? And we have heard, and it struck me, the letter from the Pike Presidents Association. It makes some pretty compelling points, and I think that it's very important that to reflect on the fact that we're talking about Douglas Park, Alcova Heights, Arlington Mill, Arlington View, Barcroft, Columbia Heights, Columbia Forest, Foxcroft Heights, and Penrose. So that is what? 10 neighborhoods along the pike who are really singing with one voice here, that at least as of right now, neither the plan nor the implementation framework provides adequate targets and perhaps adequate tools to get us towards that greater distribution. And I think as somebody said, and I don't think it's in one of the letters that we've gotten recently, but I think it was back when we were talking about Columbia Hills, which I ultimately supported, that maybe we have to be prepared to say no to any more affordable housing in certain neighborhoods, while at the same time working to a greater degree to be able to say yes to affordable housing in more neighborhoods and additional neighborhoods all across the county. And I have to say, I mean, I'm the only board member who lives north of Washington Boulevard and west of George Mason Drive. And I don't think that that's going to change as a result of November based on where other folks are living. And so I feel that I have a particular motivation, I guess you will, to be able to work with communities in that sector of the county to dispel some of the myths we've heard about. I think Nina Janapal did a great job, and Mary Rulo today as well, to talk about some of the myths with respect to affordable housing. But at the same time, I don't think we can just say affordable housing in any place at any time now just because the opportunity presents itself. So with that said, if I would like to ask the question of staff, why the 2011 targets were stricken, and to also ask them, how did we do in terms of, somebody posted that neighborhood service areas map, with the different neighborhood service areas alphabetized. We didn't do such a good job in neighborhood service areas A, B, and C, but it seems like we outperformed in terms of adding new affordable units to Columbia Pike, and especially the west end of Columbia Pike. And again, the Pike President's letter rattled off a number of projects in the west end: Columbia Grove, Arbor Heights, Buchanan Gardens, Arlington Mill, Columbia Hills, the recently reopened Shell. And they make the statement that Columbia Pike should not be the default location for new affordable housing. And that resonates with me.
Staff?
So your first question as to why the working group abandoned the current goal and target. We looked, and we had a task force that specifically looked at geographic distribution, looked at this goal. I think the first question we asked was, how is this goal and how has this target been used to make policy decisions in the county, and was it a useful policy or not? And our review of that led us to believe that it had, what was built into that target was a caveat that the county would not use that to restrict its ability to act on opportunities as they came about. As was mentioned, when an apartment comes up for sale, and we're able to work with others in the community to preserve that housing, it prevents people from being displaced. It's a good thing. And when the county adopted that target, they adopted that caveat with it, which essentially the outcome of that over the 12 years since that target was adopted in 2003 was it didn't perform according to what the prescribed numbers were. Another issue with that target was it was based on kind of the pie concept, that you've got 100% and you divide it so many percent. And a problem with that approach instead of a range is that if you were to perfectly balance that, your next project would automatically unbalance that. So it's set up to not ever be, it's not an attainable target unless you always have three projects that perfectly fit within those three areas at the same time. Yes, there's been more performance in the areas F and G than the target. It surpassed the target. The areas A, B, and C underperformed according to the target.
Thank you. Mrs. Garvey?
Yeah, I think I'd like to ask Reverend Hamlin to answer the same question. Would you talk a little bit about this issue of distribution and the fact that they were used to be targets and now they're not targets?
Well, certainly, and I'm thankful it got raised. I think it was, a very important point. And again, to just let the board know that it was a great deal of discussion around this as well, not just from the personal input from those members who served on the working group, but all of those who they talked to and the input that we received from others who had a very similar concern to this distribution. We were quite involved in language discussions as well, too. How do we state this in a way that will allow, of course, the board flexibility to make the decisions that need to be made? There could be some times where decisions may have to be made to say it needs to go here or we would like it to go there, but we know that's going to be the result of further discussion. And the real concern was, as it's already been lifted, how do we place this in a way that does not restrict in any way, but also allows you to look at every resource, every tool, every option that is being suggested. So in the statement that gets made when we say we don't have a target, this might be stretching it a little bit, but the target is that we want to encourage distribution within Arlington County. That's a very clear target to try and hit. I know it does not give a number that's on there, but it's very clear, and it meets the concerns that we heard, and even heard today of many who had a really great concern about that. How do we make certain that we as a county are trying to foster distribution? And I think the statement says that clearly.
Thank you. I think the word encouragement is clear as an aspiration. I think what folks are concerned about is that there aren't any targets or teeth there at all. And I do think this letter is pretty remarkable from the Pike president. So we're going to get down to, timing, and so I won't get on that too much now. I think what's happened is you've had a group that's really talked and worked at this really well, and then as it goes out, you get discussions go in concentric circles out. And I think we're now getting to the next level out. So the question is, I think this is a major issue for the next group that wasn't in the central group, and I think you start out small, you got a little bigger, but there's a group here that still needs some, I think, to talk about this and work this through, and I'll talk about that more when we get down to the timing. But
certainly, I think as Russell was addressing that, and even stating that, when we look at where it will be placed, then we're getting into real cost, where it could be more expensive in different parts of the county versus some other parts of the county. The concerns of the letter that you have are very clear, should be heard. We've heard them as well, even throughout the discussions. And so making the statement is to somewhat try and balance so that when the time comes, this board will be able to make the decisions based upon the costs that are in front of them.
Thank you. And I think actually, again, what I asked for, the cost on the various tools.
Yes.
So again, if you did look at zoning areas, I think you could increase the housing quite a bit and not do it along Columbia Pike and actually no cost. So I think that's something that needs to be fleshed out a lot more. So I'll stop talking now, but I think I'll pick this topic up again when we get to the timing issue. Thank you.
Mr. Fasad?
Just a couple things. I remember the last time we did this, this was a hot topic then as well, geographic distribution. And I think after a lot of conversation, we ended up with, somewhat reluctantly, if I remember, specific targets. But it became the end result. I think there was a lot of trepidation at the time about putting those in there. because of the challenge in meeting them. And, I've expressed many times, and I can't imagine many people in this room don't feel the same way, that the ideal is sort of like a community where every building, every block, every sector, every neighborhood, the community as a whole has this perfect proportion of people of varied incomes to enhance and distribute the diversity perfectly. That would be ideal, right? I mean, wouldn't that be our nirvana for Arlington? But the reality on the ground is that even building by building, when you look at the costs and leveraging funds and all, those become challenges building by building, neighborhood by neighborhood, sector by sector, and land costs, and where the big houses are and the expensive houses, and just the zoning are immediate limitations on what you can do that you cannot ignore. You can come up with a variety of tools and opportunities to chip away and create different sorts of opportunities than you have now. But land uses and then dollars, and my understanding is when we set this out, the goal was we got 5% of our budget going into these things now, housing. How do we best and most efficiently reach our goals within that budget? So I give that just as a background because I don't see us, even with what's here at all, as abandoning our goal of geographic distribution. It's a different way of framing it than we had done before. And I see it as coming through the discussion of corridors and some of the tools, which we created ADUs before. That was a big deal. It took a lot of work. We had a lot of limitations on it because we were trying to mitigate and ensure that people weren't too anxious and that, in fact, wouldn't change the character of neighborhoods. And as a result, we aren't getting any. I mean, as it turns out, the obstacles are too high. We're getting very few of them. And there are opportunities, having had that discussion, to actually go back and rejigger that in a way that is very acceptable, I believe, to many people, because we've had done a lot of the hard work up front, but to make it a more useful tool. So, I mean, we're all talking about when I got the Columbia Pike president's letter the other day, I think it's an incredibly well-crafted letter. I don't know who wrote it or if it was a joint.
I think it was
we
a
know,
joint.
We know 10 neighborhoods signed it, the president's. But it is a very well-crafted letter. Everyone should take a look because what it does is it reinforces their solid commitment to the neighborhood's plan and to the affordable housing goals in it, which essentially I describe as no net loss. Granted, it's the first land use plan where we did that in the county, and each time we do a land use plan, a sector plan, we learn from the last one, and I think we have a commitment to address those questions in the future. But that one did it, and this group of citizens and presidents and leaders in the South Arlington community support it, validate it. They then go on to raise some of the questions some of the neighbors in Barcroft and other communities have raised and open that concern. And then they give 4 very, good recommendations. I really think they're all very viable essentially. I don't really have a problem with any. They're not saying stop moving forward. They're not saying, this isn't a good plan. They're saying come up with some language that begins to address on a project-by-project basis. The first one is really about evaluating affordable housing projects. The next one is about schools and a commitment to excellence, where some of the schools in their when they do their testing don't compete well with other schools or as well. And I know the school board is looking at that question right now and beginning to very directly grapple with that. And then the next one is dealing with the sector plans throughout the county. And I think there is embedded in here that, and to the degree we reinforce that, that's fine. And the last one is, and probably the most poignant, most immediately, that's led to some of the discussion today and in the last month or so, is the west end of Columbia Pike, where they very clearly lay out their buy-in to the plan, and with that plan came investment in infrastructure. And they are unclear right now what that transportation infrastructure, fair enough, is going to look like. And without that, the handful of projects that have sort of come up fairly quickly that are 100% affordable raise concerns. And it's hard to say that that's not a fair comment. It is a fair comment because it's not that we are not complying with the plan, it's that certain aspects of the plan are coming ahead more quickly than the whole plan as a whole. So that the infrastructure may not be keeping up, the transit infrastructure, with some of the recent projects on the West End in particular. And their whole item 4 is about the West End, not about the Pike as a whole. So to my mind, I've heard some data today that I would ask that we get a little bit more before this next comes back to try to get a little better handle on that. And I'm going to throw this out. I just drafted this down here now. But the issue of maybe over the last 15 years, because we keep saying 13,500 CAFs have been lost, or market rates have been units have been lost since 2000. So over the last 15 years, and then also for the next 25, the length of the plan, what is the change in CAFs and marks geographically? And what's the projection? Because part of what's missing is, and one of the, I wrote this down, Mrs. McMahon, who's still here, actually, thanks for hanging with us. You had said continue to preserve affordable housing where it exists today. You support that. And I want to know if that's in fact what we're doing. It's just an issue of timing. You know, along Columbia Pike, how many of those market rate units, somebody said 65% of them were lost in the southern part of the county. So how much, if we're really looking at no net, this is the way I envision this, folks, by the way. If the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Plan is saying no net loss for our community, yet the whole county is going to see thousands and thousands of more units over the next 25 years, by definition, that means the percentage is going to have to increase elsewhere. Because the only place we have a no net loss is along Columbia Pike. And that's where we probably lost, I'm presuming, the majority of our market rate units. So the efforts that we have been affordable recently are to replace, by and large, maybe not the unit per unit, maybe some are new units, but we've lost a lot of units. And what we've been doing is in fact replacing them. And that if you look at holding steady on Columbia Pike, which is a challenge in and of itself, and yet the county grows in population, just to hold steady as a county, which is essentially the goal here, we have to be increasing the percentage elsewhere while not increasing it along Columbia Pike, but just holding it. Am I capturing the big picture correctly?
I think you are, Mr.
Timing.
I think you are, Mr. Frazette, but I think at the same time what that means is that, again, as I was trying to say a little bit ago, that means that we may in certain instances have to say no to a proposal in a certain neighborhood of the county while trying harder to say yes to proposals in other parts of the county.
I think that is a possibility, absolutely, and that gets to the last recommendation of the neighborhood, of the Civic Association presidents.
Mr. Tejada.
Thank you.
By the way, I'm sorry, just to say the last suggestion was in the context of until we get the transit infrastructure in place. That was their wording.
That's their wording, although I think in the community the sense goes broader than that, right? In terms of
just to clarify, though, it was focused.
Let me ask staff, because I asked a moment ago about facts and versus myth and all that stuff. One of the things, if you know the answer now, it would be good to know, is between homeowners and tenants, what's the percentage for whom in Arlington right now?
53% of households rent, so 47% are homeowners.
47% are homeowners, 52% are tenants.
Correct.
53. Okay. I wonder what the percentage of input tenants have when these discussions are held relative to their number. And I would imagine that might be an impossible thing to gather. Because it'd be interesting to see how this proportion of the conversations from the tenant perspective may be that may not necessarily reflect how a tenant may feel. Would you say that?
I'm not sure I understand.
That sometimes the conversations, I don't know, for instance, we have Mr. Dennis Jaff from the Buyers Renters Arlington Voice representative here, and we heard from tenants earlier today, the Buckingham Gates of Arlington Tenant Association, who provided some input, and I just wondered, how much input have we received from tenants on these ideas, on these proposals? And Mr. Castillo's nodding his head there. I wonder, you might have some reaction to that.
Well, certainly tenants have been invited to and have participated in our forums. And I'd point out that on our working group that we had representation from Bravo as well as from Bugada to voice the concerns of tenants.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what I heard is that both Bravo and Bugada, who represent tenants, support moving forward with advertising. I thought that's what I heard.
That's correct.
Let me say that I do think that the Columbia Pikes President's group letter is indeed interesting and makes some very important points at starting with the very first sentence that says that they are reiterating the overall support for the affordable housing goals and commitments agreed to over the last 15 years. So I think that's right off the bat, the very first sentence. And as we have conversations about density and where else would maybe we can consider whether zoning changes or whatever the case may be, in the case of the Columbia Pikes Presidents, they feel that affordable housing preservation and creation is but one facet of multi-pronged strategy to re-envision in the Pike Corridor. Other elements of that strategy include a high-capacity, modern transit system. So I think it's important that when we talk about areas where that could be in the other areas in the county, that we keep in mind that it's important to have transit corridors where, as density is increased, that there's ways people can choose to get around. And in the Columbia Pike area, as they indicate here, since the cancellation of the streetcar, we have been told a new proposal will be forthcoming, but to date, Ms. Garvey, no solution has been presented for evaluation, and Mr. Weister is in the back, I'm sure he can hear. So these things go together. They're not necessarily one exclusive from another, and so a lot of things need to fall in place. I just think that we have an opportunity here also, maybe starting with Mr. Jaff and other folks who are with tenants groups to provide input. How do they feel about this conversation? How do they feel about 70% or whatever the case may be here? So I would challenge staff and others to redouble the effort between now and July to hear more from tenants when the majority of residents know it. And this thing about also that tenants don't pay taxes is ridiculous. They paid rent, someone owns the land or the building, and they pay taxes. So we need to hear from all taxpayers in Arlington and voters. So there are other elements regarding distribution that I'm not going to go necessarily into them now, but will in the July hearing, so that we can separate myth from fact and the impact some of these numbers have in Arlington. So for now on this, I am really interested in increasing the tenant point of view and not be, maybe still be the same as a homeowner, maybe the same, maybe different. And I want to know in a more explicit manner. So I look forward to having more conversation with staff. What does that mean, and how can we do it, and what your strategy suggestions will be for that? I don't want to. You don't have to answer it now unless you want to react to it now. But you don't. I know that's a little complicated. But I specifically want to push you on that because that would address some of the distribution comments, whether people feel that we should do less or more.
Can I ask a follow-up question of staff? When you all did your virtual forum, which was open for a month or 6 weeks or so. I'm wondering whether you did ask the question of the type of housing that people lived in.
We did included in the Peak Democracy tool is a tool to collect demographic information. However, the vast majority of people who participate in that didn't provide that information, so we can't really.
Can't sort that way. I just thought I'd ask that. Maybe perhaps we had that information. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tejada. Do you have additional things that you wish to say about this?
Oh, yes,
about distribution. I'm looking at the time, so I'm going to now revise my Realize Roslyn. We have about 4 more topics to go through. So I think Realize Roslyn is probably likely to begin no earlier than 2:30 at this point. All right.
There's nothing that can, we could take a pause and eat lunch if you want. I don't know how long you envision this part.
I really would like to get through these issues before we take our break for lunch, so that
see a lot of heads nodding.
People are nodding. They don't want to come back either. So let's. We will be back at this. So what I guess I've heard is some interest in continuing this conversation about targets, whether it's targets using the same strategy we had before, or targets that are more corridor-based, or types of land use based that we might consider. And I definitely think, going back to the point that I had made earlier at the beginning, this issue of what the tools might be, or how we get to robust tools in places where we have not had them when we move beyond preservation, is also actually very, very important and needs to be a community conversation. So I think some thinking by staff about what that next set of things would be. We had, accessory dwellings has come up, and when we come back to aging in place, that will be there too. Some have talked about stacked flats or other kinds of forms that could be used to transition from a commercial sector into a neighborhood. We've talked about the importance of maintaining neighborhood character even as we explore these. So some, and the last one I'd put on the table, just because I don't think it's necessarily obvious, but we had a conversation a couple of months ago about the incentive to build to tear down a slightly non-conforming house rather than put an addition on it, because of the way our rules have been working for folks. And so I put that in there too, because it may allow some more modest homes to survive this transition that's going on in terms of house replacement as we hit the 50 and 60 and 70-year-old mark on some homes. So those things to me are all kind of tied in here together in looking at this issue of how do we achieve distribution, and how do we provide for more variety in our housing stock overall, and provide housing for folks below 60% in places we might not have had it previously. The next item, Mr. Tejada.
Well, you've asked me if I had anything else, and I said, yeah, but then we went on to discussion.
I thought
that's okay. That's all right.
No, you were holding
No. Then there'll be a whole lot more in July. But as far as some of this, it's from the distribution part. I wonder if staff can provide additional information, and we talk a lot about the distribution of whether we have the right distribution of low-income residents or affordable housing, and I wonder what our wealth distribution is in Arlington, and I wonder if you turn that upside down, that we should do more distribution of low-income households. Do we have control to do more distribution of wealth around the county? What tools will the government have to do that? What would you say, staff?
We don't have tools to incentivize higher income people to diverse to live in other places of the county. I think because they have the means, they can choose. To your other comment, the preliminary data report did do an analysis by census tract of household income, and you can see. I mean, not all census tracts are the same. And
so, Mr. Mackay said we don't have any legal tools to encourage high-earning households to instead going to the wealthy area that would go some area where we need more balance. Do we have any tools for that, Mr. Mackay?
The market.
I can't right off think of any. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a legal prohibition. It's just I'm not sure exactly what would incentivize people to do that. I mean.
So let me just jump in here and save you a little bit. Because, in fact, in the school system, we use some pretty explicit tools to try to balance schools. Over the last 20 years, we've used choice and the placement of choice programs to encourage families who didn't match whatever that neighborhood is to make a choice to join that neighborhood school. And there are places in the county, I would say the immersion programs in particular come to mind, Mr. Tejada, where we were very successful in moving neighborhoods closer to the middle in terms of the socioeconomic distribution of the county. So it's an imperfect tool because it's based on people making choices. But there are things
Choice
beyond.
where the children will go to school.
That's where the children, but let
Not
me just.
necessarily where the household would live.
No, it's not where the household lives, it's where the children go to school, but you build those cross-cultural and cross-economic relationships when your children are in school together that are actually, I think, quite important. So there are things, other policy avenues that can lead to people having those great opportunities. So I don't believe the only answer is housing policy. I believe there are other tools as well.
Well, okay. Then as part of the distribution, we have heard comments made that there's concentration.
Oh, are you segueing to my next topic?
Well, maybe. I don't know. But since you touched on
Madam
school,
Manager,
you touched into school
Yeah,
issues,
well, that's where
I got some questions and points I want to make.
So can I?
You want to talk about what we just said at the moment?
I just wanted to add a thought that in some localities outside Virginia, they have an income tax, and that is an income tax. And what that allows you to do is people appropriately based on income can be taxed, and therefore you could tax. You would get income based, you would get revenue based on people's incomes, and that would give you a better distribution. I'm not suggesting it. I'm just saying that is a way that another tool.
Perhaps the heaviest lift that's been mentioned today is local income tax.
I'm just trying to get you thinking towards the future of because real estate tax is not
Suggesting it to add it to the list of
add it
considerations.
to your list, absolutely.
Okay, let's. Can I?
You talked about children and distribution. This is a topic. Mr. Weistad, had a number of occasions to raise the issue of concentration, and then he also talks about the impact that free and reduced lunch meals children have in our schools. And so I'm very interested in knowing, in a more public way, the number of children that we have, the percentage of increase what we've had. And is there any information about what, because I think the implication, Mr. Bachan can speak himself if what he means by that, because I sometimes want to understand what he means by that when he talks about concentration and free and reduced lunch kids together in that conversation, and what's he mean by that? And in the context also that what is the total number of that we've had children increase, and how many of that increase are free and reduced lunch children? And what the resources those children may be utilizing for the schools compared to the others. So in the context of children and distribution, do you have any information that you can share now about that?
Yeah, we have. I want to start off and say it's complicated. because since, I guess we've got some figures that are off the website, so between 2002 and 2015, the APS added 6,832 kids. In that same time period, 6,832. That same time period, of that increase, 403 were free and reduced eligible kids. And then at the same time period, we lost a lot of market rate housing, and we added about 3,400 committed affordable housing units. But I guess the point is that I think most of the increase, and I think this has been borne out through the facility study, is most of the increase is not through the, it's through the single-family homes, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, it's complicated. And so I think as a couple of speakers have said, and I think we went out to the Council of PTAs a while ago, that, at least from a housing perspective, if we can provide safe, decent, affordable housing that is stable for households and households with kids, that's a housing role in terms of helping education outcomes.
Okay. So from about almost 6,800 plus kids, 400 are free and reduced lunches. You have 6,400 who one can say come from affluent families. Well, I'd be interested in knowing what resources the 6,400 kids who come from affluent families are using from the schools, and how does that compare to what other children may be using? Is that information you can gather from the school system?
It's complicated.
It's complicated. Well, all right. Well, then the good thing is that we have some time before we, like to have that, so that when folks are saying the impact that children, the reduced free and reduced lunch meals are having in our schools, what is the impact of the affluent children that over 6,400, I see the number that I think I heard you, based on the math that I'm making here, are having in the resources in the school, so that we look at that distribution.
So let me refine your question a bit, Mr. Tejada. If I might, I certainly think the answer to the question you asked is knowable. It's
and let me just say that I've mentioned Mr. Weiss, but Ms. Garvey has also made those points too, and I want to make sure we're open about this.
But let me also say that in this particular venue, I think that we do have to take into account the fact that committed affordable housing is a very different thing than market rate affordable, which may be in transition. And I say this, having experienced some of this over the 12 years I served on the school board. When a building came into the committed affordable inventory, often what happened at the school was that the constant in and out of young kids or children or young people slowed down pretty dramatically. And the school then could be in a relationship with those families in the same way it was in a relationship with me and my single-family home where I lived with my kids for 10 years. So folks got to know each other. Their needs were more known. The children became rooted and settled and had friends. And school performance improved. And so I think the question that we really want to ask the school system, and this is a study, this is not a quick and dirty, this really is a study, is to look at a couple of places along Columbia Pike. We know which buildings in the last 5 to 7 years have switched from being market rate to committed affordable. To ask them if they can to look at what happened to those young people and how their performance improved. And what did that mean for the school in terms of how it did on the test scores, on the other things that we use to measure success? Because I really think that for many schools, this issue of churn is so very much more difficult than the issue of the socioeconomic spot that the children start. And somebody said today, intelligent children come in all kinds of packages. They come from all kinds of families. Some of them have disabilities too. Some of them are gifted. All that is true. There is no limit to what children can achieve given being fed, having a home, being in a good school and not moving all the time. And so to the extent that our policies are settling families and children and allowing them to stop worrying about paying their rent, we achieve something very important for those families. That's the first leg of what we said we're trying to do with this whole master plan is to support our people and support their neighborhoods. And, you know, my children went to Key School long before Key School is what it is today. And we experienced that churn. Kids who, one of my girls got to the end of 5th grade, and we looked at the 5th grade picture and the 1st grade picture, and there were 4 youngsters who were still in the school. And there were 75, 80 people in her cohort. So the churn over those 5 years was tremendous. Get to my littler people after immersion comes in, totally different, totally different. People stayed. And it was also because we were working on affordability. So I think, you know, this is really the area that I think we need to work with schools on to really understand going forward. And to the, you know, we're a very well-resourced school system. You know, we spend a lot of money for kids. We worry a lot. We've always worried a lot about supporting young people who come in behind and how we help them catch up. So I think we really need to understand this, and I don't think we do yet.
Well, I appreciate your answer. You're right; it's complicated, more than one. It's I'm thinking, you know, as if we get additional information, it'd be good to see how we compare to other school districts that have had a minority school population, and how do those systems have performed. I think Arlington, if I'm recalling correctly, I think we're still in the pretty top percentage in the country as far as elements that value education. So, you know, I'm puzzled about learning, and I want to learn about what do people mean when those comments are made, and, you know, what impact those things have.
Mr. Weisstadt.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. You know, to hear some people say it, I'm the only one in the community who has raised the issue of the intersection of affordable housing and schools, other than my colleague, Ms. Garvey.
Yes, you and Ms. Garvey, that's right.
And so I would just like to remind everybody and emphasize that the Pike President's Letter that we just talked about moments ago makes several important recommendations that I embrace with respect to affordable housing and the schools. Number one, identify and plan for any impacts of changes in net density of affordable housing on schools and other public facilities. Direct staff to work closely with APS, AED, CPRO, and other departments and organizations to evaluate affordable housing projects before they are approved with regard to the overall effect on neighborhoods, schools, mixed income and retail development, and so forth. And number two, work with APS to develop insights and goals regarding both market rate and committed affordable housing and its effects on both individual schools and the broader APS system to ensure that affordable housing targets support high achievement across all schools and all demographics. As my colleague Mr. Fazette indicated, he too agrees with these recommendations, and in fact, I would like to suggest that perhaps it's time that we actually have either a work session with the school board or perhaps a formal request on the part of APS to weigh in on this housing plan and ask the school board and school staff for their recommendations. I think it's important to point out that until a few months ago, schools were not even mentioned in the draft report. We've come a long way. I think we need to go a little further before this is ready for advertisement and adoption. Thank you.
All right. Appreciate that, Mr. Weisstadt. Are we ready to move to the next topic? On my list is the Disability Commission's request, which will take us into a smaller piece, I think, of our of the plan itself. Ms. Ray laid out a couple of things that I would say are aspirational, and I'm gonna run through these quickly. I think at least one of them is probably incorporated in the draft in front of us, but I want to make sure that it is. The first one was that the Disability Commission called for a 10% aspirational goal related to newly constructed multifamily of 10% of the units being fully accessible. Is that in the plan at the moment, Russell?
That's not quite what the plan goal. The goal in the plan is aspirational that by 2040, 10% of the added committed affordable units would be accessible. I think what Ms. Ray, from previous conversations with her, I understand, she thinks all multifamily housing, whether it's affordable or market, should be subject to that same 10%, and that it should be, each project should as well. And the goal is aspirational and doesn't, it's not a requirement as set forth for a project by project approval, but is something to work towards by 2040.
Okay, and do we have the tools to require that in a project where we are not a player, so to speak?
If a by right multifamily project comes in, there's no way to do that.
Okay. The next one that I had was that the county should undertake affirmative testing within the 2-year window to assure that that new housing meets standards associated with the Fair Housing Act.
The testing the fair housing testing that the county does is done on a every other year basis, and I'm not entirely sure how the projects are chosen where they do the testing, but it typically isn't based on that it's a newer or old project. And in recent years, they haven't tested for disability discrimination, but have focused their testing on discrimination based on race or ethnicity being the primary area of concern where the Office of Human Rights has heard complaints.
Uh-huh. Okay, so we've not been receiving complaints from the disability community that you are aware of?
I'm not the best person to speak to that.
And then the third issue she raised was working with VHDA, as Fairfax is doing, to get at this issue of, are the units we've created available for folks who actually have disabilities? I know we'd talked about this earlier this year.
I think that's exactly what we were thinking about and looking at in proposing, an initiative to look at and improve our record on being able to house persons with disabilities in those accessible units and have them occupied by the people who need the accommodation.
Do you believe that is at all captured in your narrative, that particular idea?
You're talking about the matching?
The matching.
Yeah, I believe that in the implementation framework, we've addressed that.
Okay, good. Does anybody have additional questions, Mr. Fasad?
No, I'll just say that I've talked many times over the years about the matching and asked questions at VHD and elsewhere. I know Doris mentioned that Fairfax does that. I seem to have asked that question over the years, and I gather we either do that or we feel we do it in-house as well as VHDA does, access to their system. But to me, that is part of the issue here. Because once you spend the money and direct someone to create an accessible unit, it only has to be held for so long before they will then rent it to someone without a disability. And there it is, you've created it, but you want to take the opportunity to match anyone up with a disability that has a need to that unit as quickly as possible so that you're taking advantage of the investment and the opportunity. So to me, that's a big part of the solution here, is just making sure that the disability community and the units that become available through what we're doing and the building code and actually exceeding the building code, as I understand, is built into this plan, are taken advantage of. So to me, that's a big deal.
I would actually appreciate I'm sorry, Ms. Scarvey, go ahead.
No, just very quickly, I would just say Ms. Ray made me start to think that I think as we move forward, we do want to find ways to encourage more accessible units because we're this bimodal community right now. We have these young millennials, and then we've got these older folks, many of whom may be needing accessible units. So I think it's a supply that we probably ought to look at increasing. So I'm not quite sure how to do that, but I think moving forward, that's something we really want to consider. So
I think that's built in the plan, right?
yeah, I hope so. Yes, great.
Okay. The next item on my list is preservation versus new construction. I don't actually see it as versus. I see it as and. We have to do both if we're going to move forward in meeting the needs of folks. But is there others wish to talk about that? Mr. Bystaff?
We're still struggling with these lights to varying degrees. I apologize. One of the well, first, I guess I'd like to hear staff's reaction to how do we strike the. I mean, there's no perfect balance, even aspirational, I don't suppose, with respect to preservation versus new units. But I'm just wondering if you could pinpoint in the plan and in the implementation framework those specific tools that are or components that are important in the preservation context. And particularly one of the recommendations is to provide, or at least consider providing, some sort of property tax relief and incentive for owners of market rate affordable housing right now. And so if you could just dwell on that a little bit and what the trade-offs might be. Obviously, if we give any sort of property tax relief, that means revenue foregone that we can't spend to do something else. But I'd welcome your perspective in that. I mean, it's certainly my view that I would rather tilt towards preservation, buildings that are in the context of the neighborhood that everybody is familiar with and used to. It seems like when we build new affordable housing units, they're invariably more expensive than the old affordable housing units that are being torn down, they're often much less in context with the neighborhood than the existing project was. So, please.
Right. So in the master plan, the policy that relates to the preservation of market affordable housing and committed affordable housing is 1.1.2 and 1.1.3 on pages 17 and 18. Clearly, one of the means of preserving market affordable or preserving the affordability is when we acquire a property or it becomes acquired and turns into committed affordable unit, then it's magically no longer market affordable. There's few tools to keep market affordable. The partial property tax exemption for multifamily rehab is one tool. It's helped a handful of multifamily complexes over the years. And that, while it may seem like it's decreased revenue, it's the exemption is actually on the increase. So when they invest and improve in the property, that they're not hit with the additional tax burden that results from that. So it encourages them to do that without the increased taxes being a disincentive, at least for the 15-year period.
But so are we doing that now? And if we are, how is that working?
We currently do it now, and it has worked, I think, for about 5 or 6 properties over the last 10 years. And some of those have been developed by nonprofit developers, a couple by for-profit.
So, but do we think that tool has greater promise in the future? Is there any tweaking or adjustment that we might want to consider to enhance that device?
Well, some tweaking, because if a developer invests and receives the tax exemption, there's no guarantee that those units remain affordable. It's likely that they're going to raise the rents as a result of the improvements in the building. And so one of the recommendations is to look at if an affordability requirement might be something that we could apply towards that, so that in exchange for not getting that, for giving the property tax exemption on the increased investment, that we also get some guarantees of affordability. That program is state-enabled. It's a 15-year program. Currently, there's a 5-year phase-out where after the 10th year, the exemption goes down. One suggestion is if we add an affordability requirement, that we also look at that last 5 years if we maintain the full exemption throughout the 15-year period.
Thank you.
I just wanted to follow up with that really quickly, if I might. So do we have the right to extend that 5-year period you just mentioned, or do we have to get legislative permission to do that?
We could, the law, the state law enables 15 years, and the 5-year taper down on that is a local.
Great, okay, so we can do that. Thank you.
So that's really tool number 4.
Right.
Number
Thank
4
you.
in the implementation plan.
Thank you. And then I think one of them is TDRs. How is that working out, the TDR effort? Anybody
I'll defer to Mr. Castillo.
Okay, Mr. Castillo.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, we have explicit use of the transfer development rights tool for the Columbia Pike and for 2 complexes in particular, it's Barcroft and Fillmore Gardens. That hasn't been used yet, and I know, my understanding is I think the staff just met with the OG, the working group, to try and extend that same ratio for another, I don't know, 2 or 3 years, just to give it more time, but heretofore it hasn't been used.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Tejada.
Thank you. I would imagine, and I probably a little more than imagine, that preserving versus new housing may be more, maybe economically attainable. Would you say that new housing might be a little more expensive than preservation?
I think it depends, and I think, and this is kind of getting to the both your question and Mr. Weishead's question about sort of what's the trade-off. And so I can remember back when we were looking, we asked APA to look at Buchanan Gardens. We actually did ask them to say, what's the, rather than preserving it, what would be if you did new construction and added density, what would be the difference in cost? And I think we found that the trade-off was actually, it was better for them to preserve it than to build new, because the construction type would have been concrete and steel, and that would have made it much more expensive.
Better is measured by how much money is to be invested.
It's primarily money on a per unit basis, but then you just go down the hill here where Union on Queen is under construction, and so that's a Wesley property where we took down 3 of the buildings, but they preserved 2 of the buildings, and again, that was because of the construction type, because they could get a lot more units on that site. That made the economics, we think, better. So it's really not I think as Chair Hines mentioned, it's really not an either or, it's both, and it's just what's the different geography, different market conditions. Some cases it's preservation, some cases it may be redevelopment. And again, I think the other, we've got the example along the corridor. I think I'm thinking of the AHC property west of Ballston. We went from 24 units that were garden apartments, but we got 90 units in new construction. That was stick-built construction in the context of a site plan. That was a net gain of units, and I think I think the per unit cost was around $70,000 or $80,000 per unit for AHIF. That was actually a good use of. Instead of doing preservation, actually using density to add units at that particular location.
Okay. Well, it's a precarious. I mean, it's not simple, especially in Arlington, where is the construction cost going down in Arlington? Had the rent decrease in Arlington?
The average rent actually did decrease, I think.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The average rent did decrease over the last year.
The average what decrease?
Rent. But that's the overall average, and I think that's due to rents at the higher level with new projects coming online and increased competition for tenants for these luxury units. We haven't seen rents going down at the lower end of the market.
I was going to say, because I would venture there would be a good number of tenants who would say their rent hasn't gone down. If anything, goes up. So I would say I think the context in this also is helpful to know what part of the county would you say have we lost the most market rate affordable housing? What is the percentage that we have not been able to preserve, and that where maybe there might be over need, and how much is it? When we talk about we lost 13,500 affordable housing units, where in the county, and what is the percentage that we have lost? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that information with me today.
All right. I thought I heard that close to 10,000 were lost in the Columbia Pike area, South Arlington area.
I think
Nina said 65%.
65%.
But we're going to ask staff. Yeah.
65%. Okay. It would be good to know what that means and where is that the source of that information. It helps think through about preservation and creating new. I mean, creating new, for example, in the metro corridors, I would imagine it will cost a little bit more than, say, some other part of the county away from the metro.
That's correct.
Okay, so those are factors in thinking about between preservation and new. As you know, I personally think that on-site units are critical, and notwithstanding that you can get 3 or 4 somewhere else and create exclusive neighborhoods. And I think that a lot of people feel that we should integrate neighborhoods and be so that part also plays a part in how this is looked at.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, Mr.
Just to tie up, I mean, I think the one thing I had asked about, I just wanted to make sure it was clear that what came back when I was asking about the change in sort of CAFs / marks over the last 15 years and then the next 25, how you use the projections. Because the change, when I say change, you're really looking at what was lost and what was added. That is how you would get to the total change, all right? And I think Mr. Tejada was just building on that. The other was, to tie this issue up, I just wanted to come back to what Ms. Johnson spoke to because I think it resonated with many of us. A little bit more work and figuring out how to incorporate in the plan the past policies and successes, some of the images of where we've come from, but also then the emphasis on preservation and specifically calling out some of those garden apartment complexes throughout the county, whether it's Westover, whether it's she identified some of the current affordable units on the south side of Wilson. I might even think of maybe some of the duplexes in some of those pockets in Bluemont or Glebe and Lee Highway. I mean, I think to the degree you can do a little deeper dig on that, maybe associate it with some of the implementation tools, because I do think that's a part of the future solution or way to reach our goals.
Let me just add one other thought to that, which is the issue of condominiums, which are affordable right now, is another area where I think it's worth us spending a little bit more time. Those are modest home ownership opportunities, which perhaps with a bit of county involvement could stay in that affordable category. I see that as actually the most promising place where we might do a little work on ownership. Okay. Yes, Mr. Tejada.
One thing I forgot to include in my comment before, a question I had for staff, is one of the points that the working group came up with was the retention of how long in years preserving units. And I think that the number was settled was in 60 years. And I wonder also if you give a quick context of that came about. I'm looking, for instance, some projects in Maryland and Montgomery County specifically that have been, I think I read, of 99 years. And as we know, I'm not sure if our property values will decrease substantially in 99 years, or it will be cheaper then than it is today. Probably unlikely, maybe more expensive the way things go. Who knows? But I wonder why settle in 60 and what's the logic behind that, and not higher than 60 years?
I'm not sure that going beyond 60 years would be that fruitful. I think buildings have their lifespans and need reinvestment, and even at 60 years, it's likely that the developers, the owners, will come back in after they've repaid their original loan at some point for a reinvestment in that to keep that unit as a viable unit in the stock. 60 years for any type of housing without any additional investment is really unlikely. And at the point that the owner would come in for refinancing or for reinvestment in that property, we would likely be extending that affordability period once again.
I wonder, Dr. Hamlin, if you could comment.
No, I'm going to agree with that as well. There's not much more that I can really add to that, and only that it does have a lot to do with the reinvestment and the investment features of the building itself, that when the ownership, of course, comes in, taking a look at, when they're coming out, all of these times that are set, 60 has been generally that particular time period. Now, your question as could it be longer? The simple answer to that is yes, but how much more attractive that might make it for someone would be what the board would have to wrestle with.
Thank you. I appreciate the feedback. And so I would just end this part by just asking staff if you would kindly research the conditions in which 99 years have been attained in other places. What are those pro and cons of things? Surely Montgomery County, a much larger county than Arlington, I'm sure have had some in particular circumstances that they've been able to do those. I would imagine Montgomery is not the only county in the country or jurisdiction that has done that. So it'd be good to have a couple of examples. And this is ideal also, but if there are one or two other jurisdictions that are comparable to Arlington, somehow, it would be helpful to know the conditions about 99 years. Thank you.
I bet there are very few places that have actually had something committed for 99 years. I'm just, my daughter was in New York when some things that were committed for 50 began to come out. And it was a very interesting conversation and a very difficult struggle to figure out how to move through that. So that's my bit of caution, Mr. Tejada, on, let's not give the people who follow us but of course we would be long gone. So, yeah.
Let me make a lighthearted comment. I got you, right. But I'll be the eternal optimist because when I came to the board here, we were talking routinely, few years, 5, 10 years, 15 years. We've increased it a little bit more, 30 years. Now we're talking 60 years. Hey, and the affordability isn't getting any cheaper.
I appreciate that. We are at 10 after 2. I'm going to say that we will not take Realize Roslyn up until at least 2:45 and more likely 3 o'clock. And I apologize. It's just, I knew it was going to take us a while to walk through this. So we're going to continue on. I want to.
It's going to be a long item too, so we're going to have to.
Yeah, I know. We're going to be here for a while today. That's just the way the cookie crumbles on this. The last topic before we talk about timing is aging in place. We've talked about this a little bit already. There are a number of policies that talk about exploring a variety of tools that could make it easier to age in place, particularly in single-family neighborhoods. As one board member of those are things I'm certainly interested in us working through and would highly prioritize as a next step that should come immediately after this particular plan is adopted. But I'm looking to my colleagues. Mr. Weisstadt.
Thank you. I think that's a very important component, Ms. Hines. And I guess I have a question for staff here and an observation to preface it in that so many folks, when they want to age in place, they want to do it on one level. They want to do it, they don't necessarily want to commute by elevator, although certainly a lot of people move from single-family homes into high-rise or mid-rise condos and apartments. So my question is, in terms of facilitating aging in place in a single-family dwelling or perhaps a duplex, where you've got 2 stories now, and people want to move their bedroom to the first floor, or maybe they want to, or I guess more specifically, they need to add on because the first floor isn't properly configured for 24/7 living. What are the implications of that in terms of lot coverage, conforming or non-conforming lots, and then the stormwater runoff or that environmental implication with going out, with more impervious surface in terms of an addition that might not otherwise be allowed. And of course, there's nothing to say that if we facilitate that for somebody who wants to remain in his or her own home, they come to sell it and somebody younger moves in, they have the use of that additional footprint that would not be otherwise available to them they couldn't have done it themselves. So, I mean, I'm just kind of wrestling with this.
Answer the question.
Yeah, thank you.
How long do we have?
10 minutes, Bob.
And also, it's been said before, it's complicated. I think it's somewhat easy on the non-conforming. You'd probably need to change the regulations on non-conforming, which implies that it's a small lot or a big house on a medium-sized lot. You've fixed virtually everything on non-conforming with the exception of coverage. And I think whether you want to do that or not will be a question that staff will be coming back to you in sometime in the near future, hopefully near future. But coverage is the biggest limitation on non-conforming houses for expanding the footprint. On lots that are conforming with structures that are conforming, there's nothing that prohibits you from doing that. But again, you're going to bump up against coverage eventually on almost every lot that you're going to work on. So I think those would be somewhat complicated zoning issues, zoning text issues that you'd have to take a look at if you wanted to make changes to that. Arlington is a county of small lots. Everything south of Lee Highway just about is R8, so they're 8,000 to down to 5,000 square foot lots. So we're a very small lot county, and you don't have the same flexibility to just continue to expand your houses when you have lots of that size.
Food for thought and more to look at.
Yeah. Mr. Tejada?
Well, to me, this is one of almost a no-brainer. I mean, you have Objective 2.4 that says, enable Arlington residents to age in the community. Yes, I agree with that. And all I would say really is there's something called the graying of America going on right now. It turns out that people are living longer. And so many times also people don't want to move to Florida. They can't afford to move to Florida. I've also heard the arguments, frankly, that some people say, look, don't promote it because there are a lot of wealthy people in Arlington that they're going to be okay anyway. So, well, it's great that they'll be okay. If they're wealthy seniors and people are aging in place, great, wonderful. There'll be services I'm sure they use. But there's a good number of people who are not wealthy. And in general, middle class and moderate income people, what do they do? So I think that really this capture here in the 2.4.1 simply says provide support so that older adults can age in place or age in the community or age in community through a combination of affordable and accessible housing with linkages to services. So because we have to have the support network behind it. So to me, this is right on target. And we've had conversations before about granny flats or English basements and things of that nature through considering accessory dwelling units and other possibilities. The range of options that could be available are a good number, combined with the support network. So to me, this one is right on target in the language description that we have. It will be how do we turn it into the details. That will be the problem. That will be the challenge. Mm-hmm. So other than that, I mean, generally, I strongly support the universal design principles, for example. We don't have to go into detail what that means now, but we take for granted that we can just flip a light switch. Sometimes when we get somewhere where if the light switch is a little bit high and someone's in a wheelchair, that's a problem. Or then doorknobs. There are designs now where you can actually push the door instead of turning a knob. And so those kinds of things we need to be looking at. I'll leave it there.
Okay, sounds like we don't need to have a lot of additional conversation about that. I think we're all very much interested in this, how we might move this forward. Colleagues, this brings us to the last topic. I want to share, I've been keeping a running list of sort of follow-up items. I don't know if it will match exactly what staff has, but to the extent I've been trying to listen carefully to what we've said here. And what is on my list of sort of additional requests or ways to look more deeply at something are exploring the affordability criteria when we take transportation dollars into account, discussion of targets by transportation corridors and single-family neighborhoods with the refinement of next steps necessary to create any new tools around achieving affordability, whether we're talking about EDGE or this conversation we just had about aging in place, thank you, asking APS to work with us to study the impacts of committed versus market rate housing on school performance, including additional information about changes in free and reduced lunch over the last 15 years by school district and test scores aligned with that data. A heightened emphasis in the report on key locations for preservation moving forward. That's the Carrie Johnson's issue, including affordable condos. I would also say, I would definitely support her request that we beef up a little the history section here and talk about what we've done over the last however many years. Mr. Tejada raised the issue of could you gather some data around a 99-year commitment for affordability? And I said specific study steps around lot coverage and age in place. I think I said that twice. We also asked, I think on the disability thing, those requests, we ascertained that matching was in there and that the 10% request is related to affordable housing only. Okay. So is there anything else that folks wish to add to that list of of things we'd like? Mr. Fassett.
Just the data that I'd asked about, did you just mention that?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Which I think relates to the geographic distribution question more than any of the others, but it's a helpful framing of that. I don't know that it will. And the other one, just to
Say that again, Mr. Fazzad, I'm sorry.
I've mentioned it a few times, is the change in CAF's slash marks geographically last 15 years and then as proposed in the projections here next 25. So in other words, how many have we lost and how many marks have we lost, how many CAFs have we created? So what's the net change?
Played out on the geography.
Right? And the only other thing is, I think I was really taken by the issue of the transportation and do believe that you referenced it in terms of criteria, but also in terms of the goal. To me, that has the potential to inform the goal as well as the, whatever you're calling criteria, the overall goal.
Mr. Bystad?
Well, I just, we've touched on a number of things, so I don't know whether you're trying to prioritize here or just have a kind of a grab bag or laundry list.
I'm really trying to get on the table here what I heard people making as specific requests for additional work prior to adoption. That's what I'm trying to get, so we can have a sense of what that list is.
Okay, well, I for one, would like, and I don't think you mentioned this, I, for one, would like a greater discussion of the concentration and distribution dynamic and what additional targets and tools we may need. And I
actually did say
did
that.
you say that?
I
Okay,
say
I'm
that.
sorry. Okay, and then also, I guess this is part of the preservation component, but tax incentives that we might use in connection with that. And then finally, your comment about the schools may be a little narrower than what I might like to see. I do think that there may be some strong benefit to either or asking the schools to weigh in formally, or perhaps having a work session with them, or maybe some sort of additional communication with the schools on this plan and the implementation framework.
I guess what I would say about that, Mr. Bystad, is I think it would be important for us to be very clear what we're hoping they'll be able to tell us. What are our questions? What are their concerns? What areas are we really probing on? So we can work on that. I'm happy to send a letter to Mr. Lander, or I guess after July 1st, so we'll have a new chair over there. I don't want to presume. I'm hoping that I know who it will be, but they have to vote. But I certainly think we can ask for their input.
Staff will work together.
And the staff has been working together, so, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Tejada, and then I'll go to Mrs. I can't. I actually think Ms. Garvey might have been next, and then I'll come to you.
I will go next.
I don't mind. I was hoping that we could get some discussion of the cost on the tools. We talked about that early on.
You're right.
Yeah, no, that was early on. We've been talking here for a very long time. And then I would like to see some conversations now happen, like with the Pike presidents, with folks. People have talked about separating myth from fact. There are a lot of people that are concerned about some things. I had open office, open door Monday on kind of in this week, and folks came from both sides, and we actually had a pretty good conversation. It was the first time for a lot of those folks they'd had that conversation. So as I'm saying, I know conversations kind of started here. It's expanding out. I think we need to expand it out and have some of those conversations. A lot of people are focusing and paying attention now. Personally, I would like to have that now and do that, and then advertise in July and look at adoption in September is the time frame. I would like to enable people to have those conversations because I think they're really important. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Tejada.
Yes. Thank you. And continuing with the schools, I really think we could benefit. I don't know if we have time to pull off a work session. I don't know when it's needed necessarily, but I do agree that they should input information and come out with statistics. I mean, I probably should be able to do that. And I am interested in knowing, related to the conversation, what resources are being used. I guess it'd be good to know what resources means when people raise those issues, because it's tied to housing policy, has an effect in schools and things of that nature. That's what I heard. So it intrinsically seems connected. We need more information from the schools to understand what impact the school growth and what the different neighborhoods is having and whatever those resources are, whether it's tax dollars, whether it's more classrooms, whether there's more teachers, whether all those kinds of things, and where are the households that those resources are needed from. Again, is it whether we have garden apartments? Is it where we have McMansions? Is it in condos? What neighborhoods? Do we have concentration McMansions? Do we have a concentration of wealth? Do we have enough compared to where the children are going to school that we can balance? And then that might give you information on what are the steps we need to take in the future to balance if we have more free and reduced lunch children in one school. What would be the step that would need to be required that a school that has single digits or less could have an equal balance, or however the case people want to describe it? I'm very interested in knowing what those steps would be, so that the concerns about housing policy affecting schools or vice versa, we can then have the information to put those recommendations and task staff from both ends, both county government staff and or school staff, to then see how that is fixed. And I'm still interested in knowing the specific neighborhoods that we also should be listing where more affordable housing or any affordable housing should be going in. So those would be the things that I would add to the list of things of information that I need so that we can continue helping make the decision in July.
Okay, well, I'm gonna try a motion here, and we'll see if it flies or not. So I move that we adopt the attached resolution authorizing advertisement of public hearings by the Planning Commission at their September meeting and the County Board at our September meeting, respectively, on the Affordable Housing Master Plan as an element of the County Comprehensive Plan, the Affordable Housing Implementation Framework as an administrative guide for implementation of the Affordable Housing Plan, and on related amendments to the General Land Use Plan.
Second that motion.
Seconded by Mr. Tejada.
I just looked at Mr. McKay, if I think the chair covered it.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
just so I hear you correctly here, you're suggesting an RTA in September?
No, we're adopting the resolution that authorizes the public hearings to be held in September.
Okay.
So we're taking the action today. We're saying we'll come back in September to have the hearings and for adoption. For considering adoption.
Okay, so as opposed to June and July, we're doing June and September. Okay, I would be most comfortable with doing the RTA in September and the adoption in October. I just think that there still needs to be more refinement and more improvement and more recognition of so many community issues that have surfaced only in recent weeks. So that I'm not prepared to go forward with the advertising today, despite the fact that there's more to like in this plan than not to like.
Mrs. Garvey.
Mr. Vice Chair, would you be more comfortable doing the RTA in July, allowing staff a little time to tweak this a bit more, and then still looking at September?
Well, I'd be more comfortable with the RTA in July rather than June, but I'd be still more comfortable in September. You know, we're hitting a kind of a 60 day. I mean, we don't slow down in the summer, and we don't typically, you know, we do take August off. But I think broad swaths of the community who are most concerned about this plan will not necessarily be of a frame of mind to be able to really focus on it in the next 60 days. I mean, there's a lot of things still in here. You know, I think we need additional focus on concentration versus distribution, residential preference. I'm glad to see that component. We've talked about public schools a little bit. We haven't really talked about implications of bonus density, and I was struck by Steve Cole's comment, the former chair of the Planning Commission, that while the plan does not propose an uncapping of bonus density, it also does not do an adequate recognition of the relationship between land use policy and bonus density and affordable housing. I'd also like to see more in the plan about how we can facilitate mixed income projects. It seems like, you know, we either have a market rate project or a 100% affordable project according to, you know, AMI constraints, and I realize a lot of that is governed by who's going to finance the project, but I think, you know, whether it's tax credits or not, but I think we could have a little more work there. Impact on parks and green space. I, for one, am not comfortable with what we adopted, and I realize we adopted it, and I may be the lone voice here, but I don't think that we should have a policy of consideration of affordable housing in our parks, whether it's co-located or standalone or not. And then there are cost considerations and analysis. It's fine to be an aspirational document, but it's also important that we acknowledge revenue and spending implications and trade-offs. Otherwise, expectations can get frustrated, and we have more cynicism than we already do. So I would like to take the time to do the RTA in September and use these next 90 days really to do the sit-downs that for whatever reason, really haven't occurred in earnest with respect to some of these topics.
Thank you. I'd like to, again, offer a compromise then, because I think people are focused, quite a bit focused right now, and I think we could move the ball further down the field in the next few weeks to July, advertise in July, and be a lot more prepared to vote in September. So that's what I would like to do, and I'm happy to offer a motion to that effect if you'd like. Well, mine would be to advertise in July so that staff, we can come back with a slightly tweaked.
July, then to, well, the public, when you advertise, you have a public
hearing. Okay, but
so the hearing in July and then another one in adopting in what month?
I'd still like the public hearings in September. What I'd like to do is what we advertise in July will be a little tweaked from what we've got now.
But
so that some of the things.
Public hearing.
Yeah, September. I believe Mrs. Hines' motion had the public hearing in September. Did it not, Mrs. Hines?
I think we're getting the words mixed up.
I need to make myself straight. Let's get straight.
Public hearings associated with them. We had a public hearing today where people made comments on the staff's proposal, and we are now to advertise it, which is the formal going forward. But we had a pretty robust public hearing here today, I would say.
We did.
And a pretty robust conversation about things where the board is saying, we've heard the community, we want more work to be done. So all my motion tried to do was to put enough time so that this work could be done. And we could have a good public hearing in September on a revised plan. Remember, every word doesn't have to be perfect in what we're doing, on a revised plan based on a lot of information. That would allow conversations to take place all this summer. It would allow any number of other things to happen. If we get to September, we'll see where we are. We can always defer the final adoption if we're not ready.
Right.
But I agree with you, Mrs. Garvey. People are focused. There's a lot of focus right now. There's a lot of opportunity for conversation. People are still going to the swimming pool and hanging out on the fields and running into each other in various places in our community. And, once we have some of this additional information, one of the good things I think we did the last time when we had a work session is we pulled out key areas we wanted staff to do more work on. They did it, and they held a virtual forum, and they went out and had some meetings. There's no reason that kind of stuff can't happen between now and our September 19th meeting.
Thank you. The clarification helps. I'm prepared to do that then. And one of the groups I really want to talk to are the Pike presidents. It so happens I'm going to their July meeting. So that I'll be able to do that. And whether or not I'll be ready to vote in September will depend on kind of what happens between now and September. So I'm all right with that. Yeah, we have. Okay.
Can I just add, the manager's been waving her finger at me. So, Madam Manager.
Just a quick, to address the July meeting, just to give perspective, those reports are due in like a week. So we wouldn't have a whole lot of time to get things accomplished. But there's no reason not to advertise this today because, as you just said, Madam Chair, we will go through all the different points, bring them back to you, work them through the community if there's other issues that need to be done. And September, you have another choice. And if it's not ready, it's not ready. You don't vote on it. You have another public hearing.
And if we wish, board members, we could have a work session, a little bit earlier in September where we walk through some of this, if that is the board's pleasure at that point in time. So, yes, Mr. Fasad.
Just to put it in a little context, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. McIsaac, but the action today of a public hearing to advertise this is not required by law. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This is a choice of this county over many, many years, a tradition to actually have a public hearing when we advertise an item like this. So it gives everybody a bite at the apple to come before us, hear what you all have to say, a variety of different opinions, some people coming to the discussion late for one reason or another, others having been involved for the whole full 2.5 years. But today was a public hearing, and I fully support advertising this, which, again, followed a public hearing and will result in another public hearing, and leaving time for the staff and any other community discussions beyond the very extensive. I got to tell you, this is 2.5 years of not sitting around, but in the last months, you've been out everywhere. And now we're asking you to not do it now in another 30 days, but do it over a 3-month period. I will tell you, I came in here fully prepared from what I knew at the time to advertise it for adoption or consideration in July. I also think it's perfectly fair to do that in September and allow for some more time because of some of the issues that surfaced today. I think to do anything different is really to disrespect the process that already occurred, but also allow some more time to respect some of the additional conversation that might lead to a little bit greater consensus, some of the modifications in the report that are inevitably going to happen based on the conversation today. I will say that John, you're all of a sudden at the end, you raised about 5 more issues that were not on our list that Mary had solicited at the front end, which give me great pause that you have a lot of concerns and objections to a lot of the content of this, which surprises me because we should have had an opportunity to actually put those out here today and actually get a little conversation about it. So,
I'd be happy to have conversations on those.
I mean, they weren't on the list. So from my perspective, the issue of parks and green space, for example, it is one where we've had some discussion before. I know you would not have supported Arlington Mill because it would not have allowed Arlington Mill to happen. And if that's the case, we should have that conversation a little more.
I'm not sure that the facts at Arlington Mill are
so you would have supported
well, I can't say for sure, but I'm saying I don't think that the facts on Arlington Mill were directly on point because, correct me if I'm wrong, but how much of the Arlington Mill site was a park?
Any of the land.
As opposed to public land, an officially designated park.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a nuance. Okay. Well, I'm just saying that the whole idea of mixed income projects and the other things, you raised 4 or 5 things that were quite substantive, which you evidently have some issues with. It seems to me now would have been the time to discuss it. On the other hand, if you've raised it now, maybe we can have a little bit more staff. You can hear about it. We'll surface it later. But I will tell you, I think 90% of this, the concerns you raised, I didn't hear from anyone in the community that came up today. So for me, 95% of this is really a consensus in the community. And it's kind of nice to know, even though there are a few big things to talk about, its geographic distribution, its impact on the schools, and understanding that better, and one or two other things that were surfaced. That is a relatively focused conversation that we can have, and not leave thinking that the 90% of this report is really in question, because I didn't hear really anybody in the community that came forward on any side of this raise most of those issues today.
Mr. Fazette, a number of those issues were raised by folks in terms of their written comments, their letters, their emails, and so forth that may not have been elicited because either they couldn't be here or they concentrated on other topics in their oral remarks. Yeah. But it's on the written record.
I think we're probably ready to vote at this point in time. I'm mindful that it's 2:45. We still have Realize Roslyn. We're taking an action to move this along, and I think that's the important thing. So let me call for the vote at this point. All those, no, Mr. Teata?
No. You've allowed everyone else to weigh in except me in this conversation just now.
All right, Mr. Teata, could you?
I appreciate it, and I'll keep it very brief. It's easier to oppose, be against, build opposition. Mr. Vice has been in office now for several months. This isn't the first time we're talking about this. He's had a chance to submit whatever points he may be concerned with, as has Ms. Garvey in the past. So for me, I would say that 2.5 years, actually maybe even more, this working group has been added, and I think it's frankly overdue. I would have been ready to vote on it, yes or no, in July. I'm second the motion, and I am agreeing to September. To me, that's a compromise, so that we can have through a more healthy conversation. I would have been ready to support it in July. And contrary to what a lot of people might think, not everyone goes away in July or in August. It's great for those who have resources, be able to, go wherever they go. But not everyone has the resources. So I would just say, at some point, you have to say, how long do we need to talk things through? We didn't even have to do this here, and we did indeed. And that's a courtesy that we traditionally offer our communities. This is part of the Arlington way. Is there a new Arlington way? Who knows? But the one I know is that I like to give people opportunity to weigh in. And at some point, you have asked me to be on one of these chairs to make decisions and to move our community forward. And that's what I'd like to do. I was hoping to do it in July, Madam Chair, but you know what? I'll join you in September.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teata. So all those in favor of the motion to advertise this for public hearing in September, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion no. Sorry, Mr. Vice, that motion carries 4-1. I would ask that staff prepare for us the list of topics as you understand them for follow-up. I think that will be important for us to be able to communicate to the public, and that you, to the extent you can in the next week or two, think about some logical places for the conversation to continue over the next several months, and that we focus a little bit of attention on that as well as a follow-up to this conversation. I want to say thank you to Reverend Hamlin, who stayed with us all day, as well as the rest of you. We are going to take about a 20-minute break to eat lunch. We will be back at 5 minutes after 3. Thank you.
I'm hungry. It's going to be.
Arlington County Board is back in session. Thank you for joining us for our second item of the evening, or of the day. Madam Clerk, will you please call the item, and we'll move along here.
The next item is item number 44, request to advertise public hearings to consider the adoption of the Roslyn Sector Plan.
Thank you very much. This is a relatively experienced group, so I don't think I need to give a lot of directions. We're going to start with Mr. Fusarelli, who's been the main planning staff on this. Then we'll move to our commissions, and I think we will have 5 commissions by the time we get there who will give their report, and then we will hear from the speakers, and I would remind people if they're planning to speak that they should get their speak slip in. Okay, Mr. Fusarelli.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Fusarelli. I'm with the Department of Community Planning, Housing, and Development. Here today to talk about the subject of item number 44. In today's agenda, and this item is a request to advertise public hearings in July on the adoption of the Roslyn Sector Plan, the new long-range planning document for Central Roslyn. The draft Roslyn Sector Plan is the culmination of the Realize Roslyn process to devise a plan for a distinctive urban place. The Realize in the brand Realize Roslyn really speaks to realizing Roslyn's full potential as a great place, a common theme we heard in many of the initial stakeholder interviews we held at the start of the process. The planning process was led by county staff who worked collaboratively among ourselves and closely with the community to develop this plan. Staff from CPHD, DES, DPR, and AED have coordinated throughout and many are here today to help address any questions that might arise. The county staff team was also supported by a strong multidisciplinary consultant firm led by Goody Clancy and Associates. This process has also involved extensive civic engagement. While doing much outreach to hear from many voices, staff have worked most closely with the Roslyn Process Panel, who's appointed by the county manager, who advised the team throughout the process and helped ensure planned content was ready for broader public review at key points. A variety of event types, online surveys, project website, and the like have all been leveraged to maximize the amount and range of public input. Before addressing the plan details, it's worth briefly considering the question, why plan for Roslyn now? The simple answer has much to do with Roslyn having entered its second generation of redevelopment, where previous site plan buildings of 10 stories or similar are being torn down and replaced by new, larger, and taller buildings. And the view here of the Central Place construction site is just one example of this. As each new building that goes up can cost several hundred millions of dollars to build, it's critical to have a plan for Roslyn that can collectively create the greatest value through both private and public investments. Before presenting the specifics of the actual plan, let's also take a brief look back at the evolution of Roslyn over the past half century. This look will tell a story about Roslyn as a place, the place that was, the place it has become, and the place we may want it to become, which should provide useful framing for how we think about the role the new sector plan can play in defining and improving Roslyn over the next half century. Today's story begins with this bird's eye view of Central Roslyn circa 1962, looking from above the Key Bridge towards the district, towards Roslyn to the south. And here, actually, River Place can be seen in the upper left, and when built back in the 1950s, these were actually some of the tallest buildings in Arlington. In the early 60s, Roslyn comprised a mix of low-rise commercial structures, auto-oriented and light industrial activities, tank farms, and a variety of other disparate uses. At the time, Roslyn's special location also presented a huge opportunity for development sites to meet the strong demand for new office space that was spilling out of the District of Columbia. To capitalize on this opportunity, the county created the Special Exception Site Plan tool to respond to both Roslyn's problems and its potential. While the county has to date managed over 400 site plan applications, it's interesting to note that site plan number 1 shown here and many of the county's earliest site plans were built in Roslyn. In Roslyn, the site plan process almost immediately affected major change. In just a few years, the site plan process successfully opened the development of what was marginally used land in Roslyn into a booming office district. The process was so effective, in fact, that by 1965, the county board had already approved site plan developments for about half of the developable land in central Roslyn, the area roughly matching the Roslyn Coordinated Redevelopment District. And in this view from Roslyn Highlands looking east towards the district, we can start to see the framework of what has become modern-day Roslyn take form. Based on the results, while some may question whether today's Roslyn was even built around a plan, it was indeed. This master plan from a 1960s county document depicts many key features we see in Roslyn today, such as the superblock structure, system of sky bridges, and above-grade plazas, as well as the Fort Myer Drive tunnel. In this 3D physical model from around the same time, we clearly see the loop road as a major organizing feature of today's Roslyn, even though the concept was never fully realized. While the site plan tool was very effective in stimulating private development of office buildings, the results on the ground were often not what we might aspire for today. This 1970s view looking south down Fort Myer Drive does not depict much in the way of wide sidewalks, street trees, or other inviting streetscape elements. And this view of Moore Street near Lee Highway, which actually, in fact, has not changed all that much today, depicts what is today one of the last remaining skywalk segments shortly after it was built. And so through the look back, it might be safe to say that the initial site plan experiment in Roslyn was a little rough and the results a little mixed. However, in its time, it was seen as a success for several reasons. It met the intent of redeveloping a large area of marginally used land. Millions of square feet of new office space were built, making Roslyn a major employment center. And through grade-separated pedestrian facilities, it allowed car traffic to travel more quickly by taking pedestrians out of the equation, which was, in fairness, a common approach used in that time. But in July 1977, something changed. The Roslyn Metro Station was open for service, immediately making Roslyn much more connected to the region. And with Metro's opening, Roslyn would now need to become a more attractive place to more transit users and pedestrians who would navigate Roslyn without an automobile. And more than 10 years later, the county commissioned a panel of planners and architects to conduct a mid-course review of the entire Roslyn-Ballston corridor, including a look at Roslyn. The main impetus for this study was to identify drawbacks or issues resulting from development in Arlington to date and to offer solutions. And when looking at Roslyn, the panel found several major challenges facing the area, including a chaotic image, mediocre architecture, incomprehensible pedestrian circulation, lack of focus, overemphasis on vehicles. But on the bright side, they did observe that Roslyn was on the threshold of a second generation of redevelopment, which could unlock opportunities to start to address some of these issues. Unfortunately, we still see some of these challenges in Roslyn today. And so, for example, the Metro Station presence on Fort Myer Drive is essentially a blank concrete wall that was recently wrapped in part with more modern-looking architectural panels. The portal in that wall to the station is dark, unceremonious, and also not ADA compliant. This street view along Fort Myer Drive shows a common occurrence in Roslyn, above-grade parking, and in this case, 4 floors of it, which is actually nicely patterned with ventilation louvers. This is the first of several views along Wilson Boulevard, often considered one of Roslyn's main streets. In this case, a roll-off dumpster, garbage bins, and service access and narrow sidewalk create a presence that would clearly not meet our current aspirations for Wilson Boulevard. And just 2 blocks east, another narrow sidewalk, partly obstructed by planters and edged by another concrete wall, greets pedestrians and motorists alike along Wilson Boulevard just a half block south of Metro. And at the 100% corner of Lynn and Wilson, more narrow sidewalks edged by cut stone veneered walls define the pedestrian experience at one of Roslyn's busiest pedestrian intersections. Fort Myer Drive is a great example of the point of overemphasis on accommodating the vehicle, although this pedestrian may be wondering where are all the cars, which oddly seem missing from this view. Another view of Fort Myer Drive and the tunnel, this time from north of Wilson Boulevard, depicting the wider than necessary expanse of public land dedicated to automobile circulation along this street. And finally, one final view of Fort Myer Drive, where a wrought iron fence has recently gone up to deter or deflect pedestrians crossing the street mid-block. One of the more well-used skywalk segments, actually, that remain is also seen spanning the street.
Okay, Anthony, you've made your point here.
He's not done.
We can skip the remaining 2 dozen slides, but so there are also instances of sunken open spaces. In this case, a decision was made that sidewalks are only needed on one side of the street. And finally, this is a view of a raised plaza above Moore Street that, while seen empty here, hopefully does see people filling the chairs and tables at certain times of the day. And so while all these photos were very recently taken, they generally all depict results of planning and development decisions made decades ago. And after the mid-course review, the county undertook an effort to update the long-range plan for Roslyn through the station area plan addendum adopted by the board in 1992. And though completed 23 years ago, it was also a plan with a vision to transform Roslyn and move away from the conditions we've looked at in the last set of photos. And to support the plan and to implement the vision for Roslyn, a new zoning district was created called CO Roslyn back in 1996. It sought to incentivize development by offering the potential to unlock density increases with important elements identified in approved plans for Roslyn were provided. Through this approach, developments could aim for buildings up to 300 feet and densities up to 10 FAR. As the zoning district made the building heights and densities envisioned in the plan, the 92 plan, outdated, in 2002, the board adopted a resolution to provide guidance, albeit general, for the center of Roslyn. This resolution established what became known as the taper policy, calling for greatest heights at Metro and tapering down in height further away from the station. And then 5 years later, in 2007, the board adopted another resolution, this time focusing on urban design principles for Central Place. And this resolution was prompted by the site plan applications for Central Place and 1812 North Moore, and spoke particularly to preserving views from the public observation deck and reinforcing building tapers and sculpted rooftop designs. Following the 92 plan and CO Roslyn zoning, several site plans have been built, some of which still offer us a few lessons. And in this case, Turnberry Tower is seen here along Nash, with a somewhat abrupt transition between the development on the east and west sides of the street. And on Waterview, while the project provides the benefit of a publicly accessible terrace, we are reminded here of the difficulties in keeping that elevated open space populated outside of organized events and activities. But in some approved site plans, there also appears to be hope and opportunities for meaningful forward progress. And for instance, in transitioning from a mix of buildings, including the Orleans House, seen here, to a 1 million square feet mixed-use development of Central Place to deliver a few years from now with a mid-block public plaza and public observation deck. The approved mixed-use Roslyn Gateway site plan, 1 block north, will add even more residential to the RCRD, and its building edge will be pulled closer to Gateway Park to help make Lee Highway a more urban street. And finally, the 1401 Wilson 1400 Key Boulevard site plan approved just last year will include new office and housing, a sizable public plaza, and an important first segment of the 18th Street extension into central Roslyn. So with that context, and in developing the next plan for Roslyn, we face several important questions. How does Roslyn move forward? How can Roslyn become a truly great place? And really, if previous plans have fallen a bit short, then what type of plan does Roslyn need to realize its full potential? The Roslyn Sector Plan presented for this RTA seeks to answer the call for a new long-range plan to help complete Roslyn's transformation from a 1960s auto-oriented office district to a transit-oriented, pedestrian-friendly neighborhood. In 2011, the County Board approved a scope of work defining the 4 primary issue areas to be addressed through this effort under transportation, parks and open space, urban design, and building heights and form. The plan is founded upon a vision and 6 vision principles that makes the most of Roslyn's physical and visual connections to the nation's capital as it evolved into a more mixed-use, sustainable, and attractive place to live, work, and play. Seen here, the illustrative concept plan from page 69 of the document identifies a number of key elements and transformative recommendations from the plan, including 2-way streets of Lynn and Fort Myer, the 18th Street extension, a reimagined metro station, new pedestrian and bicycle connections, and Gateway Park, as well as a revitalized Freedom Park, the creation of a new Roslyn Plaza Park in Roslyn's East End, as well as the Esplanade. This slide depicts several cross-sections from the plan illustrating how Lynn and Fort Myer could be redesigned and repurposed as 2-way streets to support the future vision of Roslyn. And while this recent photo of existing development in Roslyn today shows buildings blocking the path of the future 18th Street extension, this rendering from the plan shows how that 18th Street corridor could be extended from Oak Street all the way to Arlington Ridge Road through future redevelopment. And while we see here the dark and cozy Roslyn Metro Station entrance from Moore Street today, This rendering looking west shows one depiction of how the metro station could be reimagined as a more open-air experience and also as a really important central hub of activity along the 18th Street extension. Here we see Gateway Park and its surroundings today. And just one example of what this Gateway area could look like in the future, with a fully renovated and redesigned park, better use of the Roslyn Circle area, the two-way conversion of Lynn and Fort Myer, as well as other improvements. And here we see an expanse of 17th Street that is quite barren and does not see much vehicular traffic on a regular basis, that could be transformed as Freedom Park is expanded deeper into the fabric of Roslyn and revitalized with more reasons to be there and better ways to get there. And next, the Esplanade, a concept actually from the 1992 plan addendum that has been carried over into this latest plan. The sector plan depicts the Esplanade as an important linking space along Roslyn's eastern edge and presents sample cross-sections for 4 distinct segments between Gateway Park and the grounds of Iwo Jima Memorial. Another important element of the sector plan is the Peaks and Valleys Building Heights policy and the great development potential and placemaking opportunities it presents. The Peaks and Valleys policy and the sector plan overall provides significant growth potential for the future of Roslyn. As modeled in our studies, the plan would support between 12.5 and 13 million square feet of new development across all remaining sites in the RCRD that have not yet been built to CO Roslyn levels. As a point of reference, this would more than double the amount of development that exists in the same area today. Based on our modeling, it would also provide roughly 1 million square feet more development potential compared than if we continued the current taper policy forward several decades. It also provides opportunities for and sets target goals for much more housing in the district, taking what is today just 6% of all building space in the RCRD that is housing to about 30% of all building space by the end of the planning horizon. Adding this level of housing will go a long way to making Central Roslyn a much more active, attractive, and sustainable place to be. In devising the plan, our team did look at economic analysis of redevelopment projects in the CO Roslyn district. And at a high level, our analysis's findings support the truth that project-level feasibility in practice is unique to each site and project based upon a whole host of factors. And with this in mind, we strove to develop an implementable plan, one that provides clear, consistent guidance, but also allows for broader plan goals to be met while adjusting for unique project-level economic realities and design constraints. A big part of this is aiming to accommodate potential densities on individual sites to provide enough incentive for redevelopment to occur. On this point, 70% of the sites that we studied achieve a 9 FAR or greater under the Peaks and Valleys scheme as we modeled them, and the average FAR across the entire district for these sites was 9.2. It's also worth noting that most of the 5 sites below 9 FAR are also challenged by distinctive site conditions. For example, much of their site area is actually located under either existing or planned streets or open spaces. And briefly, I'd like to take a quick maybe 30-second animation visual tour around the perimeter of Roslyn. And so this is just one vision of what the Peaks and Valleys, or how the Peaks and Valleys policy and building height approach could be realized. And what we see here, existing buildings that we assume remain are in gray. Approved buildings that are not yet built are in a more of a darker blue, and then the just potential envisioned conceptual building forms that could be possible are in the lighter blue. And what we see here is clusters of heights or areas where buildings get tallest in height, maxing out at the 470 feet above sea level, and then areas of relatively lower heights between them. Continuing to take a look at a few additional views is the idea of protection of priority view corridors from the observation deck that were also identified through this process. And so what we see here is a simulated view of the monumental core that might be had from the observation deck if Roslyn redevelops in keeping with the plan's guidance. This is another view of the monumental core, this time taken from the northeastern corner of the observation deck. So the view we were just looking at was more from the southeastern corner. This view is if you're at the northeastern corner of the observation deck looking out. And it really speaks to the need to maintain heights on the blocks due east of Lynn Street to a maximum of roughly 300 or 315 feet in order to maintain views of DC from the entire eastern edge of the viewing deck. This view to the north shows how the National Cathedral should be visible over the top of the Central Place residential building when that completes in a few years. And this view to the northwest shows how heights have been managed near the convergence of Nash Street and Fort Myer Drive to maintain views to the Potomac Gorge. And finally, this view south shows how building heights south of Central Place have been planned to protect views to the cemetery at Iwo Jima, Air Force Memorial, and possibly even Custis Mansion. And in Chapter 4, the fourth and final chapter of the plan, implementation is covered, complete with an implementation matrix of action items necessary to advance the vision of the plan. It should be noted at this time the columns for county mechanism and potential funding sources are in progress and will be populated and reviewed before the final plan comes back for adoption. In the final part of the presentation, we will touch on the most recent community input and some of the key intended changes to be made to the draft plan as described in the comments and response matrix. So in terms of project schedule, the process formally kicked off in late 2012. In total, we've approached the process through 5 phases. Over the past year, we've been in the 5th and final phase, moving from the Roslyn Plan framework that was adopted by the board just 13 months ago, or 14 months ago, and into the drafting of the Roslyn Sector Plan consistent with that framework. On that chart, the major community forum events and milestones were also marked here with blue stars. And then more recently, the draft sector plan was released on May 6th, and since that time, staff has solicited feedback on the plan through discussions with many groups, including those listed here. We have also been getting feedback via website comments, letters, emails, and other conversations. And as recommended in the staff report, we would see public hearings for adoption of the plan being held in July. To catalog and provide feedback on the comments received, staff has developed a comments and response matrix that also indicates proposed changes to the plan, where applicable, that will be made to the document before the hearings for adoption of the sector plan. The first 196 comments are addressed in Attachment 3 to the June 5th report, and the balance of the 286 comments are addressed in the supplemental report. The supplemental report also primarily addresses comments from the latest commission meetings, including planning, housing, and transportation. And we should say that while there is a total of 286 documented comments, a lot of those comments are hitting on the same points. So there's not 286 individual points on which we've received comments on. At this point, we'd like to highlight just several proposed changes to the plan described in the comments and response matrix to address some of the concerns that stood out from recent community input. These will address design guidelines, criteria for building height modifications, observation deck views, and Roslyn Plaza Park. And so in the community review to date, many have clearly misunderstood the intent and future application of the design guidelines. Some have called it a form-based code, which is entirely not true. Others have commented that these guidelines are too prescriptive and limit design options and creativity. And that was not at all the intent of the guidelines. Therefore, more work is needed here to have everyone on the same page in terms of what these guidelines are. Their staff, accordingly, will be making several important changes for the final plan. We will be improving introductory language to more clearly emphasize the design guidelines as suggestions and inspiration only, and not as mandates that need to be followed exactly. We will also polish the text to ensure that language being used is reflected of the suggested essence of these guidelines. And we'll be revisiting the use of dimensions where they apply to confirm whether they're actually needed, and if so, expressing them more as suggestions rather than potentially interpreted as mandates. And finally, additional photos of precedent projects will be added to convey a broader range of architectural solutions that would be consistent with the guidelines. And so as an example here, here are some images of recently approved site plans in Roslyn. And we're going to be adding these and other images to the design guidelines to reinforce that the design guidelines are aiming to encourage design solutions that we are already seeing in many cases in the latest Roslyn projects. This next slide shows a broader range of precedent photos that will be incorporated into the design guidelines to present a much greater variety of encouraged building forms. We've been hearing concerns that this plan would be too restrictive for really creative architecture, and we want to make sure that is not the perceived intent. And so we will be including additional images of more creative buildings, hopefully, that will inspire others to build in Roslyn. Another key area where staff will be making refinements is the area of potential height modifications for buildings planned below 300 feet. And on this point, we'll be looking at revised text to make the criteria for trying to earn back up to 300 feet more objective, removing the land use constraints that the increased height only be used for housing or hotel, and also give further consideration to how above-grade parking should appropriately fit into these criteria. And in the review of the plan, it also became apparent that the plan really could benefit from greater emphasis on the priority view corridors from the observation deck that the plan aims to protect. Therefore, staff will be adding at least a spread or two to the plan focusing on these corridors, describing both in words and images the various landmarks whose visibility from the observation deck should be maintained and protected with future development. And in terms of Roslyn Plaza Park, there have also been some concerns raised on the uneven presentation of the two options for a park located along Arlington Ridge Road and Kent Street. And so to convey a more balanced presentation between these options, the plan will be updated to add an inset map showing the Kent Street Park location alongside the illustrative concept plan. We'll be modifying the size description criteria and refining the sketch on figure 3.6 to be of equal quality to the one shown on figure 3.5. And then while there are more than 50 pages of the comments matrix from much of the discussion, the most commonly discussed concerns that can't be addressed through clarifications or other straightforward refinements really come back to one issue, and that's building height and form. As a reminder, there are important reasons as to why the county board directed staff to develop recommended height limits for each block in Roslyn at the start of this process in defining the scope of work. And so since 1996, there has been a mismatch between what the zoning could permit and how that would really be 2 to 3 times the building heights that were envisioned in the 92 plan addendum that came just 4 years prior. And while the 2002 and 2007 resolutions provided some guidance on height, there were no numbers or specific values to actually be found in those resolutions. And so to help guide future site plans, it really was critical we address a more detailed heights plan as part of this process. In approaching building height, the plan seeks to provide greater clarity and increased predictability on what building heights would be acceptable on individual sites than currently exists with today's limited guidance. In large part, the peaks and valleys approach resulted from modeling various scenarios with the objective of optimizing for the related goals listed on this slide, whether it's achieving sensitive edge transitions, protecting those priority view corridors from the observation deck, or creating a distinctive skyline. And the main element of the plan to help advance the proposed peaks and valleys policy is the building heights map shown on page 163. It recommends maximum height limits for each block in the RCRD and also includes recommended transition slopes along certain neighborhood edges and frontages where 15-foot stepbacks from the building base to tower would apply. And in simpler terms, this graphic translates the heights map into a display of 2 categories. Sites that include areas where building heights, per this plan, could reach or even exceed 300 feet. Those are shown in purple. The remaining balance of land area that includes sites that are entirely limited to heights below 300 feet, and those are shown in brown. And while the staff report goes into deeper discussion on the issue, there are 4 main points to emphasize about peaks and valleys and the recommended building heights. While some believe that their development is guaranteed a full 10 FAR and full 300 feet on every site, this was never the case. Heights maps presented recommended limits that provide the best balance for effectively achieving the plan goals discussed earlier. And with provision for height modifications, all sites would still have the ability to try to seek up to 300 feet when meeting certain criteria. And then finally, height limits carefully arrived at to protect priority view corridors and provide enough potential incentive, i.e. density, for redevelopment. And over the past several weeks, staff has met with 6 advisory commissions on the request to advertise. Several have representatives here today, and they'll talk to you more about their views. Some have provided you with letters. Generally, all seemed supportive of advertising the plan and offered additional suggestions on how the plan could be improved. You should also have before you a letter from the Planning Commission with its recommendations and detailed list of suggested planning changes. The supplemental report also speaks in detail on some of their recommendations that stood out, and the comments matrix addresses the entirety of their comments. And finally, I think we'd like to close the presentation with just a few final thoughts. First, we'd actually like to share a reminder of some work that the Urban Land Institute, which is a nonprofit who provides leadership in the responsible use of land in creating and sustaining thriving communities, did for the county roughly 10 years ago, back in 2005. Through an advisory services panel, ULI examined how to make Roslyn a more mixed-use regional destination and how to create a better street life. And it's worth noting that in the area of urban design, the ULI panel recommended taking a district perspective, providing better development predictability, and establishing urban design guidelines as soon as possible. And while some time has passed, we are now presenting a new sector plan for Roslyn that addresses, in part, the call from ULI noted here. And staff believes that this is a plan that provides significant growth potential that would more than double what exists today in the RCRD, that where the sum of the parts can yield greater collective value to all of Roslyn than an approach based simply on trying to maximize the individual gain of each property. And finally, that this is a plan that can help realize Roslyn's full potential as a great place, providing a much better urban center and more helpful guidance than currently exists. And with that, the county manager recommends that the board authorize advertisements of public hearings in July for adoption of the sector plan. Thank you. It concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fusarelli. At this point, we will go to our commissions, and I'm actually going to start with the Urban Forestry Commission. Commissioner Coombe is here to represent their view.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on this plan. I will first be speaking to you as a representative of the Urban Forestry Commission, and then I request just a few minutes to speak as an individual, a landscape architect and resident of Arlington. First is the Urban Forestry Commission. You should have received our packet, and there's no need for me to read our letter to you, but the main points in this letter are that we're pleased that the plan has recognized the value of the environmental and human scale value of trees and landscaping and has designated a goal to achieve 15% tree canopy. And this is a great improvement over existing conditions, which are 4% tree canopy in Roslyn. We would like the plan, however, to recognize that this 15% canopy came out of the Urban Forestry Master Plan. It's not an arbitrary number. It's what can be realistically achieved in an urban area. We'd also like to recommend that the plan include a goal to increase soil volume for trees above the current county standards. Roslyn is a very hot, arid, difficult place for trees to survive. And industry standards supported by research has said 1,000 cubic feet per tree is really needed in such conditions. Staff is supporting increase, but they're saying we can just increase it by the soil trench in between the tree pits. That only gets you up to 450, not even close to the 1,000. So we're recommending a goal. We know you can't get it everywhere. It's not going to be a standard, but we do ask that you add that to the plan, a goal to achieve up to 1,000 cubic feet. Otherwise, all of our beautiful visual images of tree-lined streets are just nothing but visuals. We're not going to get that kind of canopy spread. We're also concerned about the tree pits and how they will be used as stormwater management system. We're concerned about creating deeply sunken tree pits that will collect trash, become a pedestrian hazard, potentially poorly drained, and anaerobic conditions for the trees. Stormwater is very important, and so are street trees. So there's a whole lot of interesting, creative things going on nationally right now with stormwater and street trees, and we just ask that we have the ability to consider other options besides the sunken tree pit one, and we welcome the opportunity to work with the county staff to develop that system as a commission involved in this detail. Finally, we endorse the call for revitalized spaces within Roslyn, specifically on pages 65 and 121 in the plan. The text should add to include trees and landscaping as features that will help revitalize Roslyn. So that's the gist of the Urban Forestry Commission's comments, and thank you for listening to them. And now, just quickly, speaking as an individual, I would just like to say that this is an excellent plan, and walkability is something that really needs to be addressed, and the staff is responding to comment 80 that is on page 15 of attachment 3 that is saying basically that we don't have sufficient sidewalk widths for this plan. We need to have at least 8 feet to allow people, at least 4 people, to walk, pass by each other. And a lot has been a lot of statements in this plan talk about the need for adequate sidewalk space. But unless the plan actually says that we need to designate a minimum of 10-foot clear space for Lynn Street, Wilson Boulevard, and more, those are the key streets that need to have this provision. Unless we do this, we're going to possibly have a lot of squeezing of pedestrians right around the metro area. And while that's kind of exciting for a restaurant district like Bethesda Row, it's really not adequate provision for pedestrians adjacent to a metro center station. Comments on open space. This is one of the strongest elements of the plan, and it's really terrific. But the plan needs to add a statement that would help protect the Gateway Park from future air rights development. Otherwise, without this policy statement in the plan today, we might see the Commonwealth coming back and developing the western end, the community-oriented park here. I'd also like to point out that on the relationship of open space to the continuous building line, this is something that's in the plan supporting the continuous building line, but it also allows for the plan also allows for optional on-site open space on page 150, bullet 4. And you received comments from the Planning Commission and individuals that say delete this open space in order to ensure that we end up with continuous building walls. And the staff is saying in their response, they concur with this and they're going to work on making adjustments. I would say that building walls are terrific urban design principles, but we need to not preclude the opportunity on a case-by-case basis to allow for these small, tiny public spaces that we allow for more landscaping, more seating, more public art. They enhance the public realm. And small urban spaces can be found in all kinds of cities like San Francisco and Boston. Please don't eliminate this opportunity to enhance the public realm in this nature. These are usually the spaces that are privately funded and built for the public benefit. And then just very finally, on the Roslyn Plaza, I support the staff's addition to a second option here. They're correct that this is the right place for a significant urban space, but if you think about where should that open space be, on the east side or the west side on Kent, if it goes on the east side, many of the activating retail uses might not be as visible, might not be so successful. And if we have failed retail activating uses next to an east side public space, we could in fact end up with a more passive dead zone as opposed to a more activated one. And then finally, I guess I'm concerned that Ridge Road ramping up and ramping down creates kind of a forced condition for Roslyn Plaza, and it really separates the pedestrians from the 18th Street corridor and the plazas to the Esplanade and the bridge leading over to Mount Vernon Trail. So why wouldn't it be better just to keep the traffic down lower at this other elevation connecting over to Wilson Boulevard rather than taking them up and separating pedestrians in this way? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to go to the Park and Recreation Commission. Paul Holland is here representing them.
Thank you, Chairman Hines, members of the board. We sent a letter in, and you all have that in your packet. I'm going to just quickly run through some of the points we made and then a few additional points to what's in that letter. The plan, as is prepared by staff, includes a number of innovative features, and we strongly support the Esplanade, Gateway Park, 18th Street corridor, and the hopefully potential future boathouse. There are a few points where we disagree with staff. Primarily the future design of 18th Street corridor. We feel that this corridor would benefit from being solely pedestrian in nature, kind of the vision for Las Ramblas in Barcelona, something along those lines. We've gone back and forth with staff and certainly understand their position on why they want to have a road feature for part of that corridor. For the view corridors from the observation deck, we made a comment on the plan that we support the idea of preserving those, obviously, but we'd also like to see to the extent possible, the roofs of the building that are in the view corridors be designed so that they're visually pleasing and explored options for with regard to what's placed in the 23-foot print house. Fourth, we support the urban design features. We want to have, as the Urban Forestry Commission representative said, we'd like to have sufficient widths on the sidewalks to make sure that pedestrians can pass back and forth. And we certainly value the what's provided by the commercial sector and the restaurant seating. We'd like to see sufficient widths there. Fifth, options for decking to expand Gateway Park. This was something that the state looked at potentially building office buildings over the decks of I-66. We thought potentially there could be solely open space uses. This isn't really something that was discussed during the plan, but as we build the boathouse and improve our connection to the river, we'd like to see more of a connection and think that by having more open space and a longer Gateway Park, that could be achieved. We encourage the implementation actions, especially coordination between the county and the Business Improvement District, in particular with the Boathouse, Gateway Park, and Freedom Park. And finally, we strongly encourage the board to move forward with the RTA and begin the implementation of this exciting parks and open space vision for Roslyn. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Holland. We'll move to Sally Durand, who chairs our Economic Development Commission. Ms. Durand.
It's on? Okay. Good morning or good afternoon. I'm Sally Durand. I'm chairman of the Economic Development Commission. I very much appreciate this opportunity to give our preliminary comments on the Roslyn Sector Plan. First off, we haven't formally thanked the county board for providing such generous budget support to the Arlington Economic Development Department. I just want to thank you for that funding. It was very, very much appreciated. And it demonstrates the new partnership and focus on moving the county forward. Secondly, I'm really proud that the Economic Development Commission probably had the most lively and passionate discussion that it's had in the time that I've been on it last Tuesday. And so we are now in what I would call a fact-finding phase of separating emotion and fact from before we formalize a very good...
I'll come more often.
Yeah, I'm going to make sure you come before we formalize our written comments. I think it's great. In group dynamics, they talk about form, storm, norm, and perform, and I'm glad we're in the storming stage with you all and having healthy conversations. I firmly believe, and that's been our message for the last 18 months, that we are committed to the power of we. And we have a commitment to collaborate and be creative in implementing the way forward. And I see that as the first, this conversation as the first of many to build Arlington's future and reputation as a superior business environment that's diverse, world-class, and urban. My charge at the close of the meeting was to look at the issues raised in our discussion and develop specific recommendations to address our concerns before submitting written comments, and we are working on those recommendations right now. Today, what I want to do is summarize the key points and themes that I felt we came to in our meeting, and then we'll be fleshing it out with recommendations in the next week or so. First, our first point is the vast majority of guidance provided in the draft Roslyn Sector Plan that will be considered for advertisement meets the intent and goals of the framework and will result in a vibrant and economically and competitive Roslyn. Secondly, we are very, very concerned about certain aspects of the plan contained in chapters 3 and 4, most notably the elements related to building height, design guidelines. They feel very prescriptive. And some terminology, they use form-based guidance, has created some very strong concerns on our in our commission. I have to tell you a new fact I just learned now is it's very troubling to me that this was started with a predicated design of 300 feet and an FAR of 10 from 1996. It's 20 years later, and that was a starting governing principle. It seems to me that that's something to really think about, because that's the box that everything was designed around. And I would be a little curious about the history on that piece. Third, the economic and building models need to address the economic viability and sustainability of the businesses as a core component, or they will contradict the objectives of Realize Roslyn, the framework and the guiding principles. And also, we think the plan goes a good distance toward embracing the new market realities that we provided to the county board, particularly in the office market of the future, but we would like to see it go further in embracing some of the information that was in those reports. We, like all of you in the room, and has been presented by the first speaker, believe that Roslyn has some unique geographic and financial circumstances that make it very, very important that the county consider very, very carefully the need to make it financially viable to redevelop Roslyn. I want to be a little bit careful about time. We all know about the economic, that it's about 23% of the county's real estate. There's the concerns of our commission at this point were that it may curtail development and limit growth as currently the chapters 3 and 4 are currently constructed. But on the positive side, we see it as really embracing what we had, what is in the Arlington Framework for Prosperity, which is trying to have more responsive architecture. And we want to see the plan be more streamlined and transparent, and have more fair and what we would consider competitive building conditions. We're concerned that it still has too many steps, too many processes, and it's too prescriptive, and that our neighboring jurisdictions may benefit from those prescriptions. And what we would like to pose going forward is, number one, we think it's time for a different kind of conversation and partnership. We would like to have it look a little bit more closely at a balance between community benefits and the development economics, because we believe that the people who have danced with us so far, have been involved over the last 30 years depicted in the pictures, are the ones who are going to have to take the risk of redevelopment, and it's going to be in the millions of dollars, and we need to make sure that it's a fair economic solution. We are concerned the time frame for adoption is premature. I know there's been a lot of work this week, really good faith work, and we are very pleased that the staff has been reaching out to some of the folks on the EED, on the Economic Development Commission, to see if we can't deal with some of the prescriptive issues, and so we're looking forward to those conversations. Again, I think the third piece is economic and process transparency. We think this was built out of a careful partnership between the county, business, and civic communities, and we believe that it's critical to have a transparent and clear understanding of the plan's financial and economic ramification, particularly those elements of the plan that will be codified before it's adopted. And the fourth point is we really want to encourage desirable real estate development. We're concerned about chapters 3 and 4. I've already touched on the fact that it's prescriptive. We're very hopeful that we can work with the staff and have some fruitful discussions to address the concerns on that front. As presented, it's been addressed earlier, there's still some confusion about the use of the words form-based guidance, and we would like to work with the staff on that. In conclusion, we believe that significant time and effort and resources have been expended by many, the staff, stakeholders, commissions, and board members, to help us reach the widely embraced vision and principles of the framework. We are still concerned that it has some planning assumptions and approaches that may make Arlington less competitive, and we want Arlington to revisit those assumptions and try and move us forward so that we become what we want to be, which is a vibrant place in the future. We want Roslyn to be the vibrant future and gateway to Arlington and our nation's capital, and we look forward to getting back to you with our specific recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duran. I'll turn to Brian Harner now, who chaired the process panel, and then you guys just kind of traded off as sees fit. Steve Sockwell is here representing the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'll keep my comments relatively brief because I know we'll be back here again, hopefully in a month. And the process panel, Mr. Fusarelli covered the process in one of his slides. I'm pleased to have had the opportunity to chair the process panel and work over the past couple of years on this project with staff and the consultant, and thanks to Mr. Fassett for being the board liaison to the panel. I think that one of the themes of the panel was balance and looking at how do we balance the future of Roslyn and competing interests in terms of open space, transportation, and then, of course, the building heights and density. And I think that over the course of time with our members of the panel, which included Andy Van Horn of JBG Properties, Tim Helmig of Monday Properties, with a backup of Andrew McGeorge, Paul Holland with Parks, Stan Carson of Rayfom, with backup of Stuart Stein, John Grant Transportation, Jennifer Zine of North Roslyn, with Katie Elmore taking over for her. We had a great balance of citizens, Roslyn residents, bid members and developers and landowners and commission members as part of the process panel, looking for how we balance these pieces. I'm really excited about some of the things that occurred in the subcommittee process that we had in open space, chaired by Paul Holland. There was a great deal of work looking at specific recreational programs, specific open space program, passive and active uses. And I think that in terms of my experience on the Planning Commission, there was a lot of progress made in being able to define with more detail some of the goals and specific goals that will help guide those spaces over the future. Same thing for transportation. It was identified that there are a number of relatively large street rights of way in Roslyn, and there was great discussion about balancing sidewalks. Urban forestry has referred to that, sidewalk widths, bicycle lanes, cycle tracks, parking, and in some cases street narrowing. So that balance was great. The building heights and form, the citizens really appreciate both citizen and developer participation on that topic. Of course, that's one that is difficult. The plan, and early on in the planning process, I think we were able to see in the process panel that implementing the current policy, actually with the taper, especially as we move up the hill, would never have achieved the 10 FARs that were in the 1992 plan. And in fact, the box that's been talked about of the 10 actually wasn't really realistic. And so I think the citizens worked together with the developers to, in fact, create more opportunity for height and density overall in Roslyn and on a number of sites than if we had implemented current policy. And I know that the citizens are concerned that they're opening up that opportunity for greater heights and densities, which require, the compact is that it may require more guidelines and more scrutiny of how that's actually achieved. So looking for that balance between allowing more and doing it in a way that is sensitive to the neighborhoods and transitions, I think was a recurring theme.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the board. As Mr. Fusarelli summed up, the Planning Commission considered this on June 3rd, and we thought it was an excellent plan, and we voted by 11-0, a unanimous vote to recommend going forward with the RTA. I did want to raise sort of three general areas of policy questions. Of course, the backdrop is that we submitted a letter in which we made detailed comments, and a lot of detailed comments. But there are sort of general areas where we had policy questions we wanted you to think about. The first is just how will this system of building heights work? The Planning Commission very strongly supported the notion of a peaks and valleys concept. We think it would make for a more interesting skyline, and we think it creates view corridors that will potentially be very desirable for the community. But the question is, how much discretion will the board give the staff to deviate from the map or building heights that are less than 300 feet? We would like to, any guidance you can give on how to make this plan work would be helpful. The second area of, I guess, question has to do with what kind of guidance can you give on the transformational elements? And there are several transformation elements here. I just want to raise four. The first is the air rights. We see that as an opportunity. We see a chance for a build out with preservation of open space and some connections to the major transportation corridors as well as the bike path. The second is the boathouse. Anything we can do to make that come to fruition would be good. Any concrete statements you can make would be helpful. The third has to do with 18th Street. Regardless of whether the character of 18th Street is a pedestrian or vehicular pedestrian avenue, it's an exciting opportunity. Whatever guidance you can give to make that happen would also be useful. And the last has to do with the architecture. We would hope that the board would weigh in on the side of emphasizing that we expect good architecture. We're sort of past the just boxes element now, and Roslyn has a chance to be something very exciting. The third kind of policy question has to do with land use, which is something that we get involved with from time to time. In general, we think that the use mix between commercial and residential is about right, but we also think that the plan sort of underemphasizes retail. Any guidance you can give on how to increase retail would be very helpful. Last has to do with the use of streets. We think that there's probably too much impervious surface for a relatively limited area of land. We suggest some emphasis on narrowing the streets or increase the sidewalks, if you will. And any guidance you can give on that aspect would also be useful. And at this point, I would like to turn to my fellow planning commissioner, Brian Harner, for some comments. Brian is probably too modest to say this, but he is one of the engines and managers of a similar transformational project, the Union Station Burnham Place in Washington, D.C. Because Brian has this dual perspective of serving on the planning commission as well as being somebody who is not only a decider, but somebody who is making things happen, I'd like for him to just talk about, from a planning perspective view, the most important things the board can do to make the Roslyn sector plan a success.
Thanks, Steve. I really appreciate that. Just a few brief comments. I guess in terms of I think the exciting thing for the plan that staff has created for me is the idea of it representing a vision for something that's really worthy of investment. And if I look at the Union Station experience I've had recently, we've conceptualized a major transportation center with open spaces, new mixed-use development, and it's because it's worthy of investment. And if I look at Roslyn, I think of the assets that it has in terms of views, adjacency to the river, and its spectacular location in Arlington. And so it's that idea of being worthy of investment that I think is one of the themes the Planning Commission talked about, especially with regards to the heights concept and the peaks and valleys. And just to elaborate on that a little bit, that the Planning Commission had a lot of discussion in LRPC about how that is really, that is an element worthy of investment. That's really one of the things about Roslyn that is its key assets. And some of the early work that staff did showed that the peaks and valleys approach actually creates more, all things being equal, more opportunities for views and access to views for all properties in Roslyn than implementation of current policy, which actually tends to block a lot of views and get very incremental, tiny views just from the very top floor of one building over another. But if the peaks and valleys implementation is carried forward, it creates more view opportunities, not just on the edges of Roslyn, but at the heart. And I think that's, again, one of the themes of that concept and its importance is the idea that the heart of Roslyn has a responsibility to the edge, and the edge has a responsibility to the heart. And so Neither one really would exist on its own, and I think the peaks and valleys approach is really key to not just the view sheds from the observation deck, but actually from all properties. So I think that's received a lot of discussion in Planning Commission committee and at the commission. I think that's just the second thing is that the commission talked about this is really our opportunity to confirm our belief and our movement in our connection to the river. That this sector plan really sets the stage for getting Roslyn and getting Arlington connected to the Potomac River. And as hard as it is to imagine jumping over I-66 and George Washington Parkway, we're seeing every community across the nation do this. And I think the fact that the sector plan really expresses that as a primary goal through the Esplanade, through the boathouse, through the location, through the Gateway Park redevelopment, through some of the connections to the river. I think that's an extremely strong aspect of this plan and really visionary and looking forward. And to the extent that the air rights development would have a possibility of furthering that opportunity and providing great economic opportunity, I think that the Commission is excited about that. And I think overall the Commission is excited about the economic potential of this plan and the economic the way that it encourages economic development through giving certainty, and as Mr. Fusarelli showed the ULI slide of the key components needed for success, I think the Commission feels that this is well on our way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harner. So that completes our Commission reports. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
We have 16.
Okay, good. Well, let's take our speakers then.
Our first speaker is Ms. Kate Roche, followed by M.J. Smelzer.
I don't see Kate.
Valerie Crotty.
Is M.J. Schmelzer here? M.J.'s here.
Jay's here, okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mary Jean Schmelzer. I'm a resident of formerly the tallest building in Roslyn, which is River Place. And I'm a longtime member of the BIDS Urban Design Committee. And I commend the excellent work and the commitment by county staff and all involved in putting together Realize Roslyn. And we all share the goal, I know, that Roslyn will become the great urban center in our region. We are fortunate in Roslyn to have had a long partnership between developers, county officials, and citizens. The fruits of that relationship are unfolding now with the creation of Central Place, 1812 South Moore, Turnberry Waterview, all the beautiful buildings that are already almost here or here. I'm hopeful that our future is equally promising, particularly if that future includes a partnership with developers with a vision of what that future can be, the talent to design it, and a sector plan with the flexibility to permit it. As Anthony has pointed out, it is essential that the plan, the framework for the future of Roslyn, remain a framework, a general guide, not a paint-by-numbers prescriptive kind of document. I hope the county board will endorse the follow-on work currently being planned to make that flexibility a reality. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Valerie Crotty, followed by Mr. Peter Burke.
Well, I've been before you before, and I usually start off my comments by saying how fortunate I am to be living in Arlington County. I even have the team shirt on today. My name is Valerie Crotty. I bought in the Belvedere in 1986. It's a tall building, and I like tall buildings. I chose Roslyn because it is an urban area of tall buildings. And I've enjoyed living there and watching it change, getting away from those kind of beige rectangles to much better architecture that we've had. I do have some comments about the high-low in the central core. It sounds sort of ticky-tacky. In terms of preserving views, that's what the observation deck is for. In terms of adding residential housing, and most particularly affordable housing, we're going to have to go high because that's the only economic way to do it. I followed quite closely some of the discussion of affordable housing, particularly the ghettoization of affordable housing that was mentioned in areas such as Roslyn, across Route 50, and down along Columbia Pike. We'd like to have more affordable housing. We have it now very successfully in Slate Sedona. We have it in Roslyn Vista. And I think it's more important to include affordable housing within market rate housing than to ghettoize it, particularly for children and for educational needs. I think you need to have confidence in the goodwill of our developers. And I want to join with the Economic Development Commission and say, I think we need to go past July.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Peter Burke, followed by our first 3-minute speaker, Jim Jerez.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Thanks for this time. There we go. Sorry about that. Thanks for your time this afternoon. It's been a long day for you all, I know. Here for a few reasons. Peter Burke, I reside in Roslyn. I live at the Waterview and have been there for about 4.5 years now. So I'm first and foremost a resident of Roslyn, but I also wear a few other hats with respect to the Roslyn sector plan that just have a few remarks on. And one of those other hats is I'm also a board member on the Roslyn bid as well as a member of their executive committee. And third and not the least, I'm also a real estate professional, commercial real estate broker, leasing and selling office properties from Roslyn to Ballston the last 30 years. Last count was 43 different buildings I've had a hand in leasing over the years and seeing the history specifically in Roslyn, through Ballston, and it's been phenomenal. So I basically lived in the suburbs and, 15, 16 years, decided to move back into Arlington where I started about 4.5, 5 years ago because Roslyn, I saw the change that was coming and really was looking forward to being in an urban environment again. And I recognize that a lot of time and effort has gone in for the draft Roslyn sector plan by both the Planning Commission and the board. And frankly, I've attended a couple of the planning meetings and a lot of rolling up the sleeves and digging into the to the nitty gritty. And I commend all of you for the foresight to kind of shape Roslyn for the next generation of people that will live there, as well as the real estate, the office buildings and the residential buildings and the placemaking that's coming with Realize Roslyn. And frankly, as I mentioned a moment ago, I chose to move to Roslyn for really all those reasons and seeing the coming change. But much of that is being promoted by basically the bid in the county's Realize Roslyn initiative.
Speaker's time is up.
Okay, that's it.
Peter, you're welcome to leave your comments with us or send us an email if you like.
Very good.
Okay,
all right, thank
you.
For your time.
2 minutes
right.
does go quickly.
Our next speaker is Mr. Jim Jerez, followed by Mr. Steve Campbell.
Dr. Clement didn't want to ride her bicycle home from this meeting at noon because she felt there was too much traffic associated with the bicycle races in Clarendon. So I drove her and her bicycle home. Rather than disparage her, you should consider the gridlock mess Clarendon is today to be a harbinger of the multimodal gridlock we will experience in 5 to 10 years when an increasing number of people and vehicles share the same amount of street, sidewalk, and open space. There is every expectation that Arlington's population will significantly increase over the next decade. Moreover, the Arlington Civic Federation Schools Committee recently stated in a report, the Arlington County Civic Federation Schools Committee expects that thousands more seats will be needed by 2024 than are projected in the APS forecast and CIP, and at a minimum, the county must develop plans for likely higher growth scenarios than in one the APS currently projects. As the county becomes more urban via the new urbanism the county board majority has increasingly embraced, it's increasingly likely that whatever open space is created and maintained will be completely inadequate for the population. Consequently, the next iteration of Complete Streets will use streets and sidewalks as linear parks and open space. This is already occurring. For example, 400 Army-Navy Drive, which you approved several months ago, 453 housing units, 450 parking spaces, and 182 bicycle spaces on site. Little open space except for plazas. On Tuesday, you will discuss and vote on item 25, dedication of playground areas from open space at Longbridge Park, and item 39, demonstration study of a 200-vehicle free-range car-sharing service which could generate 2,000 vehicle trips per day. What does this mean for Roslyn residents who may pay $20,000 per year in condo fees and real estate taxes? An increasingly deteriorated quality of life, too many people and too many vehicles in too little space. As with affordable housing, what you get with the same 5 real estate trusts redeveloping Arlington is the same kind of mixed-use redevelopment that's increasingly resident unfriendly. Time for other urban and suburban visions after 20 years of new urbanism regressing from a design vision into a cult that completely dominates housing, architecture, transportation, education, everything in Arlington. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Steve Campbell, followed by Parker Sheedy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Campbell.
I am on the Ray Farm Civic Association Board and the Urban Forestry Commission.
Can you pull the mic up just a little bit? Thanks.
I'm on the Ray Farm Civic Association Board and on the Urban Forestry Commission. I'm here more as a Ray Farm Board member. Overall, the Roslyn Sector Plan paints a bright future for Roslyn. Staff and the community have done a lot of good, hard work and have come up with a successful plan. My impression is that the public's input has been fairly considered. A few comments. We greatly appreciate that one of the plan's vision goals is to celebrate the experience of nature, recognizing the nearby NPS natural areas. The plan calls for tree-lined streets. Many parks will utilize native and drought-resistant plant species and calls for garden walls and green roofs. The goal is to achieve an overall tree canopy of 15%. This approach is clearly one of the keys to making Roslyn a much more appealing and livable place. Ray Farm supports the open space network in the plan, including mini parks added on a case-by-case basis. This will create a more varied and appealing pedestrian experience. Please just say no to continuous building walls. Arlington Ridge Road, a comment. Better that the road remain at grade, running under the public park. This will provide additional park area and allow the Esplanade to better connect with the park, public park. Gateway Park area. We also support protection of the park, even if the county obtains the right to develop over Route 66. The plan should clearly state this. Corridor of Light. It seems now there will be a public process examining these sculptures at the Meade Street Bridge. This is a positive development, and we look forward to that discussion. For now, due to the uncertainties of any specifics mentioned, any specifics, their installation at Meade Street Bridge should be removed from the plan. The streetscape on Lynn Street between Wilson and 19th. The curb-to-build line is only 17 feet, which leaves a clear sidewalk space of only 8 feet. This is one of the premier blocks in the plan. Please narrow the street, even if it means narrowing the bike track. Thank you very much, and kudos to Anthony Fusarelli and his staff.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Our next speaker is Parker Sheedy. Parker Sheedy.
I don't don't see Parker.
Followed by Andrew McGeorge and Mr. Matt Ginnivan.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Andrew McGeorge. I'm representing Monday Properties, which is the largest landowner in Roslyn. We own approximately 3 million square feet of residential and commercial interest. As the largest stakeholder in Roslyn in terms of real estate ownership, we are the single property owner most affected by the sector plan. We cannot recall another instance when a proposed update to a sector plan has generated this level of stakeholder concern. Alongside Monday Properties, the county board has received letters from NAIOP, the Roslyn Bid, Tishman Speyer, Vornado, Gould Property Company, and Packlet Milliken. As the board knows, our concerns overlap many of the issues stated in these letters. In general, we feel that the plan's recommendations with respect to building height, architectural design, density, parking, building setbacks, and orientation and ground floor uses, especially when viewed in combination, significantly limit the redevelopment potential of properties throughout Roslyn. I would also highlight that the recent recommendation by the Planning Commission to count above-grade parking towards density is unprecedented in Arlington County. Imagine what this would do to densities in Roslyn combined with a 210-foot height limit. If the parking in our 1812 North Moore property were counted towards density, the density would be cut by 1/3. Let me try to put our concerns into perspective. An application of the current version of the sector plan would not permit the construction of our Twin Towers in Roslyn, two of the most iconic buildings in Arlington. This is not a good outcome. It is our understanding that staff is committed to work with the stakeholders in order to address our concerns, which we appreciate and fully embrace. In this regard, we would ask that the county board and staff think about taking the following measures. Host a developer forum with the county board members to discuss the plan and areas of concern and then act on them. Prepare a red line redraft of the sector plan. While we appreciate the matrix that staff prepared, it is very difficult to follow and discern what is being modified and what is not being modified. Wait until Economic Development Commission's review and recommendations are published. Unlike Crystal City and the Columbia Pike form-based code, those sector plans introduce more density and height to those areas. This current Roslyn plan is in effect in its current form a down planning of Roslyn, and the economic impact on Roslyn and the community benefits need to be evaluated. This is a 40 to 50 year visionary document for Roslyn. Let us get it right. A few extra months are nothing in the scheme of things. In closing, Roslyn should be Arlington County's most urban sector. It should have the highest, most elegant buildings in the county and cutting-edge architecture. We want the best architects to be free to design and not have their creativity stifled. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Matt Ginnivan, followed by Ms. Suzette Timmy.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Matt Ginnivan with the JVG Companies. I'm the development manager for Central Place. First, I'd like to echo everyone's words, thanking staff for the commendable efforts that they put into a very daunting and challenging scope. And I'd like to note the three specific concerns that we have with the current draft of the plan. First, as it relates to the impacts to the observation deck viewshed, we think that the current plan has not fully evaluated those impacts. Last week, we provided the board with a view study showing those impacts, particularly those to the east, and as well as alternate recommendations that would preserve that viewshed. If we're unable to achieve the building heights that we believe are required to preserve that viewshed in this current plan, we would vastly prefer then removing specific height recommendations and replacing them with a requirement to evaluate the impacts on the viewshed of the observation deck during the site plan review process. Secondly, while the current plan calls for greater retail flexibility and activation in Roslyn, I think that it really falls short on specific policy recommendations to make that happen. When I think about the 35,000 square feet of retail that we have at Central Place and bringing tenants in there, I would love it if I was able to offer to those tenants the ability to have differentiated facades and outdoor seating without having to go through an individual site plan amendment for each one of those tenants. And I'm worried that if I have to do that, those are tenants who I might just lose if they don't have the ability to kind of express their own trade dress. And we might be stuck then with sort of the uniform sign band or tenants who are hidden behind a very beautiful but monumental facade that doesn't really speak to the retail experience. Lastly, I really want to strongly endorse the recommendation for the two-way of Lynn Street. As I think everyone knows, we've been running a bit of a natural experiment with only 3 lanes going east on Lynn Street, and I would really hate to reopen that 4th lane and turn Lynn back into a mini highway. It's, I think, a great opportunity, and we're really looking for ways to partnership with the county before we deliver Central Place so that 4th lane, just when it reopens, results in the two-way of Lynn Street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Suzette Timmy, followed by Mr. Evan Pritchard.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. My name is Suzette Timmy, and I'm the Executive Director of Real Estate for Weisberg Corp. We're the owners of the RCA building in Roslyn. We've been engaged in the process since its inception, nearly 3 years, and we're excited to see the plan coming to an end. And I'd like to take this time to thank staff for their work and the county's support, the board's support for getting us to this point. We've expressed our concerns about the nature of the plan, and we hope the board will consider some of the comments that you hear today from the Roslyn bid and the other property owners in the area, as well as the many letters you've received on the matter. Although many of these comments and letters have cited specific provisions of the plan, the individual comments all point to the same thing. We, as a business community, want to build great buildings in Roslyn. Buildings that enhance Roslyn from the ground plane up to the skyline and everything in between. We think it's a shared goal by everyone in the process and of the plan itself. However, there is concern that the language in the current draft of the plan could limit the opportunity to build those great buildings. So we suggest 3 points related to the plan. First, make a plan, not a law. The plan needs to be explicit that it is a guiding document, and follow-on changes to the county laws need to take into account the views of all stakeholders and be carefully weighed before they are adopted. Next, focus on the height criteria. Provide criteria for increased heights that are objective, reasonable, and attainable. The goals of maintaining observation deck views and creating an interesting and varied skyline should be paramount. Lastly, advance peaks and valleys through incentives, not mandates. Recognize that buildings coming in at a height lower than 300 feet are making significant contributions to Roslyn and the county as a whole, and provide that this will count toward the required community benefits. Roslyn continues to be one of the economic engines driving the county, and it also is the front door to Arlington from Washington. It is in the interest of all stakeholders in Arlington to make this a great place, and we ask that you help achieve that through this plan. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we look forward to continued conversation.
Our next speaker is Mr. Evan Pritchard, followed by Mr. John Hensley.
Good afternoon. Evan Pritchard with Walsh Colucci. I'm here on behalf of Vernado and Gould, the joint owners of Roslyn Plaza. As you're all aware, we have a pending active PDSP application, phase development and site plan for Roslyn Plaza. That was originally filed in June of 2009. We have made great progress working with county staff over the last several months in finding a plan that we believe is both feasible and will realize many of the key visions identified for Roslyn in the draft sector plan. When Roslyn redevelops, Roslyn Plaza is going to deliver several major amenities for Roslyn and for the county as a whole, as a matter of fact. One of which you've heard a lot about today, Roslyn Plaza Park, also a potential new pedestrian bike bridge across 66, a significant portion of the envisioned esplanade around Roslyn, a key part of the proposed 18th Street corridor, and a newly expanded road grid and transportation network for the east end of Roslyn. In order to help move this redevelopment forward and realize these key visions, we asked the county board to consider and act on the following issues prior to advertising. Number one, and I think this is where staff is today, as Anthony mentioned earlier, keep the Kent Street location for Roslyn Plaza in the sector plan as an equal alternative. For many reasons, we believe this location maximizes this extraordinary new public amenity, and thank you to Ms. Coombe for mentioning the connection to retail earlier. Retail is going to better thrive on the Kent Street location, we believe. Item number 2 is on a related note. We asked the board to consider modifying the Phase 3 maximum building height shown in the plan heights map for Roslyn Plaza to allow one additional floor. This will enable us to enlarge the Roslyn Plaza Park through unconventional building design and achieve the approximate 1 acre open space goal that has been set for Roslyn Plaza Park. Failing that, we ask that you consider revising that goal of approximately 1 acre to 0.8 acres, which would more accurately match what the existing physical limitations are on the site. Finally, the third item, fully address the points put forward by the Roslyn bid in their June 1st letter to the board. Specifically, we echo what you've heard from other property owners' concerns about the plan should be more flexible, have wider set of criteria for additional height, and incentivize peaks and valleys. We provided a June 10th letter that goes into more detail on all these points. We look forward to working with you to create a world-class downtown envisioned in the plan, and Roslyn Plaza is going to be an important part of that when it redevelops. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Mr. John Hensley, followed by Mr. Stuart Stein.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is John Hensley. I represent the Public Art Committee as well as I'm also a member of the Arlington Arts Commission. I'm here to speak in support of the language included in the sector plan for the Corridor of Light Public Art Project and the Planning Commission's recommended changes to that. The representatives of Rayfom Civic Association have opposed the inclusion of the project in the sector plan. I'm here to support both the project and its inclusion in the sector plan. It's important to understand that the project was approved in 2007 as a concept. This is a multi-phase project, and each phase of the project will undergo an individual review when it comes up, when it's ready. Currently, the part of the project, Corridor of Light, that's at Central Place is going through a review right now, and if things go well, that will be completed in 2017. There's a similar 4 luminous bodies project planned for the Esplanade where Lynn Street crosses I-66. That's planned to be completed in 2017. That also will go through its own process. So before the Meade Street project takes place, that will only take place when the bridge is built. And when that time comes, the Public Art Committee, as well as the Art Commission, will review that process and include members of Rayfom as well as the National Park Service in review of that project and the design of that project. In one of the public meetings recently, it was mentioned that the National Park Service opposes the Corridor of Light. That really surprised me, and I went back and I asked the staff member in charge of this if this was in fact the case, and they said that that is not in fact the case. The National Park Service has not taken a position on it. There's not a design to take a position on. So they do not oppose the project, I'm told. Lastly, the Corridor of Light project will add to Roslyn's first-class collection of public art projects. These projects have been a part of Roslyn's identity for over 25 years. It is important that Roslyn develops. We continue to support the inclusion of public art in this development. The Corridor of Light has been years in the making, but it is my personal belief that the project will be warmly received and become a central element in people's perception of Arlington and of Roslyn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stuart Stein, followed by Danielle Fredrickson.
It's still going up?
She's got you.
Okay, thank you. I was at every subcommittee meeting serving on Building, Form, and Heights and Transportation, and as the alternate for Parks and Open Space and the Process Panel. It has been a grueling 3.5 years and countless meetings. The draft sector plan represents a major compromise of a plan that was already a major compromise from the positions of almost all parties involved. It is a tribute to so much hard work by so many people and an extraordinary job by Anthony in guiding it. First, I want to strongly oppose the inclusion of Corridor of Light on the Meade Street Bridge in the plan. It might be appropriate in Roslyn, not on Meade Street Bridge next to Iwo Jima and my community, Radnor Heights. It is totally inappropriate and out of context. The Meade Street Bridge project is very important to our community. It will deal with important safety issues and fix problems with access to our community. It should not be hijacked to become a pedestal for an obsolete, stale art installation that pays no attention to context. DES does not care one way or the other. It is no longer a corridor. It's been rejected by many people throughout the area. The only installation that I know is a bridge over Route 66. It should not be mandated or encouraged in any way on the Meade Street Bridge in this plan. At a minimum, when the current iteration of that part of the plan refers to reconsidering the number of bodies along with reconsidering the rest of the plan, at the minimum, it should state that the entire Meade Street installation should be reconsidered with everything else. As I have mentioned, this plan is a major compromise. Transitions are questionable, at times bare minimums in some places, and any additional reduction in transitions would be unacceptable. Developers have time and again asked for reliability, certainty, clarity, and predictability. This is what the community also needs. The choices for the three things chosen to be codified are absolutely appropriate and essential: height, density, and setbacks. Everything else is a guideline. The increased development allowed by this plan, as opposed to the current tapering plan, requires some prescription if we are to achieve anything, and also to mitigate the impact of this huge amount of development on adjacent communities. I very much support the work that has been done and hope you will vote to go ahead with the RTA after so long, after so much work, after over $840,000 just for the consultant, not to mention the expenses for the staff and the resources and time. It's time to do this. We've heard about everything proposed and discussed throughout the process. The last-minute surprise was the addition of more height and flexibility that I thought was being talked about, not something I was pleased with.
Thank you, Mr. Stein.
Advertise for July.
Our next speaker is Ms. Danielle Fredrickson, followed by Mr. Paul Dothit.
My name is Danielle Fredrickson, and I live in Radnor Heights. I'm speaking to you today about the luminous body sculptures proposed for the Meade Street overpass. It's on page 173 of the draft sector plan. I would first like to say it is misleading to refer to this small bridge as a gateway to Roslyn and a part of the Corridor of Light. Although this Corridor of Light is still under consideration, the other sculptures in the core of Roslyn have been all but eliminated. And the overpass is not really a gateway to Roslyn and would be more realistic to describe it as an access from the Roslyn Metro to Iwo Jima for tourists or to Radnor Heights for residents of this quiet neighborhood. I asked the board today to find out what is the driving force behind this need to include these inappropriate sculptures on this new bridge. Sculptures which will be above the elevation of Iwo Jima itself. Has there been some agreement or deal struck with the artist? Are these sculptures would seem to necessitate change to the actual bridge structure added here because some promise was made to him? Please do investigate the why behind this dogged persistence to retain these sculptures on the Meade Street overpass. When I read the Corridor of Light brochure, I was struck by the regular reference to monumentality, as stated there in contrast to the hierarchy and opacity of the monumental traditions that bookend the Roslyn neighborhood. The Corridor of Light offers a transparent monumentality. the artist Cliff Garden has referred to the monuments, including Iwo Jima, as old dead art. But Iwo Jima is not just about a past event. David Hondowitz explains it well when he writes, "Memorials exist to serve the living more than to honor the dead. They salute the sacrifices and accomplishments of the survivors." Also throughout the brochure and in various conversations is the idea that Roslyn is searching for and has a great need to establish its identity and arrival as a new urban center. Please then take into consideration that Iwo Jima already has an identity as a sacred place that continues to resonate powerfully with Marines and the public. Please don't, in an effort to help Roslyn create a brand, allow these sculptures to overpower the real monument. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Paul Douthit.
I don't think he's here.
Okay, our final speaker is Mr. Stan Carson for 5 minutes. Mr. Carson?
Mr. Carson, we know you're here.
Thanks for reminding me. Members of the board, I've been involved with Roslyn Development for 15 years, representing Rayfon most of the time. I've sat on many SPRCs, more than I'd like to remember, including the working group for Central Place. So I think I know the issues pretty well that have been described today and in the past few years. I'm a member of the Roslyn Sector Plan Update Process Panel. And I would assume that the county manager was careful in appointing the members of that panel to represent the various interests and perspectives involved in the sector plan update. And I think the county manager did. For 3 years plus and counting, we have been meeting, going forward with various discussions, innumerable meetings, as a matter of fact, full and free discussions. We agreed on most things. We disagreed on some things, and when we did, it was always a civil discussion. And as a matter of fact, when we did disagree and the staff had to come back to the next meeting with some kind of language to effect a compromise in the disagreement, Anthony Fusarella managed to do that. And I don't want to go any further without saying once again, as I have many times in the past, that Anthony has done a fantastic job staffing this whole process, and we thank him for that. As I said, he's enabled a compromise to come out of the differences that we've had in the process panel. We've had differences, as you heard today, on height, on density, on transition, on corridor of light. And by the way, in the corridor of light, I will only say, in addition to what's already been said, that it doesn't belong here. It's not within the boundaries of the core area that the sector panel and the sector plan is involved with. Our community didn't get all we wanted out of the plan as of now. And when we went in, we knew we wouldn't, because we don't represent all of the interests all by ourselves. And I would assume that the developers would have had the same feeling, that they didn't think they would have to get everything they wanted out of this plan, or else they were against the plan or wanted to defer it. The matter of accomplishment is shown in the compromises that we've made. Whatever we do, it should not be delayed again. To have the advertising delayed and the board action next month delayed again and again is not going to accomplish very much. You're going to be subject to the same pressures you'd be subject to in recent weeks from the development lobby to get everything they want And it's not going to happen because you're not going to get the compromise effectively out of the rest of the process panel. So members of the board, I ask you to authorize the public hearing. We have a thoughtful, well-designed, innovative sector plan update which merits your approval and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carson. That completes our speakers. All right, thank you. We asked Mr. Facette if he would manage the conversation today. I knew the first one was going to be long, and I thought I would share the delight of managing the conversation. So he's worked very hard on this as our liaison, and so I'm going to turn this over to Jay to set it up for us and move us through the topics.
Okay, we'll try to do that, and cognizant of the time. For everyone here, what I did last night was sort of frame the conversation in terms of the topics to walk through, and based on what we heard today, they seem like they're still work, but if you have anything to add at the front end, just let me know. I thought the first thing we'd do is discuss the role of a sector plan. Really there is that conversation out there about how this will be used, and I think we need to turn to our county attorney and staff and just understand that, understand how it's represented in the document. Next, I was just going to acknowledge the Planning Commission recommendations that I got a late look at, but in the matrix that was amended. Then focus on the urban design guidelines and form, that section, which has had a lot of conversation. There are a lot of individual areas. We might want to highlight some, but trying to give some broader feedback. Then get into probably the biggest, that urban design guidelines, and then the heights and densities discussion would be the next one. And then following that, there are a few things that I thought still have some potential guidance to the manager or discussion to have, and they might not take as long. Use mix goal, public parks and open space, the air rights, and more generally, just the transportation. Again, some of those were the big building blocks we all, through the process, looked at. Most of them are far less controversial than the first two. And then we can end up with just next steps and what's going to happen next. So if that makes some sense. There's room to add at the end if there is something else to include. I would first say that I think the sector plan document itself, this is really very well done in terms of being able to understand it, and very clear and well organized, I view. And I found the comment matrix also very thorough. Somebody said not always easy to go back and forth on, but it's comprehensive. It is thorough. It may not be as easy to work through and see what changes have been incorporated in the actual documents. First, to start out then, let me ask, I'm going to turn to the county attorney and then I suppose over to staff. But to me, one of the big questions that looms in in the last month or so, we've had a lot of interaction with the business community, a lot of questions raised, a lot of requests for revisions. How, and a lot of them center on the role of a sector plan. What is intended in terms of prescription versus flexibility? And I would frame that part of the issue that we are dealing with is flexibility versus predictability. I'll tell you, in the first 15 years on the board, the one that the business community wanted more than anything from us as a board was predictability. That's what they were. Just tell us what the rules are. That's what I heard. And I do believe, though, however, there is some conflict sometimes between flexibility and predictability. So, Steve, can you tell us how is a sector plan to be used and interpreted by staff and by the development community?
Madam Chairman, Mr. Facette, I mean, this is obviously a subject that deserves a lot of discussion and attention, but in a few words, it is simply a policy document. It is not regulatory. The only document that's out there that's regulatory in nature is the zoning ordinance. I know that there is a lot of discussion, through the commissions and on out into the public and among the landowners in particular about the prescriptive nature of sector plans and the fact that they are in some way defining, property rights or even taking property rights. And these documents are not intended in that way. And in fact, they don't operate that way. They are simply a policy guide that the board uses in implementing its land use plan through the zoning ordinance. And the zoning ordinance becomes the primary tool that you use to actually implement the vision. So I think that what is particularly important when you look at the different chapters and pages and diagrams and all of the things that are in these plans, they are intended and should be taken as illustrative in nature. They are not the only way development can occur. They are a preferred vision, but it is true that when you get onto the ground and begin looking at the specifics of any site through the site plan process, there are any number of reasons why the plan in its illustrative nature cannot be implemented as envisioned, and adjustments are necessary. And the language of the zoning ordinance, the provisions in our zoning ordinance that has to do with site plans, gives the board the discretion to determine whether or not the goals and objectives of the plan have generally been met. And there's a lot of opportunities through the site plan process to even modify the zoning ordinance in order to achieve the ultimate goals that the county has for development. So,
you describe its usefulness to the applicants here, or to the Planning Commission, or to the staff? How would they effectively use it?
And I would say that they would use it in the same manner the Planning Commission and the board should use it, and that is to, within the context of the land use plan and the actual specifics of the comprehensive plan, which this document is not even part of, that you would look at a specific development proposal, and then you would compare it to what is the articulated vision for development as set forth in this sector plan, and see if you're accomplishing the objectives and if the reasons why they are not being achieved are understandable and reasonable. And it's not a question of whether you have to justify moving away from this. It's a question of whether or not the objectives are being achieved, the idea of development, as opposed to the specific words that are on a page. So you would simply use it to assist you in gauging the merits of a proposal before you and in deciding whether or not to approve it.
I would just focus, maybe the board, if you have questions, I'd focus us on page 12, I think.
Yes.
In the plan, and I'm just going to read a couple sentences which attempt, I think, to do what I just asked of Steve, which is this document. It describes how to use the document. This document provides the community and stakeholders with a refined vision and guiding framework for future development in the RCRD, with a special focus on a number of elements. It also details numerous proposals for the improvement of streets and public spaces and sets forth a vision to help guide the consideration of private sector redevelopment and reinvestment in Roslyn. I'll only read the next paragraph then. For developers and allied professionals, this plan presents an illustrative concept, recommended goals, design guidelines, and policies by which individual projects will be evaluated, and where potentially needed, possible incentives to help achieve the vision. And I think the piece I'm reading here that Steve sort of said is against which projects would be evaluated, correct? So is everyone clear on this? And questions?
Yeah, because what I hear is this gets in, how it gets interpreted, particularly maybe by citizens, is it causes issues, and I think our staff has agreed to rephrase this or make it a little more clear that it's just a guidance. And could staff just address any changes that they're thinking of possibly making in kind of the guidance or just the preamble?
Board member.
On this page, or just for this document, if it's either on how to use this document or a purpose section, whatever at the beginning. There was talk of a preamble. I'd just like to hear what you have in mind.
Board member, thank you for the question, because I think it's central to some of the issues you've heard today. And as I think you've heard, staff has been working very closely with many of the stakeholders, including the Roslyn bid. And I want to say we've had a really good working relationship overall with the bid, and they have been a partner, I think, as this process has moved forward. Just to tie into the county attorney's comments on the role of a sector plan, and Mr. Fazette went to page 12. On page 147, just let me read a couple of sentences, I think help amplify, I think, this issue of what the plan is and what some of these urban design guidelines do. Urban design guidelines set forth below communicate general objectives relating to preferred building height and massing design and streetscape and other public space characteristics of future development in the Roslyn Coordinated Redevelopment District. They provide guiding direction. These elements are guidelines and not rules unless particular items are subsequently codified as part of the zoning ordinance. As Mr. McIsaac said, this is not the zoning ordinance. It's an important policy document working with a number of the stakeholders. And as you've seen from the comment matrix that Mr. Fuzzarelli and staff have put together, we are going to continue to go through the wording, the text, the illustrations to further clarify it. That's why we have this level of review leading up to the request to advertise in the public hearing. So we're committed to continue to work through the language, but again, this is a guide. This is a policy document.
Thank you. That's helpful. But I'm assuming you probably are going to do a little more on the preamble. So that what you read off of 147, I think perhaps what would make some folks feel a little more confident is if there is a little more of what it is not. You know, that it's not law, it's not code. That's what zoning is. And just to kind of emphasize that, my understanding is that the intention is to do so. I see.
We need to certainly need to do that, board member. You've heard the reference to this sets up a form-based code. I think, unfortunately, we've had the word form-based in here, but it's not a form-based code. That was never our intention. And I think you're absolutely right. That needs to be clarified, and we tend to do that.
Thank you.
I would raise a question on that, though, is is there any difference in the interpretation, the definition of what you're calling this now than the way it's been used in the past, a sector plan?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so, at least in terms of how the planning staff has attempted to interpret it. It is important that we get the words right, as we just mentioned, and note what we mean by certain illustrations and by certain graphics, and where we include dimensions is basically just to...
I'm going to get to the design guidelines themselves. I'm really talking about the framing and definitions. So I guess this issue of flexibility versus predictability, I'm just trying to get a sense, because I'm not hearing anything different from what I've always understood the case. And there was some question, and we'll get into the specifics about some design guidelines that may have stepped over that line or led to different impressions, and we'll talk about those. But, you know, the issue is how much flexibility does this provide? And this isn't saying to somebody, oh, you can look at this, but it's flexible, you can do whatever you want. That's not what you're trying to say. And could you please expound on that? Because I don't want to give people the wrong impression about what is meant by this being a guideline versus this being law.
Well, first of all, Madam Chairman, to even respond to the question you asked a moment ago about whether it's regulatory at all, I mean, the answer is absolutely not. I mean, we make great pains to not somehow incorporate our land use policies into our zoning ordinance. We don't incorporate them by reference because we don't want to make them regulatory. If we want to implement a form-based code in Roslyn, we'll adopt a form-based code in the zoning ordinance and make it apply in some way or other. What I think, and there may be some instances of language choice that we'll want to refine, as Ms. Garvey was saying, but you know, there are instances where it may say like not less than so many feet and not more than this. You know, we may have to look at that more closely to see if it's giving the wrong impression. But the reality is that in an example like that, were you to get a site plan proposal that couldn't achieve, you know, it said not less than 3 feet, and in fact they could only do 2, that's a judgment call for the board ultimately when they're reviewing the site plan. This plan does not in any way require you to have 3 feet, and if you don't meet it, you're done. But back to your real question, the whole purpose of these policy documents is like the comprehensive plan. It's to provide some prediction to the development community about what the board is looking for. So when they're fashioning their proposals and they're putting their design features together and beginning to scope out what a particular development can look like, they will look to these land use policies to get an idea of what the county is looking for. But it's in the particulars of the site plan application itself and using the zoning ordinance to actually get to an approval or a denial that the board is going to do its real work. It's not going to use the language in this policy document to give a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Rather, it's going to be exercising its discretion to review the proposal and see if overall, sort of on an unbalanced way, does it really meet the land use goals of the county. Not does it meet every single particular that's laid out in this policy, but just generally speaking, does it fulfill the vision and accomplish the objectives that the board has as laid out in these policy documents?
Mr. Facette?
Yes.
Yeah, this is all very helpful. What I have heard is the concern is not so much what our staff thinks or what the board thinks, but what the Planning Commission thinks and citizens. And that citizens take it. It's not always as clear to them that it's sort of guidelines. And I think that's really what the concern is, so that we need to make sure we aim at that. And that's one of the reasons to be, I think, a little clearer about it.
That's why the conversation occurs, because I think at any level, whether the applicant, whether the community, the Planning Commission, or the board, I think sometimes there's misunderstanding. And in fact, all of those only advise us. So that ultimately we have to make that judgment about where exceptions or differences are completely legitimate and, as you said, Mr. McIsaac, accomplish the intent and the ultimate goals of the sector.
I just would like to, I guess, make an observation. In the years that I have been here, we have taken different amounts of each of these plans into our zoning ordinance. So the one I'm most familiar with is the one for my part of the county for Clarendon, where many, many, many things are embedded in the zoning ordinance, partly because there was some pretty tricky TDR work that was going on and historic preservation and balancing of uses in a relatively small sector plan. And as Mr. McIsaac noted, when we did the Columbia Pike plan, the form-based code really settles a whole bunch of things that would not be settled in our Roslyn-Ballston corridor. It's embedded in the form-based code, and it's one of the reasons we sometimes get frustrated here at the table because of how the way that's organized. And it's very, very predictable. And I would say Crystal City, has some real elements of form-based in it that were, in fact, put into the zoning code. So I think I just went to the zoning ordinance to sort of see how many pages there are right this minute on CO Roslyn, and the answer is that there are three or four pages of actual text related to CO Roslyn. And Mr. Fusarelli, you guys are imagining a relatively small number of modifications to this text, if my memory serves. And those will be the things that will be the most predictable because, as Mr. McIsaac says, they're embedded now. They're in our regulation. But sometimes even inside of that, we create little spots where the board has some flexibility if goals of the plan are met. And so for me, the goals of the plan become critically important, as do kind of things that I think of as the non-negotiables. And I think we need to be clear about the non-negotiables, even if they're not in the zoning ordinance from the board's point of view. So, we've talked a lot about view corridors, preserving the view corridors. To me, that's a non-negotiable. We need to achieve that in this plan. 18th Street, incredibly transformative idea. We need to preserve that approach to that part of the plan in whatever way we can. But there are many other things where what's here is guidelines. And I used to write math curriculum. There's a million ways to solve a problem. If you're clear about what you're trying to achieve, whether it's view corridors or varied planes on buildings or other, interesting, if you're clear about that and you have a way to objectively talk about it, then it's possible to look at a proposal and know whether you're close enough for the 5 people who have to make the decision to make the decision. So
I'm going to basically say that I would agree myself that over the years some of our sector plans had gotten a little too detailed for my taste, and I'd raise that along the way. I don't think this one overall does, for the reasons you've just cited. But it is constantly a contrast between finding predictability, which is desired. In some ways, the form-based code is so predictable it's seen to streamline things for development community because it is so clear. That's supposed to be, that's the design. And that can contrast sometimes with flexibility. When you have flexibility, then you take a lot of risk. You come in and it becomes very subjective as to whether or not your choices meet the goals. And I think we have to be cognizant of that. So as we move forward, I think there are only a couple of elements in particular that are looking to be codified or proposed to be, which would be height, density, which are already both codified, and step backs, I believe, in some areas. So let's move on to the next piece of this. And let's talk a little bit about the urban design guidelines. Oh, first, just on the Planning Commission recommendations, those key highlights that they recommended be added, I can't remember in the matrix, those are being added, I suppose, to page 68. There were a good number of key transformative elements of this or key elements of this that I had not been incorporated in on that page, and I think you're anticipating adding most or all of those recommended by the Planning Commission, right? Yes, I thought so. Okay. Let's go on to the urban design guidelines and form. And here we're going to build on the conversation we just had, which was prescriptive versus general. I think that term form-based guidance is gone. It never should have been there. I think it was a bad term, and I think it misled a lot of people. But the question then becomes, and this was something Libby was just talking about, what is the language to use? Because I hear sometimes you can't use should or shall, and I become a little confused about what the term is that is acceptable, because to me, if you know what the document is and that it's a guideline and it's a sector plan, how can you, what's the term you're supposed to replace should with? Should seems like the right one. I don't know what else you can say, maybe, or think about, or encourage, or I just don't know. What would you?
Yeah, I mean, I think our assessment to date is that should is probably an appropriate term to use, whereas shall or must are not appropriate terms. The shall or must are, I think, intended more as mandates and perceived by most people as mandates, whereas should, while the word itself can have a number of interpretations or meanings, I think we apply its meaning that it actually is a suggestion.
We don't need to wordsmith that, but that makes some sense to me. It does make some sense to me. And it seems to me that, and I'm happy to look at a few of the explicit sections under this urban design guidelines and form, but my general thinking is, and please tell me if this makes sense to the table, folks up here, that our guidance to the staff in thinking through, because I do believe there's some language in there and numbers that are far too prescriptive. I fully agree with some of the comments I've seen from some of the development community, that you use as a framing, distinguishing useful guidance that provides some predictability from unnecessarily prescriptive or limiting, something that you can't really say now if it really makes sense or not. So that's sort of the framework you'd use to decide if the language is, or the details are too detailed, and they need to come out and just make a general reference to what your intent is and leave the numbers out. We could use an example or two, like the build to lines, right? Where in there it says 2/3 of the frontage needs to come to the build to line of a particular site or property. I'd be curious what you all think of that and whether that's a good example for us to give you feedback on. Anthony?
I think of 2/3, in the context of other areas that we've planned for, it is really a bit generous in terms of providing that 1/3 of your project actually doesn't have to meet the back of sidewalk. And so there's this push and pull between trying to have new and existing development frame the public spaces, frame the public streets, and that there's continuity and good definition in terms of those public spaces. So 2/3 we feel is a relatively good balance, especially being presented as guidelines and not a code. That being said, I think in other plans we have also talked that maybe in the building doesn't necessarily need to meet the back of sidewalk. It could be within a couple feet of the back of sidewalk. So there may be other opportunities to perhaps convey a little bit more flexibility there.
Of a general statement.
But I think we would get cautious about saying that, leaving it entirely open in terms of how much.
Would you, as an alternative, speak to the intent? As opposed to, I don't know on this one, it's kind of a close call, because we know that 2/3 is just sending a general message, but you're flexible beyond that if somebody makes a good case. On the other hand, why do you need to put 2/3 in? Couldn't you just say the intention, the goal?
Board member, I think another way to do that, and I think we agree, is that I think staff has found using a number of illustrations or images or sketches that help provide the reader a sense of what we mean by the words may be a better approach. So I think there are a number of areas like that we've identified that we can modify the words and include some illustrations or sketches to help define that. A good example of the point that you made is on 160. Here's an area where the dimensions and the language certainly need revision. This is related to grade transitions. Certainly in terms of Roslyn, dealing with the topography, it's very important that the plan provides some direction. But what we don't need to do is say that knee walls should not exceed 30 inches in height, except along a maximum 15 long section of frontage. I think we can illustrate that in a better way to express the intent.
That's a very good example where it's almost too obvious that it's too detailed. Right. Yeah, Mary.
Let me support kind of where I think you're going, which I do think on some of these, when we go back to the vision and we say, we're trying to create a great public realm, and therefore attention has to be paid to these relationships, and where someone, I think it does sort of put some more onus on the property owner who's making the application to explain why what it is that they are proposing meets the goals that we have laid out. Right now, if they come in and they check the box in certain parts of the county, you really don't have a lot of conversation. When you're looking for potentially new treatments and new approaches, requiring that detailed analysis on their part about why this meets our goals for a great public realm, for a well-framed sidewalk and streetscape. All of that, I think, pushes some of that justification and pressure to them, may give us a little more variety than we would get, which I think would be great, but keeps those goals of what we're trying to make here, this great place that everybody, in fact, does agree on, front and center through the whole part of the process. Sometimes it is in the eye of the beholder, but ultimately, again, I would say the decision is the board's on whether to approve something or not.
So other board members, are we generally that guidance to you, and the grade change was the obvious easiest one. And I think where you can remove some of that and still provide the language that creates an expectation or the guidance necessary without being able to predict every scenario, use that to make those adjustments.
We're already working on that, board member, and we hear you loud and clear.
We ask about parking. That was the one I might pull out in addition to the one or two that we just did. Parking above grade. Can you discuss a little bit the language in there as it relates to screening and wrapping and where your thinking is on that, because that's a little different than we do today.
That's 158, I think.
Yeah, page 158.
It is page 158. The starting point, as stated in the guideline, and I should point out that each of these guidelines, when you look at them, in the left-hand sidebar, there is a stated intent. And so to go back to Board Member Fizette's comment or question, the way this is laid out, and there's also language back at the beginning of the design guidelines on page 148, which says that the guidelines are not regulations and should be considered as flexible as long as the intent in each guideline are achieved. And so with each of these guidelines, it provides a site plan, the ability to come forward, and as we just discussed, provide a different solution that might not meet what's actually stated here, but it meets the intent. It furthers the intent. So on parking, location and design, the guideline is that generally new parking should be located below grade whenever possible, consistent with the county's general perspective on parking. In Roslyn, we have, through practice, approved a number of site plans with above-grade parking or with a mix of above and below-grade parking. To try and minimize above-grade parking, or to try and minimize the potential adverse impacts of above-grade parking on the public realm, there are a number of added suggestions to this. So, for instance, any above-grade parking should be screened from streets or other public spaces behind occupied spaces at least 30 feet deep where permitted by the lot widths. And it also encourages what we've seen or what we've approved to date in at least one site plan in Roslyn, which is mechanical parking, which presents opportunities for greater efficiency in parking space. Any semi-below grade parking partially exposed to streets or other spaces due to varied topography should be enclosed and essentially treated with an architectural facade that's consistent, or perhaps I think there was a recommendation from the Planning Commission that it could be either consistent or compatible with the rest of the building.
Public art there as well, Anthony?
Public art is actually addressed in the next bullet, so that's a good segue. Where lining parking with active uses is not determined to be feasible, public art should be considered. And in fact, Roslyn has several examples of where public art has been used to treat above-grade parking. And where we really don't have any issue with parking being exposed would be if we're successful in creating new alleys in Roslyn, where those are the locations where we'd prefer to see service access or parking access in contrast to our main streets. But if we can have alleys, then parking, if it's above grade, the parking could be exposed without any real architectural treatment.
It's to me that we have above grade parking. We know some places are on rock and it's harder to go below. We don't know all of those. And we've done a lot more underground parking in our second generation of Roslyn, but some of the buildings have both. And is the goal here to disincentivize above grade parking? Or is the goal here to recognize that in some cases it's difficult not to do it, and to make it more palatable by having people walking visually seen up on the 4th or 5th floor? Because this is not retail level, this is above retail.
Right. I mean, the assumption would be that if you had ground floor space, it would be retail or lobbies or other uses we typically see on the ground floor. So if above-grade parking were provided as part of a site plan, it would be in levels 2 through 4, 5, or 6. I think, as expressed in the plan, it's really not necessarily any different from what our current planning guidance is for these areas. I think it is stating some suggestions for how we would like to see above-grade parking treated. If part of it is in fact provided above grade. But some of those treatments are actually consistent with what we've been able to achieve in practice.
Yeah, well, the only one it was news to me was the first bullet, 30 feet deep, meaning office space on the exterior of a parking garage level. Do we do that?
Or residential. For example, a good example of that would be at Market Common. That the eastern edge of the Market Common development in Clarendon has residential, 4-story residential buildings on Fillmore Street, either Garfield or Fillmore. That residential is actually wrapping an above-grade parking structure.
Have we ever done it in a high-rise like this in Roslyn? I mean, that would be my question. I just don't know how practical that is, how efficient it is to put office on the exterior of a floor that has cars parked inside, it's just not something I've seen us do before.
It's an option.
Right. And it doesn't, to be clear, the guideline isn't requiring or even suggesting that it just be limited to office. You could have residential uses wrap a garage in Roslyn. And I think that the issue really is the dimension and proportions of the size of the block or the size of the project. And Roslyn does have some very narrow blocks where this would be difficult to achieve. On the other hand, there are some larger blocks that this would really be could be a feasible element of the project.
Okay. And I think the most important discussion is the one we had earlier, defining a sector plan. So all of this is in the context of that and the references you have in here that do that and reiterate it. Ms. Hines?
Can I just ask a question since we're on design guidelines about retail? Because we do have, and it's really just a question about how we had quite a conversation a week or so ago about the retail action plan. Is this the place where we're having the most conversation about retail in Roslyn in this, or is the retail action plan? I've just sort of forgotten what the interplay is.
Oh, is we note in the plan that we've been working very closely with Arlington Economic Development on the retail strategy as we develop this plan. So there are a number of parallels and connections will be between those. And so as the board takes action on that, we'll be able to have that address many of those issues. This plan wants to have certainly a tremendous streetscape, sidewalks, and certainly storefronts. And it appears that we need to say more to amplify the creativity and the architectural facade improvements and signage that are going to make that happen in Roslyn. So we've already begun to think about how we can amplify that section. But we've been trying to work very closely with AD to have both the action plan and elements of the Roslyn plan.
Hold on one second. Is your question sort of what is the overlap and whether this on page 154 is needed or not?
I guess I am partly asking, Bob, I appreciate, but this ground floor design and use standard that's on page 154, I don't remember seeing this in the retail action plan. I actually think some parts of it might be useful in the retail action plan, particularly around transparency. But if you could just, Mark or whoever, remind us, Mark McCauley from AD, remind us of the interplay here and how these pieces fit or don't together.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. There has obviously been a lot of coordination. As we've discussed in some of the work sessions in the Retail Action Plan, that sector plans often get into a greater level of specificity given the unique character of each of the sector plan areas. And this would be one case where the sector plan has even more specific design guidance on how they want the ground floor. You're mentioning page 154. With that said, some of the elements here have also been raised by some stakeholder groups as whether we want to incorporate them into broader guidance in our retail action plan, and we are looking into that. So particularly distance between the doors, entrances is one that has been raised as something that may want to be also a general standard for the county. So we are looking at that. But we've always believed sector plans are the place that more specificity than a broader plan can be appropriate for that particular neighborhood.
Well, I appreciate that. Let me just say again, then I would potentially appreciate some thinking when you bring the retail action plan back to us on this issue of transparency, which I don't believe we talked about at all when we talked about the retail action plan in general. And I think that it presents one other interesting difference between blue and gold, which is worth paying attention to. Thanks, Mr. Fassett.
John?
Thank you. Just quickly going back to parking for a second, we've spent a lot of time talking about screening and appearance and ensuring that the ground floor experience is good. I just want to have a better understanding if Mr. Fusarelli or somebody else could clarify for me, how are we treating above grade parking for development calculations in Roslyn different, if at all, from elsewhere in the county in terms of recognizing the geological issues that we have in Roslyn, which is apparently unique to the county?
Right now, I think to date, in our experience in Roslyn, we've treated above-grade parking the same way we've treated above-grade parking everywhere else. Per the zoning ordinance, it does not count towards a project's gross floor area or their FAR. And at this time, this plan does not currently propose changing that.
It was discussed by the Planning Commission, but it is not in the draft.
Thank you.
Okay, and I don't think it will be. Okay, on this, and let me just tie this up by saying on that retail, part of this is when we look back at those pictures Anthony showed us at the beginning, part of what happened from some bad urban design and too much flexibility is some really bad stuff. And here we are looking for that balance because I think all the people developing in Roslyn now know the opportunity. They've been showing us pictures of street front retail and the variations they'd like to create, and I don't have any doubt. But whether or not it's overly prescriptive here, I think the intent is clear enough that the staff will not let something get through that isn't, accomplishing our goal. And I expect that it'll provide the flexibility to the development community and property owners to come in with things that are creative that may be above and beyond things we've done before.
Mr. Bissett, I think it's on this. I just wanted to talk a little bit about what Mr. Matt Ginnivan came up with, and I think that's in here. The concern about wanting to evaluate the effect of having certain design things. Worried that they're going to lose tenants because they can't chop up the front of the building. That's interesting.
What we're talking about.
That is what we're talking
yes.
about. Okay, all right. And so we're going to be looking at that?
Yes.
Yes, we are. We concur with the comments we heard from Mr.
That's
Ginnivan.
the last thing this plan should do, and we are going to address it.
Everyone's intent is the same, so we'll
I think
they'll work
everybody
on that.
really
Yep.
does want the same thing. We just need to make sure it happens.
Let's
Thank
go
you.
on to heights and densities. Just a comment at the front end to start it. Somebody did say it is a sensitive balance between everybody's liking the peaks and valleys, everybody knowing the views have to be protected, the priority view sheds, and the issue of height.
Everybody wants the peak.
That's right, and how it's defined. So I think all of us, none of us want to see Roslyn turn into the same thing, just at a higher level, right? Sort of uniform version of the current problem. So just to clarify, it was presented, I think, in the presentation from, tell me if I say anything wrong. The existing planning framework, which I found to be very helpful, is on pages 18 to 22 in the book. And it talks about what the current rules are. And the building heights are set, the density is set, and we have a taper policy in place, which of course has to be interpreted by staff. But according to staff, the current proposal provides approximately 1 million square feet more than the fulfilled version of the current policies that are in place.
Mr. Fasette?
Yep.
Can I just probe a little on what you just said?
Yep.
So the current maximum height is set in the current
2-block area in the middle.
maximum density is set, but the property owner starts at a base and has to earn their way up by demonstrating that they are contributing in significant ways to achieving the goals of the plan.
Right.
So my understanding is, yes, 300 is there, and yes, 10.0 FAR is there, but the board has absolutely in its ability to say, you didn't earn your way all the way up to either one of those, and so we're not going to approve your plan.
That's my understanding.
Okay, good. I just want to make
Is
sure.
the county board required to approve 300 feet or 10 FAR? And the answer is no. That's correct. So that is an important consideration. I'll also say that my understanding, I wasn't here when the CO Roslyn zoning district was created in 1992, but embedded in it was architectural excellence. I think that's what was one of the original, Bob Brosnan needs to comment on this, but we keep talking about architectural excellence and everyone keeps saying, I can't do it unless I get more height. But 300 feet alone was seen as enormously high for Arlington at the time, and architectural excellence was seen to be one of the things that needed to be achieved and weighed to see whether you got 300 feet. Is that correct?
Yes, very much so. And we, I must say, we haven't been happy with the results, and that's partly what's led to the more detailed look-see at this.
That's right.
This time around.
So then we did the central 2 blocks where we added more height, which is where the observation deck is coming, ultimately as a community benefit. And we required even more architectural excellence. And now we have elements of this plan where you're saying the same thing all over again with, the same kind of caveat that it requires architectural excellence. So let me frame this for everybody, and that is that I think we have a very substantial philosophical question that we're not going to deal with completely today, but that we have to deal with as a board and as a community, as a staff, which is the injection of economic development and value into our discussion about planning. And whether I think there's a complete difference between the economic value created by placemaking in this plan as a whole for this area of Arlington versus the economic value that comes to a particular property owner for a particular building to max out on the economic value of the upper floors. Those are 2 completely different things, not to be confused in my mind. Because if you are looking at this, which some do, and say, I need to maximize the economic development potential of each site, you are by definition talking about maximizing the height of that building because the value is at the top, the best value. And when you do that, in my view, you are undermining, very potentially, the value that comes to the whole of the neighborhood through some of the goals that we've embedded in here and tried to very carefully address. So I don't know if anybody wants to talk about that right now, but it's getting us to the questions that are fundamental to some of the property owners that have been writing to the board.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice Ted.
Mr. John?
Thank you. I like the way you've set it up, and I think that's the right yin and yang, if you will. I mean, if we don't provide the economic incentive enough for a developer to redevelop his property, we're not going to get to the other part of your equation.
Can we talk about that? I really don't know how you assess that.
I don't know how you assess it either, and that's what makes this so challenging.
Is any office site going to redevelop in the next few years? Why?
Well, I mean, look, we haven't stopped getting proposals in the door since
I would be very hard pressed to see an office building develop in Roslyn versus a residential building. I don't know if you're saying that, how do you assess whether 240 feet, which sometimes still can get, or 270, that 10 FAR, versus a taller building is going to incentivize or disincentivize today in this market? I think the market, it's not a very good market for office buildings to begin with. So I'm hard-pressed to understand when, in fact, my goal, I think the priority goal in here is to protect the view sheds, particularly from the observation deck, but also from other places.
But if we can protect the view, sure, but if we protect what we may end up doing is protecting the view sheds by default because there's not going to be any development. I mean, we've got the Roslyn bid, which is comprised of numerous businesses, landlords, residential components. We've got the Chamber of Commerce. We've got at least 5 separate landowners speaking, and we've got NAIOP, which is another commercial property owner association, all saying that this is going to put a damper on revitalization and competitiveness at the very time we're facing. I'm not sure. I think that the jury is still out, and that's what I'm wrestling with, Jay.
And that's my reaction. Is I don't think you're going to get a lot of office buildings right now, and if you don't have a view shed from the observation deck, I mean, JBG actually wrote in and said something quite different. To the east, they're concerned about some of the heights on the buildings to the east.
So I think make a plea for flexibility. I mean, I think the staff has worked hard on the peaks. Everybody agrees, as you said, we like the peaks and valleys. We've got all of this stuff set up. If we allow the flexibility that on a particular site, you can get the height and the value if you can make it fit our goals. That's what I think inspires great architecture. In other words, great architecture is in the context and people coming up with really clever ideas, usually to solve a problem. And we've kind of presented that we don't want to be too big a problem, but we want to solve a situation here. That's the context they're in. There's some neat puzzles, and you go out and solve it, and if you do it, you get the height.
You know what? I agree with you. I just would change that. I'd say if you know that the box you're in, you get a creative architect, they can meet your needs. The challenge is if you can always come in and ask for 300 and interfere with the view corridor, you'll do it.
But we've said they can't do that, right? We've set up, they can't do it. Well, we'll take it.
Here and a little there.
So then you're opening that door to the maximum height each time, in my view, and I think it would be very hard pressed. You will be undermining the value created by the plan as a whole, if in fact you allow buildings to interfere with the view sheds from the observation deck.
Mr. Facetta?
Well, Hines, and then back to the others.
So I have I don't know that I have a take that agrees exactly with anything that any of you have said, but to me, the peaks and valleys approach is a community benefit. It is the right thing for us to do to end up with a great place. And so in that construct, if we think of it as a community benefit, then we have to, in some ways, find a way to recalibrate how we think about those places that are lower. So it's and I don't quite know how to do this. We struggled with this a little bit in Crystal City when we were talking about people, encouraging people to take down a building and put up something else that we were interested in seeing because we thought it would make the place better. And so in a way, I think this has some elements of that. I don't know what the tool is. I don't know that any of us have figured out a tool. But I do think that if we provide too many avenues back up to 300, we over time are at great risk of ending up with highly constrained view sheds. And I don't think that's our goal here at all. So I think we have to think more about how those places we want to be low actually play in the overall creation of the place. And we need to recognize that, maybe they don't throw off the same level of community benefit as other places do by virtue of the fact, it's just like TDR. If you buy the density from someplace else in order to preserve something good, we don't go and double hit you on the fact that you're taller. And so this is a little bit different concept, but to me, it's about achieving something we think is critical to this place.
You mean incentives? The incentives, is that what you're talking about?
I don't know if it's, incentives to me often sound like cash on the table. So perhaps that's a mistake on my part. So I don't mean cash on the table, but I don't quite know how to do this, but I suspect there are people in the room smarter about development tools than I who perhaps can figure it out.
Right, and if I can just chime in here, I am willing to consider incentives as well, and happy to have recommendations down the line. If you do a valley, you're providing, you're losing some value if your building is a valley, and we've heard a number of times that we should provide some incentives. Ms. Hines was talking about that's an amenity. I think we could look at it that way. So I would be very happy to have the staff come back with some suggestions about what might be some incentives for folks that have valleys.
John?
So let me ask, if we agree that having a particular structure lower than the potential maximum,
yes.
Potential maximum is a community benefit, are we prepared to give a credit, if you will,
right,
to community, to our common definition of community benefits as a result for that sacrifice?
That's a reasonable question. I'd love to ask the staff and then maybe the Planning Commission what their thoughts are. I don't know if the county attorney has a viewpoint on it, but quickly, without...
Very quickly, we are looking at whether there is a tool that could address the community benefit side of it and this goal of the plan that the Heights map defines. So we're working very closely with the county attorney and discussing with AED how best to do that.
Just thinking about it. Planning Commission. Let me go to these two. I'll come over to you, Walter. Planning Commission, anyone want to, or Brian, whomever, whichever you.
Well, I want Brian to comment too, but it's a little hard for me to see how this would be a community benefit when they're not entitled to it to begin with. Pure and simple.
Yeah. Mr. McIsaac.
I think Mr. Sockwell is right, and I will say this. First of all, this plan alone is not, taking anything away. It's simply a plan. A lot of it depends on what the zoning ordinance actually looks like, and that's where this difficult conversation and the various mechanisms that we might use to address this issue would be developed. But I would say first and foremost, there is no entitlement anywhere to get 10 FAR or 300 feet. I mean, there is an expectation, I think, in the development community, probably because of past board practice, that they're likely to get it. But this is not any different than the zoning ordinance allows a certain array of uses and not others.
And those goals in the framework, everyone has agreed to. No one has questioned those goals, and this is a way of implementing them. I will tell you, I completely agree that there's been no expectation built into the zoning ordinance or the code that suggests 300 feet's going to be received. And in fact, our community benefits have never been connected to height. They've been connected to density. And if you don't get the full 10 FAR density, you would pay less in benefits. You would be expected to contribute less because you'd be having less density. Walter, did you want to?
What Mr. said, I actually was looking at Ms. Hines for the longest time, but you're the one, yeah, right. So let me just say that it would be really good to have some kind of language suggested by the business community or development community, or what would make it acceptable, or something along those lines. For our experience is that when you talk about height, everyone wants to maximize the height and the bulk. I mean, that, it's just a challenge that we have. And even if we look at the cover of our report of, you look at this, and you look at what essentially is rectangular boxes, but this is conceptual, right? So I would say that I would benefit from having language proposed that we could look at between now and when we vote. And it could be some adjustments that our attorney can let us know, hey, that doesn't make any sense at all, or yes, we could incorporate and bring in that input, because, otherwise it seems that we get away from the signature design that we're all striving for. We had some great conversations about that a while back. Remember the architecture series we had? Mm-hmm. So that's what we should be aspiring to. And I think actually the business community development are going to want to do that. I mean, we've had meetings with folks express that. So what is the language that we can be suggested so that we can take a look at it and then see what can we arrive at that would be.
Okay. Staff are going to work on some of the language. I will reiterate from my point of view that we've never used height to calculate community benefits, and in fact, we've given over 300. So does any suggestion of reducing or giving some credit mean that if you go over 300, you have to pay more or contribute more, a higher percentage? Needs certainly to be considered, I would think. And I don't think many in the room would like that. The other is that I agree with Ms. Garvey completely, and we see it with green buildings and all that. If you commit to that up front, you can get the right people on board. They create the right product. Architects are amazing. If you tell them what they're working within, they will make it work. But what happens, and let's face it, if you're a property owner, what are you telling them? get as much up there as you can. I mean, that's what you're saying, because that's where some of your value is. And I've seen it come through these doors time and time again. We have not gotten the same sculpting. You know, it's a great term. It's just, you can do sculpting in 300 feet or 250 feet or 350 or a mile. It's just a question of what guidance you give to your particular architect. So I'm going to move to the next issue here, which is the 300-foot. The option built into this in the latest iteration, and I'm going to ask the Planning Commission to speak to this, because I know the Planning Commission recommended deleting it. And this was the option on those sites that are currently proposed for under 300 to get to 300 if they meet the goals of the plan. I will tell you, I don't understand that exactly, because if they meet the goals of the plan, I don't know why they're not already higher, because I assume they were lower because it was required to be lower to meet the goals of the plan. But please give us your point of view, and then I'm going to turn to staff to ask you how you possibly operationalize that.
Thanks, Mr. Facette. And I think that the whole issue of predictability versus flexibility is a good way of framing it. One of the things that we did see in the process panel as we worked through this is, as we increase the number of the mixed use in Roslyn, and we have more people who are owning homes in these buildings, the predictability for them as homeowners becomes really, really important. And we've already seen that some of the condominiums have been surprised at the impacts that new proposals have had on their development. So I think the Planning Commission in general feels that the more predictable the height is, the better off everybody is, and especially as we see more mixed use, that really comes into play.
Am I right that you're recommending eliminating the option for a building proposed at below 300 to achieve 300?
Correct. And as you've explored with Mr. McIsaac, this is a guide at this point, and certainly there's no real apparent need to reiterate busting the guide.
Let me ask staff then, and maybe Mr. McIsaac, how do you operationalize that?
So in terms of operationalizing the ability for additional height on those sites?
The option.
Well, I think it starts with understanding the reason why the option is there. And it goes back to the iterations of modeling that were done to arrive at really the latest peaks and valleys model scenario, some of which we saw images of earlier in the presentation. There were certain assumptions in that model. And so, for instance, in our view, one of the more important reasons to provide the flexibility and the option for those sites to try to get back up to 300 feet is if they want to build, let's say, a residential building or a hotel building where we assumed an office building. We didn't want to disincentivize the potential achievement of residential, particularly when that is an important goal of the plan.
So potentially an office building might be required to or would interfere with the view shed differently than a residential building.
Well, I think another point to clarify is that those maximum heights, not in all cases, are being recommended just to protect the view sheds from the observation deck. It was really, there was a lot of considerations at play, but if we modeled a particular site that was able to achieve an FAR of 9.5 or 9.6 at 210 feet, then we may have recommended a height limit of that site for somewhere between 210 and 230. But again, that same site might be able to go up to 250 or 260 feet without actually impacting a particular view from the observation deck. So there were a lot of considerations, and there are a lot of considerations that have informed the heights map in the plan. And because of that, the plan is recommending the ability for, on a site-by-site basis, and it's just for those sites that was really presented in slide 84 of the presentation. Just so those sites.
Purple?
Yeah.
But everything was purple.
No. But it's the sites that were brown to which this would apply to. because the way that the flexibility is spelled out in the plan, it would only be for single tower sites.
But pull up that one slide where it was purple, and it was all but like 2 sites to the north or west, east, that weren't purple, which was 300 feet.
Right. And so the way the flexibility the way this would work is that the provisions for flexibility for sites to try to get back up to 300 feet would only apply to the brown sites. They would not apply to the purple sites, because all of the purple sites on this map already have areas that are planned to 300 feet or above.
Not over here on Roslyn Plaza.
So there are a number of sites where there are heights both above and below 300 feet. And so with Roslyn Plaza, the northern site of Roslyn Plaza could get up to 390 feet, as currently recommended in the plan. The southern end is limited below. And so, in looking at multiple tower sites, what you'll see in many cases, if not all, is a balance between a tower that could go taller than 300 feet and a tower that's limited to a little below 300 feet. And so those sites that have the ability for more than one tower would not be subject to the flexibility provisions. It's only those sites that could just fit a single tower.
Okay. Questions from my colleagues on this? John and then Mary?
No,
Mary, then John.
I'm sorry. I just want to, where is the single tower call out, Anthony? Because I missed that when I read it.
It's 162, I believe.
162?
It's in here. I thought it was back.
Oh, I see it. Okay. I missed that when I read that.
Okay. Right. So at the bottom of the left-hand column, a few lines up, it says, therefore, for single tower site plans or phase development site plans with height limits of less than 300 feet, as depicted on map 316, applicants may seek modifications to building height that could be approved by the board. And so that's where, I mean, maybe we need to emphasize that more, but.
Maybe you should bold those words.
Right.
All right, John.
Yeah, I'd like to just continue one more point in terms of the peaks and valleys, and I want to quote from a letter, and I'd be interested in having the reaction of the county attorney to this language. This is a letter that's in our packet from Turnberry Tower, David Van Duzer, dated June 11th. And he says, to, quote, to impose upon other property owners what can only be received as egregious, quote, takings, unquote, of their property, of their rights as property owners by prescriptive height and area limitations other than those already in place will serve to seriously discourage further development by the very owners who are the lifeline of our community. My question is not so much the discouragement of redevelopment incentives, but his use of the word taking. Now, I don't think this fellow's a lawyer, and I don't know that he's necessarily making a legal claim, but my question for Mr. McIsaac is there some sort of colorable concern that we need to be worried about with this reference about an egregious taking if we're going to be constraining an owner from doing something in the future that he could arguably do now?
Steve? Are you able to talk about this in public?
Yeah, I mean, I will say that this is a filter through which we always run all of our land use considerations, and particularly our zoning considerations. But I would say first and foremost that a mere plan like this cannot constitute a taking. It would have to be in the implementation, particularly in the zoning ordinance, which I would maintain is unlikely to be on its face a taking. But then it would become more important in the specific site plan application, where we'd have to consider what actually occurred. But I think the most important thing to keep in mind with regard to any takings claim is, as we were talking about just a moment ago, there's a serious question whether there's any entitlement to 300 feet and 10 FAR And that would have to be the basis upon which any takings claim is premised. So there is no obvious taking occurring anywhere in the things we're talking about.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Libby?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, back to this plan being just a plan. I don't think the questions here we're really dealing with are really very much legal. It's all about messaging to the development community and to actually the nation and people that are looking to come here. Are we real big on predictability and making sure that people can't do this, can't do this, can't do that? Or are we willing to provide some flexibility to allow for creativity? And I keep reminding people, we keep talking about creativity and how we want to be the creative class. Well, there is an absolute contradiction between creativity and predictability. If it's predictable, it's not creative. And I think we need to be setting the parameters so that as much creativity can take place here. And the stopgap, safeguard is this board. So if something comes to us and they've been really creative, but it's not fitting with our goals, we say no. But to say no and not allow people to even try, it seems to me a huge mistake. And I think that's what the development community is trying to say to us. And I think we are talking over and over again that we want to be open for business. We want the most creative minds in the world to come here. And we need to let them do their work, not tell them how to do it. So I appreciate staff putting as much flexibility in as they can.
I'll react to that and just say that I think the message here is trying to find the balance between something that is fulfilling the vision for the sector and the goals embedded in it. And somebody said at one point, this is about great buildings. And I actually don't think that's the case. It's about a great place. And each building, knowing each building, we want to be great. But if you don't have predictability to some degree, like we do now in heights and density, you will predictably get the tallest building possible. And then you will predictably get interference with the view corridors.
Okay,
and
so
the value to the whole plan, encroachment on 18th Street, less light, all of the multiple goals that are embedded in the plan that everyone has agreed with.
So the goals are there, and it's inside. But what we're saying is that these are the goals, and we know how you have to get there.
Only in 3 areas: height, density, and that step back.
Right. So we set the goals. We have the view shed, and then we say, do your best work. And be creative, and that's how you do. You set policy on this broad envelope to set what your outer limits are. You can't do this, you can't do that, and the can't do's have got to be pretty broad. And I think we've done that. We agree it's got to be the view shed. We want to preserve those views. We want to create a great place. So then we throw it out to the greatest minds in the world, if you will, if they'll come here to do their very best to give us that place. And we need to allow them to do their work. We can't decide now that to give us the greatest place, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. That doesn't work very well. In fact, they won't come. They won't play. So I think we're absolutely taking the right approach with the goals for what we want to have a great place, and we've set that out with view sheds, with streetscapes. We've said all of that. So let them do their work.
Some of those property owners have clearly written in and asked for flexibility on height, and meaning they really wanted nothing prescriptive in the zoning ordinance. Do you support flexibility on height to have no limit set?
I think we need to have
that would give them the maximum creativity according to your definition.
Staff have already provided some limits. There are limits within this that we have. But height. So what about height of a really narrow building that does some really neat stuff and doesn't block anybody's views? Don't we want that? But if we say absolutely you can't do it anywhere on this site, I mean, look how big those sites are. So on a small section, it could go really high. Are we willing now to, and maybe not block anyone's view?
So you would set no height limit?
I would set height limits that we've got already. There's the FAA that sets the height limit, and I'm still not sure about no height limit because staff's already set. There's some at 300, there's some limited below 300, but they can get higher if they come up with a really good plan. I'm comfortable with that.
You can let a lot of these buildings go a lot higher.
Yes, but we are the ones who let them. So if they come in with a plan that doesn't work, that doesn't make it a better place, we say no. But if we say you can't even try, we're not going to get good designs. Okay?
So
you see what I'm saying?
You're actually arguing for no height limits.
The ones we've got here, I think, make sense. And these are limits. There are limits. They can't go to a, we're not Dubai.
So
We've got
you're
all kinds of
comfortable with the
limits.
staff proposal?
At this point, yes. And actually even maybe wanting a little tiny bit more flexibility.
I thought you were arguing for something beyond the staff.
But no, what I'm hearing is that people are not comfortable with the staff proposal on the sites limited below 300 able to go up. That's what I'm hearing. And I absolutely.
That is definitely a question that I've raised. And from my point of view, that if this stays in, and I think Anthony's response to me was quite useful, actually. If it stays in my mind, the county attorney and the staff need to really dig into the criteria and the expectations upon which such an exception would be provided. We have the goals there, but I think to many people, the fact is, if you felt it wasn't going to impinge on the goals, you would not have reduced the height. That's where I started. I kind of heard your answer, and I think maybe there's more to it than that, but I think we need some clear guideline or idea, criteria upon which you would calculate or assess it so that somebody doesn't waste a lot of time. Is kind of the point. That would be my view anyway. I'm not going to sit here today and make a judgment opposed to that because I appreciate the effort to compromise and find ways through. But I think it is incumbent upon you to get some clearer guidelines and language.
And board member, on page 162 again, staff does start to do that. We've defined 6, I say fairly broad types of criteria, but some of that is really going to have to wait until we codify this and work through the zoning ordinance, which is a major next step.
Mary?
If I could offer one observation, because like you, I was somewhat convinced by what Anthony had to say, and when I look at page 162, there's some of these which are given, the FAA is given. I think the 300 feet and the FAR is given. Here's where I think we need to be incredibly thoughtful, and we need to think about the definitions of the view corridor. Right now, what we have in the plan is on page 163, where some things are pink and some things are not. That's got no lines of longitude or latitude or I don't know how to even measure those things. But my point is, and Anthony, you talked about wanting to refine the plan a little by adding some pictures and being more specific about that. But fundamentally, that is going to end up, if we go this way, that preservation of view corridors, along with sensitivity, I think, on the edges to the lower, mid to low density places, are going to be the two most important things in the long run about whether we're achieving the peaks and valleys and what we set out to do. And this is insufficient for making that decision, I would say, these pink lines, or these pink areas. So how y'all think about that? But if that's our highest goal, we probably need to think about how we describe it more specifically. Yeah.
Yeah, and if I could, I think we came to that same realization a couple of weeks ago, and so we are working with our team to develop a couple of additional pages in the plan that would take images very similar to those that we shared in terms of the simulated views from the observation deck, and annotate them and identify. You need to be able to see the Lincoln Memorial. You need to be able to see the Washington Monument or the Kennedy Center. Whatever those landmarks are, we flag them both in imagery as well as text.
Right. Can I ask one additional question about this? Because when we were looking at your simulated views, one of the things that occurred to me, of course, is I don't think we have a whole lot in there about the interest of the top of the buildings that are visible from the observation deck. Maybe we do. Can you show us where that is?
Yeah, certainly. So we do have language on page 168. In the right-hand column, there's some guidelines that speak to building caps. And particularly the second bullet states building tops within view of the public observation deck should be designed so as to create a thoughtful, complementary foreground view for the monumental core and other key vistas. There's certainly been discussion, among the, I think, process panel as well as Planning Commission about maybe encouraging us to strengthen that or give further consideration to, improvements to that language. But
Pictures might help too for that particular one. Pictures of what you mean.
yeah, they certainly may.
I just want to make one comment, and that is where you talk about putting in the pictures of landmarks and all. I will tell you that makes me a little nervous in that if you're highlighting just a particular building out on the horizon, it makes me nervous about what happens to the context of that and the sort of the rest of it. I mean, that's the last thing I want is just the building showing because it tells me nothing,
I think we're looking at how we can do that in terms of show the full visual context through aerial photography and so on.
Do with it what you want. I'm just telling you it makes me nervous because it seems to minimize what's being protected as opposed to maximize it. That's my own reaction. Yeah, Mr. Todd?
Yeah, this is actually a question I had for staff. And again, this, the emphasis here is this is guidance, so it's not written in stone necessarily. But when we say viewed, it says distinctive when viewed in the Roslyn skyline. What is meant by the viewed? Any particular area that you're seeing this is being viewed from, or just anywhere viewed from Arlington?
Where are you looking? What are you looking at?
Page 168 that Mr. Australia just touched on.
Okay.
Building caps should be designed to be distinctive when viewed in the Roslyn skyline. And the right column.
So the intent there was really speaks in part to this idea that was referenced with the 2002 and 2007 resolutions that talked about the sculpting of the tops of buildings. And so it really is equating, sculpting or other building top treatments that are distinctive. So when you're looking at maybe the Roslyn skyline from Georgetown or from the steps by the Lincoln Memorial, you don't have, this just series of flat roofs marking the Roslyn skyline. And we already have some buildings that are starting to ensure that that's not the case. So with this guideline is just, it's a somewhat subjective guideline, and it puts, the qualitative element of the rooftop out there to say that should be distinctive. Now that's going to have to be reviewed on a case-by-case basis, and in many instances, that's going to have to be looked at in the context of the surrounding buildings in terms of whether or not the top of that building is in fact distinctive or not.
In the context of that, could that also include how it's viewed from the National Mall?
From anywhere.
Certainly. I mean,
the steps of the Lincoln Memorial,
yeah.
That's part of the National Monument. Is there any, in a case-by-case basis, this leaves it to a lot of speculation depending on what's proposed. Will there be any particular permission or in how something that's proposed could alter the view of the skyline of the region of the area?
Are you talking about concerns to the National Capital Planning Commission and
that's
like we dealt with in courthouse with the heights of buildings there?
We work cooperatively with them, yes.
Yeah. I think a good example is that, and it goes back to what I think the county attorney was discussing earlier, is that through the site plan review process, there is the opportunity to have discretion about, the approval of these buildings. And if you might recall, when 1812 North Moore was coming through, the first concept for that particular site plan did not have the pyramid on top. It was more of a curtain wall treatment with, the tops of the curtain walls kind of extruded sort of straight up above the rentable space. Yeah. So through that process, that top evolved, and the site plan was ultimately approved by the board.
Okay. Well, since this is skyline, we can see that this is one specific component to look at, in addition to FAA authorization, which is one specific bullet included here.
I'm going to ask a question about the opportunities. It says in here there are certain opportunities for over 10 FAR. Please describe what those are.
Geographically or spatially, in our modeling, there were a number of sites that we found in our modeling could accommodate more density than 10 FAR and fit within what we considered to be a reasonable maximum buildable envelope. That's a limited number of sites. We're probably talking about somewhere between 4, 5, or 6 sites.
And how is that referenced in here? How would somebody know, and under what conditions would that be permitted?
Right now, it is not specifically or not explicitly called out in the plan. So you would have to really understand what the development potential would be based on the maximum heights of the plan, where the build to lines are for your particular property, and then taking into account any other.
But 10.0 FAR will be put into the zoning ordinance, into the code.
Well, so
it's already there.
It's already there.
So what revised language would you be looking at?
I mean, it's somewhat premature to get into the actual zoning language we're looking at, but there is, or that we would be looking at in the future, but there is language in the plan back on page 147, where it talks about this potential for more than 10 FAR on certain sites. And right now, the language it lists 3 bullets. And so major plan goals are advanced and or transfer of development rights are applied, or additional density could be consistent with the guidelines. So as you know today, TDRs cannot be used in CO Roslyn to exceed 10 FAR. So a real life example of this would be a site we talked about at our work session back in early March was International Place. And so International Place today is built out to a full 10 FAR because a lot of its unused density was transferred to the west side of Lynn Street as part of the Central Place project that's now under construction. International Place includes land where we need the new 18th Street corridor to be provided. So how do we incentivize that redevelopment to happen and to achieve 18th Street if we cannot exceed 10 FAR on that site? And so that would be an example of number one, that achieving 18th Street or a segment of 18th Street as a major plan goal would be an appropriate criteria.
I get it. Okay, that one makes some sense to me. I think from my perspective, getting a little follow-up information about what is in the plan that would lead some other property owner to seek to achieve that and have an opportunity. And might it open a door you want, and it open a door that becomes problematic. Are there other comments on this? Because we do have to try to wrap this up sometime today, like maybe in the next 20 minutes. I had one other comment, and that is we have heard from a few about a few buildings. I think from my perspective, I'm going to want a little one-on-one or two-on-two with those view corridors. We got a very few looks at the views from the observation deck, and some of them were a little confusing to me, actually. But I would really like to see some of those priority view sheds, really all those 3D things that you've gotten from your modeling, because I need to personally be convinced that we're not unnecessarily interrupting the priority views from the observation deck that we put so much money and time into. So the gorge, some of the Park Plaza or the Vornado sites, I just need to confirm to myself that they're not interfering with the views that we are embedding in this plan to protect. And I'd also ask on Park Place. Some of us read about Park Place, which is a much lower height. It doesn't particularly clear to me why it's as low as it is. So I would ask that one too. Did you want to speak to it now?
Certainly. On that one, I mean, that goes back to the point earlier that we were able to model an FAR of about 9.4 to 9.6 under those heights. That site has a very small site area relative to its the ground floor can occupy almost all of its site area. Therefore, it doesn't need as much height as other sites to get closer to the 10 FAR. So that would be a situation where, again, we would want flexibility, potentially a residential tower. It could get taller and still not interfere whatsoever.
Because the buildings behind it are tall, one of them's taller.
Exactly.
Okay, that's a great example. Okay. Any questions on this, anyone? I was going to move to the next 2 or 3 items, which were use mix, parks and open space, air rights, and transportation. I don't think there's a lot on any of those, but any of you that have questions now when we get to them. Shall we do that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, use mix. One thing I will mention is that in the plan, I think everyone's aware that bringing more residential into Roslyn is part of the goal. It's acceptable, and part of the question is there any way we could get too much out of this? And staff seem not to say that that's possible. But I think the facility study committee is looking at, they're grappling with this question of use mix as well in the broader context, and having a little, I think they're going to be almost cautioning not to only respond to the market, but to ensure that the appropriate mix in any place is retained. And I just want to be sure that you are comfortable that this plan would not allow for an imbalance, knowing there's a lot of residential outside the RCRD, that this wouldn't allow for an imbalance.
I think we're fully comfortable that it would set Roslyn up for a better balance and still maintain significant capacity for the commercial sector.
This could be self-corrected later by the board if necessary. What about square feet versus people? All your use mix comparisons are square footage versus people. Did you ever turn that into people?
We can certainly do that. There are assumptions you need to incorporate to estimate the number of people, whereas the actual building space is a little bit more.
It's easier, for sure. I've traditionally found that looking at the people balance is even healthier than the other, so it might be helpful to see it.
Mr. Fissett, the one observation I would make about this one is I just think we always need to keep our eye a little bit on what's going on in terms of ons and offs on Metro. That particularly in this particular spot where there's a lot of other things going on, that making sure we're not tipping too much either direction is important.
Good. Planning Commission mentioned the interest in increasing retail. I put it on this section, but it could have come up earlier. Is that something that, how did you respond to that in the matrix? I don't think I knew. I think it was the Planning Commission that mentioned it.
I think our comments generally came back to the theme that, consistent with our work with the retail plan at the county level, red streets and gold streets and blue streets all support retail of varying types, and that, Gold Street doesn't, prohibit some of the retail offerings that, people would want to see in Roslyn.
You're comfortable with
We are, yes.
Retail. Any other questions on use mix?
I would like to just ask one question about, is Mr. McCauley still here? I was actually surprised to see a couple of what I think of as key blocks on Wilson Boulevard coated blue. I would have expected them to be gold around on either side of Moore Street and across from Moore. Those are blue, which I think of as Tier 3. So I just, in the context of the retail action plan, I just raised that issue. So,
okay.
Yeah, I think part of the rationale originally in terms of why they're blue in the plan currently has a lot to do with topography and has a lot to do with the widths of some of those blocks. But we did receive that comment as well, and I think we're giving further consideration. Probably doesn't make the most sense as perhaps a red street, but perhaps a gold street. Those are still things we're considering and we'll bring back in the final plan.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Anything from my colleagues on open space parks, I think? John, you have something?
Thank you. This really combines open space and parks with air rights.
That would be the next one.
So this is kind of a blend of the two, but I would just direct folks to pages 82 and 83 of the draft, potential for air rights development, and then the drawing over on page 83, and I have no idea whether this can, okay, there we go. Okay, so we've all talked about the need for open space and how open space is at a premium across greater Roslyn, if you will. And while air rights are a decidedly speculative potential development, I would just note that on map 3.4, air rights site number 3 is superimposed over half of Gateway Park. And if you look at the drawing for Gateway Park at page 126, revitalized existing parks, Roslyn's front door, and regional hub for recreational and cultural activity.
It's inconsistent.
Right hand, right. The right-hand half of Gateway Park there would potentially be available for air rights development. And as intrigued I am by air rights development, I would like to have a conversation about perhaps protecting all of Gateway Park to make sure that that site cannot be developed for air rights. There's several other air rights spots here, and I would like to.
Can we ask for an analysis of that of that difference, that inconsistency? What is meant by that?
So it's partly just a reflection of timing, and that the concept of air rights development came forward sort of mid-process in our planning. So in the approach that this plan takes, while the full entirety of the western half of Gateway Park is in fact outlined as a potential air rights site on page 83, when we actually conducted sort of our more detailed feasibility studies, we only envisioned a scenario of building on the westernmost portion of that western half. And so the idea being that we would still maintain the majority of the park if that scenario were to occur, but perhaps there's a building pad opportunity along Nash Street that can help provide, that can help frame the open space with more active uses and perhaps be a way to help implement those improvements. Now, I'll just reinforce there's nothing in the sector plan currently that says air rights development on Gateway Park is appropriate. It would really be subject to further study.
Okay, I think we just need to be very sensitive to this and keep our eye on it. I'm not sure right now, what if any change might be appropriate, but I would just be mindful of that and ensure and try to be cognizant of the fact that there's such limited park space in Roslyn right now. Depending on what the air rights development would be, may not be the thing we would want to do.
It's a good catch. Okay.
If I could just ask about air rights, how much risk is there that air rights development could have an adverse impact on the core of Roslyn, either by the air rights buildings blocking the views of the core of Roslyn, or by some sort of flight of Class A tenants from a core building to an air rights building? Or is that less of a possibility because most of the air rights development would probably be residential as opposed to office? I don't know. What do you think?
I would say we probably don't know either at this time. You framed the issue exactly, is that if it's residential, then there's perhaps less of an issue in terms of competing with other office space in the core of Roslyn. If it's office, then I think there's a question in that is there something so unique about those air rights sites that they might actually draw a different market than the rest of Roslyn is currently drawing? And again, I think at this point, that's probably an answer that none of us are in a great position to try and answer with any great level of certainty. But it has been something we discussed throughout. Could air rights detract from a lot of the activity we want to see and encourage in the core? Or alternatively, might air rights here be such a catalyst to help the rest of Roslyn, redevelop sooner? And that's just a question that we're not able to answer at this time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Frazette, were you going to say something about
I'm fine. I'll say something after Mary on air rights.
I actually did want to raise the air rights issue too, and it does kind of connect with the public realm. I do think it's important for us to say in some place in here that the amount of open space that we are showing at the moment in the plan is kind of the minimum that we would like to achieve. We did something similar in Crystal City, where we put a marker in the ground and we basically said these are all really important, and I would say that about Gateway Park. I also think when we talk about air rights, I think there are a couple of principles that we really ought to take the trouble to expound slightly on in this air rights section, and maybe they're there. I just felt like it was a little bit of a confusing thing to read. But the view corridors, I would really like to see the pink lines go over, the pink areas go over the areas that are potential air rights sites, so that there's no lack of clarity, that approach would really govern how we would think about it. That
To be a little cautious only in that that's outside the study area, but there's probably a way of reflecting it.
Well,
yeah.
I just think we have 4 places. It's right adjacent, and I think we should take the time to just show what that extension looks like, so there's not a confusion. Again, what we heard from the P3 folks from the state was where you can be clear about things that would be highly important to you, you should be clear about them. And so I think that is a really important thing to convey, as is that if they were to choose to do something, and I believe they do control these sites, they're not in our control. Is that right, Mr. Nellen?
My understanding is that everything will come back to the board, and you make the decision on the height on that.
Right. But I'm just talking about the parcels are not in the county's control at this point.
The county has no control over the parcels.
Control over them.
That's correct.
So my only point in talking about Gateway Park and what it is as an amenity to our folks would be to want to be absolutely clear that should they decide they want to come in with something on one of those parcels, that we would be expecting some kind of major open space contribution as part of that game plan.
I think you could expect that. I think, just so I'm a little bit clearer, we have an understanding on Gateway Park. We just need to have a more formalized agreement with that. But I would think that you would easily be able to expect that conversation.
That's very important to me.
And if I could add one thing, I think the one way in which we do sort of manage that area is through the zoning. And so the Commonwealth would have the ability to do certain things under the zoning as of right, and I think they probably also have certain liberties beyond that attributed, connected with their public use. But in terms of the type of development that they're thinking about air rights, which is really selling it off to the rights off to private development, that is all within the county's control and would require changes to the land use plan and changes to the zoning to actually permit that to happen.
Okay.
Do you have another thing on this?
Not on air rights.
Okay, let me just comment real quickly. Ideally, I'd love to see the air rights over the highway and all be open space. Wouldn't that be great? But it's just not practical. It would be terrific to think that you could fund that and that you would connect to the Park Service and the. I think all of us would love to see it, but I think we all know that the amount of money that's going to have to be required to build this through a private development is going to require, some significant structures there. I will say that the visual of seeing office on there is not something I think is preferred to me. I think I'd rather see illustrations with residential, which is narrower and thinner and more likely to be built at some point, but also if interferes with views far less. So I was just disappointed to see all this office in the pictures. I'd much rather see residential, because then you have a smaller floor plate. You might even get more open space and park space as part of the deal. That would be a little feedback. And Roslyn Park Plaza, nobody had a problem with the way it's presented in the report. I think it's okay to me.
Mr. Fiset, could I just raise one other issue, which is the parcel that we own in the middle of the ramp. We call it the Schlafman parcel, right? Yeah. I don't know if there's any place, in this plan where we might talk about that as other than just attached to the boathouse. It is an acre of land that we own.
You're doing it?
Thank you for bringing that up, because it relates to the access to the river and the connection. I think we're looking for a way to illustrate that and help define that. So thank you very much.
I mean, even if we don't get the boathouse, which we're all really got everything crossed that in the next couple of years we will get it, it's land that we own that could be made available for passive, at least passive enjoyment to Arlingtonians and Roslyn. I think we ought to figure out how to do that.
It's really tied to that whole northern gateway at Key Bridge, both east and west, the air rights. There's an opportunity to think about that from an urban planning standpoint. The plan will talk about that.
Moving on to transportation, there really is, I didn't see too much. The central bike facility was a newly introduced concept, which seemed to go, you guys were fine with. The sidewalk width, I don't know if this is transportation or not, but you've responded to that in sort of some of the key areas. I don't know if you are supportive of that or not. This is the 10-foot width. I don't come up a few places.
Yeah, I think where staff is at this point is we're not in full agreement that a minimum of 10 feet is achievable and or necessary in all instances. But that is something we are going back and taking another look at, and we'll come back with updated.
I don't have a strong point of view, but I think fleshing it out and letting us understand what your thinking is and respond to it would be appropriate.
And I just would encourage you to look at it. We were talking to a restaurant person, and they had been hoping to open on the Pike, and they couldn't find anywhere where there was enough room on the sidewalk to do a cafe, so they're not. I think sidewalk cafes are big, so we want to make sure, everybody's nodding their heads. Okay.
One of the applicants, building Central Place, mentioned the two-wing. This is maybe getting into details, but the two-wing of Lynn Street and trying to tie that to the completion of Central Place. Is doing that even feasible, or do you have to deal with the tunnel side as well?
We've actually begun to talk to DES about that.
All right. I mean, I think that's a good thing, that conversation. Mr. Vice.
Mr. Fazette, you're on to transportation, and I guess you could say that sculls and boats are a type of transportation, albeit a recreational one. Let me just ask, for I guess really for kind of public clarity, if the county manager or her designee might be able to give us an update on discussions about the boathouse and where we think the National Park Service is at the moment.
Briefly. Only because it's 20 to 7 and I had a 6 o'clock dinner.
Yeah, I haven't had an update recently other than the EA was still something that was being worked on. I mean, Jay, you may have had a more recent briefing. But it's definitely something that the Parks Authority is still working with us on.
Yeah. We could use, through Brian, maybe we can all get an update by email.
I'll get an update back to the board.
Thank you. Congressman Rand had been working very hard on it. Now Congressman Byer is working hard on it, and we'll get something from him with the schedule. Fortunately, progress has definitely been made in the last year. In the last year.
Very welcome progress.
Can I ask, that's the end of my list.
Okay, I have one.
Mary?
I agree with the folks from RAFOM that we should remove the reference to the Meade Street Bridge. It isn't in the RCRD, which is what this is all about. I would also, I know people are going back to look at that again. I would wonder aloud, and this is all that it is, about whether this particular public art might be even more effective running up 18th Street than running on Lynn Street in terms of its visibility and its beauty and saying something different about this transformative element. I don't know. I'm always hesitant on public art, but I just think we've created this new corridor, and Lynn has just never seemed to me like a particularly great place to put this thing. People go through so fast, whereas if you're walking along and enjoying Lynn and looking up or looking down and seeing these,
We'll let the bid.
18th Street, but anyway, that would be but I do think we should remove the reference to the Meade
Correct me
Street.
if I'm wrong. That's a bid project, not a county project.
It's a county public art project. That's why Mr. Henley was here.
It's a county public art.
It's county public art.
Okay, I always thought it was really originated with the bid, but it started there, but it's a partnership.
I was on the bid board, and it definitely was part of the bid at one point, but then they decided not to do it.
The overall piece of having it, because the bridge, Meade Street Bridge, is not in the RCRD, there's at least the reason to remove that reference unless you have a difference of opinion. Is that fine?
Quick question, so the artwork's been picked? I mean, is this absolutely going forward? I'm not familiar with, nobody sort of talked about the artwork.
Project a long time ago, Libby.
Got to this point.
Long before you were on the board, we approved this project.
Probably so. And it was originated with a bid, and it was to be phased in over long periods of time along Lynn Street, from the Key Bridge over. But again, I don't have a particular opinion. I don't know if I agree or disagree with the neighbors, but Mary raised another point. Let's just let that conversation go back to the bid and flesh it out. Fair enough? Libby?
Yeah, that's fine. It seems premature to have decided it all those times ago. We're just trying to work this out.
Okay. And before we vote, and I'll put a motion forward, but the next steps are, I know that Mr. Weistad and I are planning with staff scheduling something to sit down with some of the business community, the staff, and the two of us, and we'll report back and see what happens from that. And somebody had mentioned a red line version. I don't know how you all feel about that, but sometimes once we get to this point, any changes sort of from this point on might be very useful to be able to see in a red line version.
We would agree. It's much easier done in just a simple Word document. So the InDesign file, the final plan that you see here with graphics and everything, will not be redlined, but we will have available just a text-only redline version with changes tracked.
Excellent. Mr.
Well, before you completely get away from transportation, just to
if there's
point
anything
out
else
quickly that it was a 9-0 vote indeed, and the only comment the Transportation Commission made was that requesting the sector plan be changed to emphasize the goal of preserving and promoting housing affordability. So it's the Transportation Commission recognizing that tremendous challenge, and we're very grateful for that recognition.
Good.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Sorry, Mr. Facet. I'll give you back. You can have it. Since Mr. Tejada brought up housing, it's late. I'm sorry. I do want to emphasize that the way the plan is written now is it doesn't say 30% of the benefits from projects have to go to affordable housing. It says it creates a slightly higher upper bound. It says up to. And I did look at that, the two-tower approach that was proposed for the use mix, and I'm not sure I understand that, so I'm going to want to talk to you guys about that again, too, just on the residential versus other, so I'm clear about that. But I do want to say, for the public, there's not a requirement. It will continue to do community benefits, as we always do, site by site over time.
Okay. And the follow-up for me with those view corridors and those slides, I'm happy to have somebody else join me or even open it up to people in the community to come and sit and do that at some place, some moment, but that is something I'd like to schedule personally. I'm going to make a motion to authorize the advertisement of public hearings by the Planning Commission on July 6th and the County Board on July 18 to consider the adoption of the Roslyn Sector Plan.
Second.
Okay, we've got through a lot of questions. All those in favor, please say, do you do this or me?
I'll do it. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion carries 5-0.
Correct.
Thank you all very much. We're on our way. There'll be some more work between now and the July meetings. I think with that, we are adjourned for this evening. We will be back at 3 o'clock on Tuesday, followed by 6 o'clock. If people are listening about RAPS, let me say that I do not believe RAPS will begin earlier than 7:30, and it might be a bit later. We had 8 items pulled.